Besides, you can always talk to us, I assured Pietro.
Or X and Jarvis.
Pietro blinked, as if he had forgotten that detail entirely.
Who are they?
More speedsters? Lavent asked, curiosity piqued.
No, they're AI.
They process information at light speed, so they can keep up with speedsters in conversation. Lavent's face lit up like a child on Christmas morning. I chatted with him and Pietro in the moments between heartbeats before my attention was drawn elsewhere. As I turned away, a man in a trench coat passed by, a man whose head was engulfed in ever-billowing violet smoke beneath a brown fedora.
I blinked at the sight. I am a ghost.
Detective Phantom, he introduced himself in a thick French accent, responding to the question I hadn't yet asked.
Ah.
Well, I'm a part-time alien. Dial, I said, giving him a casual wave.
Yes, so I deduced, he smirked.
His voice, it sounded familiar.
Oh.
He had the same cadence as the guy from Lyon, the professional.
Cool. Thank you, by the way. Lavent is a good man.
He does not deserve his fate.
No problem.
I glanced back at Lavent, who was grinning and laughing with Pietro. Who was the sorcerer that did that to him? A mystery, the ghost murmured. When I solve it, I believe a man will die. But that is the business of the dead in the end.
Dial.
A familiar voice called out. I turned to see Phantasma hurrying toward me. When I glanced back, Phantom had vanished.
Damn.
I'd been ninja'd by a ghost.
Ghosted, as it were.
Phantasma reached me, a bright smile on her face. The Winter Guard are here. Are you coming?
Sure thing.
I followed her, noting how pleased she looked.
Been a while, huh?
Yes, she admitted, her voice laced with nostalgia. I've missed them, well, most of them. Phantasma Dial, Steve greeted as he approached, Frank Castle a step behind him. You going to meet the Russians?
Yeah, you coming? I asked. Steve nodded.
I'm trying to meet everyone as they arrive, make sure we're all on the same page. And I'm making sure no one shoots him, Frank grumbled. Wah, no Russian would shoot Captain America. Phantasma exclaimed, aghast. Frank gave her a look. Well, they'd fail if they tried.
Phantasma narrowed her eyes at him.
You are not a pleasant man, Mr. Castle. Yeah, I'm a real bastard, he said, completely unfazed. Steve said nothing, merely watching them. After a moment, Castle exhaled, nodding. Sorry. Just watching his back. Had a bad fight with a Russian once. Phantasma still looked displeased, but she let it go. We arrived at the elevator doors just as they opened. A massive Russian man stepped out, arms wide.
Phantasma.
Mikhail, she beamed, rushing forward to embrace him tightly. As they reunited, the rest of the Winter Guard emerged. I shifted from fast track to human form and grinned at Lania.
Hey. Been a bit.
Yes, it has, she said in her Twilight Sparkle-esque voice, her expression warm.
How is your puppy?
Fluffier than ever. Named her Nezuko.
You?
He is now named Boris, she said with a grin. The other Boris liked it. I imagined the overweight handler of the Winter Guard Boris, realizing a puppy shared his name.
Amusing.
Galena, ever pragmatic, pushed forward a cart of materials. Where are the technicians set up? Over here, Galena. A tech guy waved her over, then hesitated at the sight of Chernobog stepping out of the elevator. Don't worry, the shadowy figure said with a wide grin. You're not the meal I'm looking for. The tech guy did not seem reassured. Just go, Galena sighed, pushing the man along. He ate something strange and now he's acting weird. He's always been weird, I muttered, earning chuckles from Lania and Phantasma. Then, Vanguard stepped forward, standing before Steve. For a moment, the American super soldier and his Russian counterpart sized each other up. I like your suit, Steve finally said with a smile.
Vanguard looked stunned.
You do.
Yeah.
The red makes you look aggressive. I didn't get to choose my suit, an acting company designed it. Still, it grew on me. I like the fin on your head too. Lania smirked as her brother stared at Steve like he'd just declared borscht was his favorite food. Before anything more could be said, alarms blared. All hands, get to your stations. We're within sight of the drop zone. Mikhail cracked his knuckles. Looks like we arrived just in time. What about Black Panther? I asked Steve, earning puzzled looks from the others. Except Mikhail, he seemed to recognize the name. He'll be in the second stage, Steve said, his tone shifting to something serious.
Come on.
We're all part of the ground forces. Lania bit her lip. I patted her back.
Don't worry.
The hardest part is the one-liners.
What?
He's right, Phantasma said with mock solemnity.
The one-liner.
Very traditional. Mikhail sighed dramatically. Ah, American culture has infected you so.
Come on, Steve smirked. Let's get ready for a fight.
I stood on the Enterprise's tarmac, looking down at the valley. Jen and Phantasma stood beside me, Creel next to Phantasma, Sam next to Jen, and so on. Steve and the core Avengers were at the center of the line. Beside the Enterprise, 2 more helicarriers flanked us. The Behemoth, a monstrous fortress of a ship, and a classic turbine-powered helicarrier. Below us, the valley was blanketed in snow and ice, but the enemy forces stood waiting. Chitauri soldiers, armored men, and towering Uber tanks. The air buzzed with tension.
Avengers, assemble.
Steve's voice roared over the chaos. Quinjets screamed overhead. Bullets and lasers crisscrossed the sky. We leaped from the ship, plunging into battle.
I shot Jen a grin. She smirked back.
I love you. She blinked in surprise, then smiled.
Love you too. Then, we jumped.
As we hurtled toward the fray, I reached for the Omnitrix, tapping it just before impact.
Astrodactyl.
I rocketed into the sky, joining Tony and the others in aerial combat. Explosions, gunfire, and raw energy filled the battlefield. Below, the ground forces clashed in a storm of fists, blades, and power.
This was it.
The fight of our lives had begun. I landed on a Quinjet in Astrodactyl form, swiftly shifting into forearms. My limbs clamped onto the steel wings.
This is your stop, fellas.
I growled, my muscles flexing as I tore the metal apart. The aircraft screeched in protest before surrendering to my strength, its structure ripping apart in my grasp. As the Quinjet spiraled down, I launched the severed wings like deadly frisbees toward another Quinjet firing at me. The bullets bounced harmlessly off my red skin as my improvised projectiles shredded through the enemy craft, sending it plummeting in a fiery explosion. The Quinjet I stood on crashed into a tank, launching me into the air. Mid-flip, I tapped the Omnitrix, transforming into fast track and shooting across the battlefield in a blur.
Hey!
Quicksilver zipped past me, grinning. Having fun? Oh, just worried there isn't enough Hydra goons to go around.
I quipped.
Hydra might have been on their last legs, but their numbers were still overwhelming. This was their final stand, their desperation fueling the battle. Good, we wanted to wipe them out completely. Bad, it meant the fight was more even than I liked. A Hydra soldier raised his gun at a Chinese ally. I punched the goon at super speed, knocking him out cold before tapping the Omnitrix again. With a burst of green light, I transformed into Wrath just as a Gamma Hydra brute barreled toward me. This monstrosity stood Hulk's height, but its right arm was grotesquely swollen, muscles tearing through its skin. A single bulging eye threatened to burst from its skull, and jagged broken teeth dripped with saliva. Let me tell you something, Gamma-powered soldiers of Hydra. I roared, extending my claws. Wrath is about to pound you so hard, you'll turn from green to purple. The creature didn't react to my taunt, it just charged. I had a split second to appreciate the scene. Me, claws ready, standing in a snowy forest as this grotesque behemoth thundered toward me. It felt familiar, but I didn't have time to dwell on it.
He lunged.
I dodged, slashing deep into his shoulder, green and red fluid splattering as my claws carved through flesh. He screamed, but I was already on the offensive. If you come at the Wrath, I wrenched my claws free. You best not miss. The brute spun, faster than expected, and swung his massive fist. I blocked, skidding backward but holding my ground. My lips curled into a sharp-toothed grin. That kind of hit makes Wrath think he's wasting his time. And Wrath doesn't waste anything. Wrath recycles.
He charged again, and I met him head-on.
My claws sank in deep, his momentum working against him as his own strength slammed him onto my embedded fists. He crumpled around me like a truck hitting a concrete barrier. I kicked his limp form away just as 3 more Gamma soldiers emerged from the trees. Snarling, I readied myself for the next round.
Then, a green blur shot past me.
A deafening roar echoed through the battlefield.
Battlecat.
The tiger I'd once rescued collided with one of the Gamma Hydras, sinking claws into flesh. The 2 beasts clashed, their roars shaking the forest. The remaining 2 soldiers rushed me. I bared my fangs. Let me tell you something, Hydra morons. Wrath doesn't need Gamma enhancements, just Wrathiation. And that's all I need to kick your asses. I lunged at them, ready to tear through more enemies. Maria Hill watched the battle unfold on a monitor, arms crossed. The footage showed Dial in Wrath form, laughing even as he took hits, his claws raking through a Gamma Hydra woman. Nearby, Battlecat tore out another enemy's throat, his once broken paw healing before he rejoined the fray. Maria rewound the footage.
Good.
Dial's doing his job. Across the battlefield, chaos reigned. Thor crashed down in a thunderous explosion. Hulk and She-Hulk dismantled Hydra tanks with ease. Tony obliterated a Quinjet from the inside, emerging from the wreckage before it detonated. Phantasma, Songbird, and Darkstar hovered above a defensive position, protecting bridge soldiers. Phantasma's violet mandalas deflected gunfire, Songbird's pink sound shields absorbed mortar blasts, and Darkstar's black energy redirected artillery shells. Even with their combined might, Hydra's forces were unrelenting. Gamma Hydra soldiers ripped through allies. A Russian soldier was disintegrated by a Chitauri weapon before Mikhail Ursus, in full bear form, eviscerated the alien responsible. An Uber tank obliterated a jeep, only for Chernobog to emerge from the wreckage and tear into the war machine. Maria narrowed her eyes.
Come on, Strucker.
This isn't all you've got. Natasha Romanoff, standing beside her, exchanged a glance before signaling to their command team. Maria turned to face General Buckler, Nick Fury, Victoria Hand, and 2 foreign military officials, General Greshkov of Russia and General Lo Qian of China. Fury scowled at the battlefield map. Our F-22s are providing support, but they're taking heavy losses. And our ground troops are dying.
Lo Qian snapped.
Where are the Avengers and bridge forces?
They're doing their job, Buckler growled. Don't pin our losses on them. This is war. Casualties happen.
Lo Qian scowled but held his tongue.
Hand tapped her chin.
We're making progress, but it's slow. Maria crossed her arms. Strucker isn't making a last stand without a reason.
He wants this fight.
He's trying to prove something.
He has a trump card. Greshkov frowned. A trap. Maria smirked. No doubt about it.
In another part of the battlefield, Jennifer Walters, She-Hulk, clashed with Flux, a grotesque gamma-mutated soldier. He ranted, calling her mommy, his unstable form shifting erratically. With each punch, his strength fluctuated wildly, sometimes weak, sometimes monstrous.
Jen grit her teeth. Okay, kid. You want a mom?
Time to put you to bed. Her fists flew, hammering him into submission. As he collapsed, his body shrinking back to human form, she sighed, shaking her sore knuckles. A soldier approached, placing an experimental ADM force field around the unconscious Flux. This thing was built to hold Hulks. Jen eyed the device warily. A force field that can hold a Hulk. That's either really good or really bad. Maria's voice crackled through her earpiece.
Good job, She-Hulk.
But we've got an Uber tank tearing through our medevac site.
Jen groaned. No rest for the gamma-powered, huh?
With that, she leapt back into the fray.
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
Mahmoud Shaft/Dial. Thor dropped out of the sky and shot lightning at a tank. I turned into feedback, absorbed some of that, and fired energy beams at a bunch of Chitauri soldiers. Creel ripped a tank in half, tossed part of it to the Hulk, and joined him in smashing his way through the battlefield. A Gamma Hydra dropped out of the sky and into a jeep, blood soaking his fingers before Pietro and Lavent ran in and saved the others. Poundcakes, wearing her usual sweatpants and top, laid into that Gamma Hydra. I turned into Astrodactyl and rejoined those in the sky. Deathloke and I flew over the battlefield, firing missiles and starbolts from the sky, Deathloke's face filled with rage as he fought. When an Uber tank the size of 2 city buses began unleashing hell, I shifted my form into upgrade and pressed my body into it. For about a minute, I rolled around as a upgrade Uber tank, firing green bolts of energy, before a concentrated set of attacks from other tanks destroyed my new toy. In Snarrow form, I slipped past the gaps of a Quinjet and wrapped up the pilot and co-pilot in my bandages, taking the controls to force it to crash into a jeep. I came out of the flaming Quinjet in diamond head form, made a sword, and sliced my way through the battlefield. I turned into goop to use his acid on the ground before a group of centipede soldiers, halting them long enough for a Russian tank to come in. The thing had clearly been made by the Crimson Dynamo, because it was pretty much covered in electricity. 2 long prongs were coming out of the turret on top, shaped like sideways Tesla coils, lightning coming off of them to flow over the metal. On seeing it, I sprayed the centipede and normal Hydra soldiers in fluid. The Tesla tank's driver seemed to get what I was doing, because he fired bolts of lightning at the group of soldiers, the fluid I sprayed acting as a conductor to cook the whole group. Then a Quinjet dropped down next to me, a Gamma Hydra exploding from it to smash into the tank. I turned into Diamond Head, grabbed the green monster, and tossed her back, the Russian tank shooting it full of electricity before I stabbed it in the heart with a crystal sword. At one point, I dropped behind friendly lines and shifted into human form, gasping in exhaustion. This is insane. I know, this is just a dumb summary, but the war was getting worse and worse. I was saving whoever I could, stopping every soldier I could, but every time I did something that I thought would end the battle, Hydra just wouldn't stop. Galena, Tony, Rhodey, Sam, and Deathloke were still in the skies fighting. The sounds of monsters in the woods filled the air. I took a deep breath. Then I twisted the Omnitrix dial, turned into fast track, and ran back into hell. Maria Hill / Director of Bridge. Okay, you're clear down towards the right side, Natasha said as she coordinated with a special asset. Director, we've got dash. I see it, Maria cut her off. Buckler, Lo Chien, I'm sending a strike team to help you guys near there. Can you let them know to support our troops dash? On it, Buckler barked. It had been like that for a while. The chaos of battle had become almost elegant. Strucker was directing his troops well. He didn't have unending resources. What he had was planning and coordination. He would allow normal troops to drift into a location before wiping them out with a superhuman asset, only to reveal he had only been doing it to get one of their own superhumans away from a key position. They were still making progress though. Ma'am, one tech spun in his chair, staring up at her. Hold on, Maria held up a finger, staring at a screen. Bucky, Bobby, there's a commander gathering his troops east of you. I want him gone, now. With that order said, Maria looked at the tech. What is it? He looked like he was about to shit his pants. It was almost funny, right up until the words that came out of his pale and sweaty lips. Strucker is calling. The room froze. Everyone in the room turned to look at him and Maria. Maria didn't flinch. Send it to me, now. Yes, Director, he squeaked, turning to his screen. What the fuck does that piece of shit want? Buckler barked, walking over to Maria. To gloat, surrender, rage. Maria suggested. How did he even know how to call you? Lo Chien asked, frowning. Because we have Jarvis and X keeping an old shield frequency open so he could, Fury said. It's not connected to the rest of the ship in any way. It's the tech equivalent of two Kens with string attaching them together. You wanted him to call. Greshkov sounded intrigued. It was something we anticipated, Hans said. Maria ignored them all. Her focus was on the holographic screen that floated before her. It showed static for a moment. Then he appeared. Wolfgang von Strucker was standing before a brick wall. He cocked his head down so that his eyes met Maria's. Hill. So you really were promoted? Surprised. Maria asked. Not really. It was always going to be you, Carlson, or Romanov. Fury has a habit of playing favorites. Giant softy, that's me, Fury said in the background. Strucker smirked. What is the purpose of your call? Maria crossed her arms and smirked. If you want to surrender, I have to tell you, the United Nations have upgraded your status to kill at all costs. You should be proud. You may be the first person most of the world unanimously decided had to die. Oh, I doubt I'm so special as all that, Strucker said calmly. And I was never planning to surrender. No, I wanted to ask you something. If you did succeed in killing me, do you think that kills my ideals? Ideals. Buckler said, rage in his voice. You have killed, butchered, innocent men and women dash. And I would do it again, Strucker said without remorse. But I would do it for my ideals. Because we don't live in a world where kindness is a strength. We live in a world of monsters. You call them heroes, but that is because we have been lucky. After all, for every Captain America, there is a Red Skull. Wasn't Red Skull one of you? Maria noted. An idiot, Strucker chuckled. He was obsessed with power for the sake of it. But I am looking for something else. Humanity is becoming something great, Hill. Children are being born with fantastic abilities. A man who is irradiated no longer dies, but instead becomes a god. Aliens have come down from the sky to do battle, or to leave their toys for rogue elements to get their hands on. This world is becoming one of monsters. It needs a guiding hand. Someone to keep those elements under control for the benefit of mankind. Is this where we talk about the people you've murdered in the name of being a guiding hand? Like the graveyard survivors. Strucker raised an eyebrow. I see you aren't so disgusted that you have avoided using them in battle. And I don't see the Wendigo in your number. Have you imprisoned him, as we once did? I'm not going to grace that with an answer. Maria turned around to shut off the communication link. What about your allies? Strucker asked pointedly. America, using AIM technology to gain an upper hand by making advanced weapons and superhumans to kill their enemies, Buckler scowled. Russia, building an organization specifically to rival the Avengers, to even kill them, Greshkov didn't flinch. Or China, currently in the midst of dash. Enough, Lo Chien spat loudly. Hydra may win. We may lose. But the world will become the one we fought for. One ruled by one people, with an army of monsters spearheading them. We could have stopped the chaos that would lead to that, made it a clean transition. But now, you come to kill me. But behind you are 3 representatives among many of the people who will replace me. Maria smirked. Is that all you wanted to do? Try and tear us apart. Only to warn you, that this war doesn't end with me. We live in an age of miracles. And those miracles will be fought over, bought and sold, as weapons in wars beyond our spoke. Even if you win, that will happen. Of course, that is if you win. Depending on how well you can withstand the ordnance. Maria spun to look at Strucker, but the holoscreen shut off. One of the techs shouted, jumping to his feet. Director, we have multiple contacts dash. The Enterprise shook like it had been grabbed by a giant. Maria staggered, but forced herself to stay standing. High above, their attackers began to come down from the clouds. 20 minutes earlier, Reed Richards / owner of Baxter Incorporated. Reed Richards didn't hate many people, but Tony Stark may have been one of them. He hadn't hated the man at first. In fact, like many young scientists, he'd admired him. Tony Stark may have started out as a weapons developer, but even back then he'd made incredible advancements to humanity's understanding of the universe. But when he became Iron Man and put his vast knowledge and wealth entirely into helping mankind, those advancements had exploded. It may take a while, but many of Reed's models of the future showed that whatever the next few decades would look like, Stark's technology would be a huge part of that. So Reed had retreated from society. He may have known Stark would be at the head of the pack, but that didn't mean there weren't others who could help advance humanity. Reed wanted to help people, to make the Earth a better place. But in order to do that, he knew the answers weren't on the planet. They were in the stars. Reed had worked for months, then years, creating the perfect engine. An engine that could break the speed of light, take people across the galaxy in mere seconds. With something like that, they could access the resources of the universe, get rare minerals from asteroids, create colonies on other planets. The new frontier, the dream of humanity to travel the stars, was right above them. Then, New York was attacked by aliens. And Reed's heart sang. Aliens had appeared on Earth. Travel in the stars was possible, but they had come through a portal, and suddenly, Reed's mind opened to the possibilities. But then, when he'd finally come close to a breakthrough, Tony had made an announcement. His own space program, aided by alien technology. Reed had heard of jury-rig and upgrade. While Bridge had hid as much information as they could on Dial's aliens, scientists talked. Reed had known about the miraculous creations jury-rig could make, that upgrade could increase the effectiveness of anything he attached himself by a noticeable percentage. And now, Tony Stark was combining his own intellect with those two aliens' powers and all the money in the world to create the ultimate spaceship. How was Reed supposed to compete? He was smart, yes. But he didn't have the money, the name, the prestige, or the help of literal aliens. So he put everything he had into getting his engine ready first. Thank God for his family. Ben Grimm was going to his pilot. But his best friend was also his constant support and ally. No one had his back like the big brown-haired, blue-eyed, former football player and Air Force pilot. Thank God for Ben Grimm. Johnny Storm had been a surprising ally. The teenager was, well, a slacker. Reed had been skeptical of having the young man on the project. And then Johnny had taken one look at the engine designs, grabbed a set of wrenches and gone to work. Reed quickly learned that for all his skill with science and Ben's skill as a pilot, Johnny had them beat in terms of engineering. He tried to push the young man to get a degree, but Johnny was a slacker at heart. Just a slacker who could somehow improve the efficiency of an advanced space engine by 12% with nothing but a wrench. Then, Sue. She had been incredible. She worked alongside him, her mind and his joined in concert. While he could design the ship, she focused on the biological side, developing new ways to provide food, oxygen, water, and sanitation. Reed could get them there, but Sue would get them there alive. Together, their patents could make them millions. But they couldn't simply sell the things they'd made. They needed to be first. To make a name. Reed wanted to help the world. But they all felt that hunger to be more than just some names on a patent. Tony Stark put that all at risk. Ernest Pecker, the millionaire who had been financing their project in Central City, California, was about to pull back his funding. I'm sorry, Reedykins, he would say, knowing Reed hated that name. But you're a has-been, baby? No, worse. I never was. I figure I'll try and produce a movie or something, get some money that way. That had been the last straw. Reed had taken Sue, Ben, and Johnny, entered their ship in the early morning, and taken off towards the stars. With his advancements, it was easy to lift up past the atmosphere without being noticed. He'd heard about some sort of battle the Avengers were having. It was why they'd gone now, while Tony Stark was distracted. When his back was turned, they'd make history. And now, here they were. In outer space. Oh shit. Oh my god, Sue said behind him. She floated up next to him, staring out the window. Hell of a sight, ain't it? Ben told her with a grin. That pretty blue marble. I think you're understating it a bit, Reed whispered. Earth. It was just, blue didn't cover it. The way the light shone off the water below. It was like a sapphire glittering in the stars. The clouds glowed with their own inner light. The green and brown of the land were so beautiful. Oh Reed, Sue, beautiful wonderful Sue, rubbed at his cheeks, smiling. He felt the wetness before she mentioned it. You're crying. I am, he chuckled weakly, cheeks burning. I didn't dash. Relax, you big dummy, Sue kissed his cheek. When she pulled back, she was crying too. I feel the same way. It's how everyone feels, Ben sighed. That there is a sight. Just a tiny blue ball in space, pretty as a picture. Makes a man feel humble dash. A camera flash came from behind them. The three turned around to get another camera flash. Johnny was grinning at his phone, his hands up in a peace sign. He turned around and fiddled with it, then noticed the others looking at him. Still grinning, he lifted his phone and took another photo. For the gram. He frowned. What? You know how many guys my age get to go to space? I'm about to get so many numbers when I get back there. Oh Johnny. Sue sighed sadly, rubbing her forehead. Ben and Reed shared a look of exasperation, up until Ben sort of smiled in a self-deprecating way. I mean, he's kind of right. Sue smacked his arm, but Ben seemed unfazed, while Johnny laughed. Reed joined in, then turned back to the window. Okay, Ben, take us out. Let's see what this can really do. Strap in, ya idiot, Ben grumbled to Johnny. This thing is about to have some G's. If everything goes well, Reed mumbled. It will, Sue said confidently. Reed tried not to show how much that meant to him. Based on the heat on his cheeks, he had failed. He focused on his work, flipping several different switches. Deep inside the ship, various systems heated up. The spaceship shifted from conventional engines to his prototype. He winced nervously. "You okay, egghead?" Ben asked kindly. "Why yeah, just. Always thought I'd be on the ground when this went off, even after all the training we did," he mumbled. Then again, all astronauts were scientists on some level. Ben himself had a Master of Science degree in aerospace engineering. "Okay, Ben, our target is just past the orbit of the moon. We just need to be able to cross that distance in 6 hours. If we can do that, well, we'll have revolutionized space travel." 6 hours? Johnny asked incredulously. Reed smiled proudly. "I know, it seems short dash. It seems long? That'll take forever." "Johnny, that's cutting down the fastest previously projected time in half," Sue scolded. "Still a long time," Johnny sighed. "Should I?" Ben asked hesitantly. "Yes, please," Reed sighed. Ben flicked a switch. Then he slowly began pushing the ship forward. "Okay, the engine should be using the same G's it's creating to power its own forward movement. If it works, we should be feeling only a small portion of G's against our own bodies." Reed winced. He really was less eloquent under stress. That wasn't how his engine really worked. At best, that was a half explanation. Luckily, no one mocked him for it. For a tense moment, they felt the ship move forward. Reed felt his chest tighten. They moved outward. Then, for a surprising moment, the amount of G's pressing down on them lightened. Reed blinked, looking at his instruments. His eyes widened. "Reed," Ben whispered, shocked. "Jay, just keep going," Reed whispered back. They were going fast. Very fast. Insanely fast. "Oh my god," Sue said, hushed. "Holy shit," Ben shouted, staring at their instruments. "What's going on?" Johnny asked. "We're going so much faster than I thought possible," Reed said excitedly. Johnny stared outside at the curtain of stars, unmoving to the naked eye. "I'll take your word for it." 3 minutes, Reed felt something like religious rapture fill him. "At this rate, we'll be able to get to the moon and back in 3 minutes. We haven't just made records. We changed the world dash." A hole opened in space, and a building came shooting out. "Fuck." Ben twisted the controls widely, pulling them to the side. "What the hell?" Reed stared as more holes opened in space. Shaped like hexagons, the wormholes, for what else could they be, opened in the middle of space like honeycombs, lightning cracking on the lines between them. Incredible. Ships were coming out of the wormholes. They were enormous. The one in front may as well have been a castle, but they weren't what Reed was focused on. Instead, he was staring at the holes in space. Reed felt awe fill him. Wormholes. Safe and stable wormholes. Magnificent. The ship wheeled around, Reed yelping as he was knocked off balance. "Ben, what are you doing?" "Heading back to Earth to warn everyone," Ben shouted. That was when Reed's scientific curiosity was replaced by common sense. Spaceships, on a trajectory to Earth. These ships were clearly war vessels. If they were getting attacked. "Reed," Sue shouted, bringing his attention to her. "These levels of cosmic radiation, the shielding isn't meant to withstand so much of it," she said, turning a tablet to show the screen. "What?" Reed took the tablet and his heart sank. "The wormholes. There must have been a cosmic storm on the other side, or maybe it's just coming from those ships dash. Guys," Johnny pointed outside. "I think they see us." They looked outside. A warship was turning in their direction. Reed didn't hesitate. "Ben, punch it." Rack. Ben twisted the shuttle around and shot it towards Earth. But it was too late. A single missile fired at them, smashing into their side. Sue screamed. Ben roared, and Johnny let out a sound like he was being tortured. The sound of the radiation warning screamed around them. The smell of smoke and rubber filled the air, then an odd sound like stones grinding on stones. They shot towards Earth, their vessel heavily damaged and trailing smoke. Reed felt his throat become raw as he screamed. He imagined he could see a rainbow of lights around them. They smashed into the atmosphere. Reed could hear the parachutes pop, somehow, even through the din around them. Then he blacked out. But as the shuttle crashed, no one in the rest of the world paid attention. Because the Confederacy's fleet had arrived. And they would rain hell on their enemies before the alien assault. Dr. Gemma Simmons. Gemma had gone to work from the moment the behemoth reached the battlefield. First, in getting her fellow doctors ready. Then, in leading them when the casualties started coming in. "Dr. Simmons," someone shouted. She took one look at the patient, who was screaming, a portion of her arm scarred and burned, then started yelling. "Get her to the other burn victims and get the poultice on him to cool down her wound. Have Helen Cho take a look if he's too far gone. Soldier, can you fight?" "Fucking stop me," she spat out, the blonde woman's eyes filled with rage. "Then put her on the list to be sent back out as soon as she's cleared. Go." Simmons didn't have time to think about that. On healing someone just to send them back into battle. She had more people to help. Dr. Octavius, Dr. Kuzuma. Simmons ran over to the portly doctor and the reptilian genius. "We've got more coming in from the front. Can you open up some more beds?" "I'm on it," Melody said, grabbing a chart and flipping through it. "Dr. Simmons, we can't simply send these people out." Octavius began to say. "We have to." Dr. Octavius, he winced but nodded. "Mrs. Harkness." "I'm here, dear." The older sorceress was walking over to her imperiously. Under her feet, a single mandala of magical energy was spread out across the ground. What is it you need of me? We're having trouble dealing with the flood that is coming in, Simmons said sadly. I need you to stop treatment on the most far-gone cases. Please focus your powers on those who have the best chance of surviving. Agatha smirked, a hard and bitter quirk of the lips. Very well, Dr. Simmons, Octavius said sadly. We have to, Doctor, Simmons said with her eyes closed. Can you dash? I'll help, he nodded firmly, though he still looked saddened. Simmons, Melody said carefully. I know it was a last resort, but some patients who know about it have been asking for my serum, and you informed them it would make them look like you, even with all the advancements you made. I did. And they didn't seem to care. Simmons thought about that for the furious moment of a heartbeat. Melody was the product of two things. Her experimental serum, which had regenerated her injuries, and the Omnitrix, which had stabilized her mutations. Melody had managed to create an upgrade to her serum that could heal injuries like hers, but it still turned people into less extreme reptile hybrids, according to their simulations. I'll allow it if the choice is that or death, Simmons grimaced. Any chance of it causing mental instability? They'll want red meat a lot more, Melody said with a wry smile. I'll avoid using it, but it's an option. We will have dash Agatha was about to say. Then her eyes widened. She raised her hands. Get close to me. Red light surrounded them. The behemoth began to shake. Simmons staggered and the ceiling caved in on top of Octavius and Melody. Mahmoud /dial. They appeared from the sky like mountains dropping down from heaven. I had been looking upward in fast track form, ready to fly up to rejoin the fight in the sky only to freeze. Pietro and Lavent came to a stop beside me. Merde. Lavent whispered. Pietro mumbled. Fuck me in the ass, I grumbled. The spaceships were shaped differently from each other. One looked like a scorpion. Another, a pointed brick. Another like a giant pair of boomerangs with a tower connecting the top to the bottom. 6 total. But they were all big, like cities hanging in the sky. A series of guns lowered to point at us. Get everyone you can clear, now, I screamed. A yellow, silver, and blue blur rushed forth, and the ships all started shooting. Energy blasts smashed into the forest. Missiles exploded against the Enterprise's shield, the Behemoth's armor, and tore through the normal helicarrier, which began to emit flames as the other two ships tried to fight back. Quinjets, F-22 Raptors, and the Flying Heroes charged for the ships, who responded by disgorging fighter vessels. Phantasma and Wanda brought up giant mandalas, screaming. I ran with all the speed I had. I grabbed a soldier by the arms and pulled him hard. His shoulders dislocated, but it was better than the missile that smashed the ground where he stood. I sped to a clearing and dropped while backflipping as I tapped the Omnitrix. Diamond Head. I shouted the name as loud as could, echoing it to the sky. Still flipping through the air, I fired crystals everywhere I could, forcing them to grow and grow, becoming giant crystal walls across that section of forest. As I landed, I tapped the Omnitrix again. Blitzwolfer. I opened my four-pronged muzzle. Get to the crystals, now. The trees shook with the echo of my voice, hopefully spreading the message far and wide. Tapping the Omnitrix again, I shifted into Astrodactyl and blasted upwards before tapping it again to turn back into Diamond Head again. I fired as many crystals as I could. They stabbed into the stone, trees, and dirt, growing as fast as I could make them. I forced them to become as large as I could as I dropped to the ground. A few alien fighters twisted towards me as I fell. They were so strange, like big bulbous and pitted tumors with wings. The Omnitrix flashed yellow as they approached, scanning the life forms inside. I'd take a look once I got a breath, try to see if I recognized the species. I cartwheeled through the air for a moment, raising one arm and shifting the limb into a triangular shield. Energy blasts bounced off the shield. My other arm raised up and fired crystals into the head fighter, blowing it apart. Seeing that, another fighter decided to go for a ramming run at me. I got ready to be sent flying. Then the whine of repulsors came from behind me. Dial. War Machine flew in, grabbing me under my arms and lifting me up over the ramming ship. I lengthened my right leg into a long blade, which sliced through the right wings and back engine of the ship with a single kick. The fighters spun around to come at us. Coming from the left. I yelled. ICM. Rhodey's chain gun spun around to shoot at one of the fighters, the bullets bouncing off for a bit before sheer volume pierced the windshield and riddled the pilot full of holes. Who are these guys? Aliens? Let's shut them down? Drop me. Rhodey let me go. I tumbled for a bit before tapping the Omnitrix and rocketing upwards towards the big ship in Astrodactyl form. All forces, squawk. I'm taking the frontmost ship. Then I'm going for the boomerangs, Tony said. I'll stay out here and focus on the fighters. Rhodey joined in. Verily, I will join you in that. Thor barked. I flew forward, desperately focusing on my target and not the missiles and energy blasts that may be killing my friends. I fired starbolts as I flew, sending a whip lashing out to grab a passing Chitauri armored soldier, spinning around to toss him at an alien fighter. On the ground, fighter ships began dropping to the ground and disgorging soldiers, who joined Hydra in battle. Over the comms, I heard Captain America making call-outs. Natasha said something, and I reflexively told her I was headed to one of the ships. Just before smashing into it, I tapped the Omnitrix. In a flash of green that illuminated the underside of the scorpion-like ship, I changed. Upgrade. I hit the bottom of the ship and attached like a spitball. I spread out, sending my nanite body into the ship. I felt the technology of the ship. In terms of advancement, it was among the most powerful machines I had ever melded with. I spread out, entering the soft war. Get out 26 15 12 1 3 15 4 follow path 5 4 5 12 5 25 5 14 5 13 25 1 9 16 18 5 22 hashtag dollar. Percent hashtag carat and percent dollar and asterisk sycofact 5 14 21 19 19 1 21 12 2 14 4 7 15 4 19 remove the faithless dash 20 18 21 3 11 5 18 7 15 4 8 25 4 18 1 7 15 4. I couldn't understand it. It was a mix of computer code, alien languages, simple words shifted to numbers, all fed to me by insane minds. I felt him slash her slash them push slash pull slash challenge slash die screaming like a lunatic against me. I fought against it, trying to understand slash stand slash under. YAA. My electric voice crackled while I was fighting inside the construct of the ship. This wasn't a fight of fists. It was as close to a telepathic battle as I could imagine, a war of wills. An enemy AI, no, several of them, smashed into me like crazed animals. I went against them as best as I could. They made firewalls, tried deleting me. I went against them, my digital mind challenging them. I could sense their origins. Some alien, some Hydra. Both types were insane and broken. I did what I could. I spread to the guns and held them back, the sounds of screeching filling the air as my body fought. Some fighters began shooting at the portions of me that took over the ship, blasting. I had to hold. Against the AI and the fighters, I held, my mind cracking. But I didn't know how long I could last. I pushed myself, pointing guns at the other ships, messing with targeting systems, deleting AI. But if I was a super soldier, then the enemy AI were a bunch of crazed skinny junkies on meth. I could take them in droves, but enough numbers were going to take me down eventually. Giguus. I shouted. I could use some backup. Join the club. Tony Stark / Iron Man. Tony had been flying free as a bird one moment, scanning the boomerang ship to find the best place to enter it. He'd found a place, what looked like a maintenance hatch or something on the top. Then his armor started screaming at him. The blue hue of his HUD flickered red, then green, alien symbols he didn't understand bouncing across. Jarvis. Tony shouted into his helmet as his HUD continued to go haywire. An unknown AI is attacking your SYSTEMS, Jarvis stuttered. Jarvis never stuttered. Tony faltered in the air over the boomerang ship he was flying over, dropping until he was skating just over the metal surface of the ship. Jay, talk to me. They are attempting to hack into every system available, Jarvis said. I am doing what I can to fight them off. A large portion seems distracted battling Dial and X as well. Giguus. Dial's voice came through the comms. He sounded like he was being tortured. I could use some backup. Join the club. Tony shouted, his mind racing. Okay, enemy AI was something they'd planned for. But if Jarvis, X, and Dial were all having trouble with them, then Tony needed to lighten their load. That meant having Jarvis back out of the armor. Meaning Tony would be left with just the systems that could be run on power alone, no AI allowing for quick changes or adjustments. Tony didn't hesitate. Jarvis, you need to focus on holding off or deleting those AI. Switch me to hardware mode, put the 44 and 45 on standby, then disconnect from the armor on my mark. Are you sure, sir? Jarvis asked. If I disconnect, I cannot guarantee that I will be able to get back in a timely manner while fighting these rogue AI. I trust ya. Tony stopped above the ship, floating on his boot repulsors. On the back of each of his hands, a section of gauntlet popped open, both glowing red. And we made hardware mode for a reason. Ready? Yes, sir. Mark. Tony fired the high-powered lasers on his arms. As he did, his HUD faded. His armor shifted a bit, catoms flowing to change the eye holes on his armor to allow him a larger field of view. Then the repulsors on his boots shut off. The twin lasers smashed into the ship he'd been floating over, slicing through the metal over the maintenance hatch. He dropped down into the circular hole he'd created. He fell for several feet before landing in a three-point position in a large room. 3 men stared at him, shocked. They all had. Oh wow, Tony barely had to try for the joke. Hey, Blue Man Group. Tony rose to his feet, smirking under his helmet. Any chance I can hire you guys to do my wedding? Dosti, one of them said, grabbing what looked like a metal staff tipped with a plastic axe. Tony knew better than to underestimate it though. The angry blue alien ran at him swinging the axe, moving just a hair slower than Steve could, and even faster than Natasha. Enough to take down a man who didn't have any training. Hell, even Tony, who took a few combat lessons over the years, would have been hard-pressed to fight back. And now he didn't have a handy AI to help direct the numerous systems of his suit. When the blue man reached him, Tony blocked the axe on his arm. Then he punched him so hard the blue man shot back like he'd been shot out of a cannon. Yes, he didn't have AI help. But that was the point of hardware mode. No missiles, no hacking, scanning, or anything else. Just strength/speed enhancements, and the party favors. He raised his right hand and fired a single repulsor blast. The shot pierced through one of the blue men. He stared at the hole, looked at the other blue man, then collapsed. Too bad, Tony said, clenching his other fist. Feels like I'm beating up some cultural icons. The sound of footsteps running towards them was followed by 2 doors opening. Dozens more men with blue skin and bald heads came in. They were also holding laser guns. Tony sighed. Okay, this might be a little tough. The blue men started shooting. A few blasts hit his armor, and he felt the heat even through the advanced materials. Tony leapt sideways into the air, his boot repulsors pushing upwards, and fired back. Fellas, I know it's frustrating, living a life with blue balls, but there are better outlets. Dosti, a man cursed as a repulsor blast sent him flying, his armored vest apparently tougher than the last guy's. His friends shot back, 3 subsequent blasts sending Tony tumbling to the ground. He spun on the floor, metal on metal sending up sparks, before rolling to his feet and blasting with both hands, taking down 2 men before ducking behind cover. Smurf you too. Tony hid a grin. Even outnumbered by a bunch of super strong aliens with laser guns, he was still a master of snark. Steve Rogers / Captain America. Get to the crystals. Steve tossed his shield. The spinning disc smacked into the face of a centipede soldier, went spinning to the left where it snapped into the face of one of the blue men who had joined Hydra, then got back to Steve, who caught out of the air in time to block an axe from one of the other one. Filthy human, he roared in a deep voice. Weak, useless dash. Steve swung his shield out, easily overpowering the alien. As the soldier staggered back, Steve kicked his knee, snapping his leg back in a sickening crack. Yay! He finished him with an uppercut, then looked around. Back, now. You heard the captain. Frank Castle shouted, shooting his rifle while pulling a female soldier from where she'd stabbed a centipede soldier. Another explosion came nearby as the airstrike from the ships above them continued. Fall back to the crystals. Steve blocked lasers on his shield as they got behind one of the crystal structures Dial had made before he disappeared. Missiles from above smacked against the structures, shaking them and loosening the dirt they were dug into, but they would hold for now. Steve tossed his shield again, then grabbed a gun from a wounded soldier and lifted it. Frank and the female soldier took positions alongside Steve, and the 3 fired into the forest, screaming in unison. The Hydra soldiers and their alien allies came charging in. Steve reached a hand out and caught his returning shield in time to protect Frank and the woman from attack. Another soldier behind them fell to the ground, a portion of his head removed. Steve kept shooting, protecting who he could with his shield, even as more men died. Frank let out a sound like a vicious demon, bullets flying into the tough blue aliens before they overwhelmed them. Then, the sound of thunder, and Thor smashed into the ground between the 2 groups. Lightning crackled around him, his eyes glowing white. He rose to his feet and swung Mjolnir. Electricity snapped outwards, hitting Hydra and the aliens in front of him. For Midgard. Thor roared. Steve stepped out, shooting his gun again, then threw his shield. Thor. Seeing the shield coming his way, Thor twisted around and smashed Mjolnir into Captain America's shield. A shockwave of force, directed by the invincible shield, smacked Hydra and their allies aside like leaves in a storm. Any clue who these guys are? Steve asked Thor, catching his shield. Kree, Thor said. A warrior race, very strong. How did Strucker get these guys? Steve said, reloading his gun and tossing his shield. As the disc flew through the air, Steve shot at it, the bullets bouncing off it to hit several men around him at impossible angles. The scepter, Thor scowled. I will need to deal with this. Swinging Mjolnir around, Thor shot up into the air. Frank ran up to Steve, who gave him a nod. Captain America and the Punisher ran back into the War.X fought the enemy AI. They attacked with viruses, tried to delete him, flood his systems. He worked diligently, defending himself against their assaults. But even as he did, his physical body was moving. He stumped through the forest at high speed. A Hydra tank shot at him. X twisted out of the way of the blue plasma shot, then twisted to move in the direction. He sidestepped another shot, then slammed bodily into the tank. With a single heave, he sent the tank flipping through the air, then kept on running, ignoring the sound of the tank crashing into a platoon of Hydra soldiers. A missile came from the ships above. He analyzed how it would land, adjusted his gait so that he would avoid the explosion, and ran through the cloud of dirt and tree matter that followed the explosion. His target was ahead of him, the 3rd helicarrier. Of the ships, the Enterprise had survived the attack the best, the shield's Tony and jury rig had added to the ship allowing it to be more durable than normal. The Behemoth, with its more primitive armor, managed to survive simply by being tough and covered in metal. But the last helicarrier was an old model. A good ship, built with advanced technology for the time of its making. It was not made to survive the missiles the alien ships above had brought. It was slowly crashing to the ground, spitting out smoke. Quinjets and jets were lifting away from it, while jeeps and other vehicles were exiting hangars on the sides. The guns on the carrier were firing into the sky, fighting back. A group of fighters was harassing the helicarrier, like a group of flies attacking a slowly dying animal. The outdated vessel was trying to save its passengers, expending every resource it had. A blast from one of the destroyer ships exploded against the bridge of the ship, blowing the tower in half. Axe was still approaching when he suddenly stumbled. A particularly vicious virus had attacked the functions allowing him to control finer motor functions. He deleted the virus, sacrificing the programs he used to control things like blinking, small features only added to make his platform more approachable. All his focus would be on fighting. As he approached the ship, 2 people flew overhead. Hey, UX. He glanced up for a moment to see his allies. Deathloke, the man once known as Mike Peterson, flew on jets next to Songbird, aka Melissa Gold, who fluttered pink wings of sound. Yes, I am. You are my reinforcements. Yeah, Deathloke winced. Don't know how useful I'll be though. Jarvis is trying to fight off the AI flooding my systems, but dash. X linked up with Deathloke through the link in his cybernetics to aid him. Deathloke breathed a bit easier, then gave X a confused look. Thank you. So what's the plan? Songbird asked. I will be headed to a weapons cache I left on the helicarrier. You have a weapons cache there? Deathloke asked. Not just there. I left 16 across all 3 ships. This one was closest to me at the time of the assault, X explained helpfully as he parkoured over a log, then simply smashed a rock outcropping that was in his way. If you can. X spoke for a moment before realizing his speaker had been sabotaged. Working fast, he stole back control of the speaker and deleted the virus that had tried to hijack them. Apologies. I had a cough, X said, attempting for humor. If you both could cover my back, I believe I can deal with the fighters. A cough. You got jokes, huh? Deathloke said with a smile. I like him, Songbird said. Then they entered the clearing around the helicarrier. A pair of tanks were sitting in front of the massive vessel, defending those running from the downed ship. Someone shouted as a fighter ship roared past, firing on those below. Songbird let out a harmony, and a pink chain flew forth from her to wrap around one of the ship's wings, pulling the wing off and sending it tumbling down to the ground. X ran forward, crouched, and jumped upwards, landing on the deck of the helicarrier. His robotic feet bounced off the tarmac with a clunking sound, explosions surrounding him. Enemy Hydra soldiers and alien enemies were on the tarmac. They spun to fire upon the trio of heroes as they approached. X grabbed a hand cannon off his waist and began firing, killing one soldier with a headshot. Songbird and Deathloke hovered over him and began firing back as well, pink constructs of sound and micro-missiles firing from above. X was intercepted by a strange man in robes who attacked from the shadows with a single claw from his knuckles. X grabbed his wrist, crushed it, then kicked him between the legs, sending the man screeching over the edge of the helicarrier. Songbird came to a halt when a rocket launcher was aimed at her by a Hydra soldier. Singing a bar from an unknown song, a pink wall snapped into place in front of the rocket launcher just as it fired, the ensuing explosion killing the wielder of the rocket launcher. Running and gunning, they made their way to a section of the helicarrier where the tarmac had a metal door embedded into the floor. X kneeled down. So, do you need to put in a password or dash? Songbird said. X slammed his hands into the door, forcing it to part with a sound of screeching metal. Oh, that's efficient. I would think so. X reached into the box that the door had been protecting. After some rummaging, he rose to his feet. Holy shit, Deathloke said, gaping at him. Those are big, Songbird gulped. Yes, but I must admit, X lifted the 2 guns in each hand high. I worry female robots will think I'm overcompensating. The guns in his hands were based on other anti-aircraft weapons and several anime X had watched recently. They weighed around 907 kilograms, with 2 long autocannons belt-fed from 2 large ammunition boxes X placed on his back with some iron straps. He looked like quite the sight. A large and stocky robot, carrying 2 square steel boxes half his size on his back, with giant guns in his hands fitted with ammo belts carrying bullets as large as Coke bottles. If you could prevent the enemy soldiers from interfering. X adjusted his grip on his guns. With his programming under fire from the various AI and viruses attacking him, he was forced to do this manually. Very well. X pointed his guns in the sky and pulled the triggers. A sound like the roar of an ancient god came forth, and red flashes of light crossed the sky. X took the recoil of the cannons and took down a fighter ship up above with a storm of bullets. Light flashed across his metal face, blue eyes glowing grimly. Up above, balls of flame-colored green, red, and blue began to fill the sky. Deathloke and Songbird unleashed hell around them, but X ignored them. As bullets fell around his feet, and he brought down every alien vessel he could, the battle was just picking up. Mahmoud Shaft/Dial. I fired my laser eye at an enemy ship, forced the ship I was attached to stop firing at the behemoth and deleted another enemy AI. God. I wanted to scream. I was fighting a war on 3 fronts, mental and physical. I needed a different method of attack. Taking over this ship was possible, but it was going to take time. I had to go inside. As I came to that realization, I sent out a call. This is Dial to all points. I'm going to invade the lead ship. Are there any Avengers who can come to my position and help? All you had to do was ask, bud. The familiar voice brought me a sense of relief. Creel. Dial, I'm opening a portal under you. Phantasma. A portal below me. I let go of the ship, dropping down into it. Creel caught me as I fell, holding me up as I landed on the forest floor. Whoa, Creel stared at me. I was much goopier than I usually was in upgrade form, feeling exhausted. You okay? I will be, I said tiredly. I looked between them. Creel was in his vibranium form, looking scuffed. His clothes had evaporated at some point, leaving him in just a pair of barely there pants. Phantasma was looking tired as well, her face muddy with ash. Okay, that ship up there, I pointed at the one in particular. It's got the best weapons in that fleet, and I got the sense when I was attached to it that whoever was in charge of it is a big boss. Some guy named Kovas. We take him down, we strike a massive blow against these assholes. Can't you just upgrade and take it over? Creel asked me. I tried. The damn thing is filled with junky AI, like they gave their computer meth and told it to fight to the death. I scowled. But if we go in dash. I understand, Phantasma said. She turned and raised her blasting rod, the metal wand she'd created as a magical focus. With a wave, a round portal came into existence. She smiled at us. So, my friends, shall we? Yeah, Creel smashed his fists together and grinned. I could use some revenge. I felt the same way. A lot of people had died in this battle. We needed to stop them. If I lost one of my friends, I pushed the thought away. We had to save them. That was it. And once the ships were done, Laura, Trip, Sharon, the hostages who were also brainwashed to kill us, they waited in that base. But we couldn't get to the base until the ships were done. I tapped the Omnitrix. In a flash of green, I changed into my jury rig form. Let's disassemble them? For our friends. Oh no, Creel said when he realized who I had turned into. I cackled as I entered the portal, falling down several feet to land on top of Kovas' ship, whoever that was. As the chill air surrounded me, I dug my fingers into the alien metal and began ripping my way into it. Disassemble, disassemble. How can you do that? Phantasma asked as I tore my way through, Creel landing beside her. I thought you don't have super strength in this form. I don't. I pulled out some kinda gooey wires and contemplated them. After chewing them and getting a taste for the odd flavor, I decided they would work. I'm just stubborn. Should you beating that shit? Creel asked, kneeling down to help me rip into the ship. I'm making a dish. I need to taste my ingredients. Okay, by now, the hole I'd been digging was about as tall as I was. I scrambled out of it, putting together something from the components I was borrowing. Phantasma, can you blow a hole in there? It offends me when you doubt my abilities. She quirked ruby red lips and lifted a hand. Eldritch power flowed across her fingers, violet fire under her command before she pointed at the hole Creel and I had dug into the ship. The beam of fire smashed through the final layer of metal, creating a hole in the top of the ship. I'm going in first. Creel dropped into the ship, landing hard. Phantasma and I followed. There, in a dim hallway right out of a sci-fi movie, Creel was stood tall in front of us. In front of him was the army. About a dozen guys, all big, all wearing dark robes, and all with steel blades sticking out of their claws. The Omnitrix glowed yellow for a moment, scanning them, but I was focused on what I was making. I jumped onto Creel's shoulder as I finished making it. He and I shared a look. Think you can get me some of those claws? I asked. Could use some ammo. He blinked. Then he smirked evilly, looking over at the aliens. Oh my, Phantasma's eyes glimmered, magic in the air. You are in trouble. I raised my gun high, cackling. Oh, yeah. Ryuk, the alien soldiers rushed us, and Creel and Phantasma crouched and got ready. The first guy to reach us stabbed at Creel. Creel did a quick block, gave the guy a sweet 1-2 combo that knocked him out, then grabbed the claws in his hands and pulled. Poor guy woke up as the claws were ripped out of him in a spray of blood. Gaya, the guy screamed before Creel kicked him in the face, then passed the claws to me. Thanks, as I adjusted the magazine in my gun to match my new ammo while Phantasma stepped forward and raised a mandala shield to block a claw, then raised her other hand to blast her opponent away, ducking under another soldier's attack to let Creel punch that guy away. When another soldier flipped through the air to land in front of us, he froze before a gun barrel pointed at his face. My razor-sharp teeth flashed as I pumped it like a shotgun. Bang! With a pull of the trigger, a twisted claw blade shot from my gun and shot through the skull of the alien. He staggered back as the claw continued its path, headed for his companions behind him. One guy dodged the unorthodox bullet, moving to come toward us. He didn't see the claw he dodged slow down in midair, then fly back the way it came. He probably felt it when the claw went through the back of his neck though. He fell to the ground as the claw completed its journey through the air to enter the bottom port on my gun. Magnets, I said evilly. How do they even work? Then I fired twice more, each claw flying into the crowd, before dropping to one of the bodies on the ground to get more ammo. Creel and Phantasma pushed forward. The aliens, seeing what was happening, took out vials of black liquid and started downing them. Once they did, their speed and strength seemed to increase. Creel parried a claw slash on his elbow, pounded his arm down on the guy's shoulder so he fell to the floor, then grabbed him by his belt and tossed him up to hit the ceiling. Phantasma spun around Creel and created a violet flame sword from her blasting rod, wielding it like a lightsaber in her right hand. A mandala snapped to life in her left hand as another screaming lunatic ran at her. She blocked a stab with her left hand, wincing at the strength behind it, then blocked the guy's other hand with her magic lightsaber. With how Phantasma usually acted, a confident but sweet woman with a love of magic, it was easy to forget how disturbing her magic could be. When the lightsaber touched the hand of the soldier trying to attack her, it didn't slice through. Instead, the fire began digging into him. He stared at his hand, horrified, as what seemed like dozens of tiny violet bugs made of flame began to eat at his flesh. I cut him off with a single shot, the round piercing through him, before another shot, and another. Creel bulldozed forward while Phantasma shot magic around him. Meanwhile, I grabbed another claw from one of the bodies on the floor, then ripped out a section of console from the wall. I then ran up to Creel, jumped on his metal back, then up into the air, firing down into the crowd while falling. I landed on a crazed soldier's face and fired a bolt into his head. As he fell, I rolled on the floor and came up crouching, firing at the waists of those in front of me. One alien dodged a shot to kick me in the side. I smacked into the wall, pain radiating from my side, but raised my gun to shot him in the shoulder, Phantasma pushing him back with a magical blast. Creel stepped forward again, parrying and blocking blows on his vibranium arms before smashing guys with tight well-practiced blows. There was something almost poetic about it. The sweet science, the boxing techniques he'd learned in a dusty old gym in the middle of Hell's Kitchen, being used to fight on an alien ship for the fate of Earth. Uppercuts, crosses, and knockout punches flew fast and furious. Fantasma and I followed in his wake. I leaped from wall to floor, to wall, using my tiny body and quick agility to fire bolts and insane angles. My mind worked overtime, planning out the best positions to be, not just for the bolts I was firing, but also for the bolts that were returning. The soldiers we fought often dodged a blade from one direction only for my quick tactics to put them in line for another or returning bolt. And even as the three of us fought, I was still thinking up the next thing to make. Fix. I slapped the console piece wires against the claws I was stealing and began winding them together. Fix, fix, fix. Gemma Simmons. Gemma's eyes opened. For a moment, she didn't register what she was seeing. A large orange-colored mandala was floating above her. She stared blearily, then coughed heavily when her body decided to painfully eject the dust that had entered her lungs. Confused, she struggled to her feet. Whatever had hit the behemoth had done a hell of a lot of damage. The roof had caved in places, fires had erupted along the walls, wires hung out of walls and sparked. Gemma coughed, then reached for someone who had fallen out of a bed. She lifted the poor man off the floor with a scream of pain, then carefully lowered the man to the bed. She reached for a medical card and pulled it over, mentally cataloging his wounds. "This is Gemma Simmons in the Behemoth Medical Wing," she said, hoping the quantum radio Stark gave her was still working. "I need a report on the damage the ship has taken. We've taken multiple casualties. I need a full report and a record of who is still able to help the wounded." The man's arm was broken, but not bleeding. She ignored it to focus on the massive slash across his abdomen, cleaning it with alcohol and covering his body with her own, to keep more dust from falling into the wound. A warm red light floated over her, helping her in her task. "You are tougher than you look, young lady." Gemma looked over at Agatha Harkness, coughing out another bit of wet dust. Agatha Harkness looked almost completely unfazed. While the world around her was burning, the fire that came near faded to nothing. She had a bright red mandala floating above her, keeping any rubble from falling. She was missing her right sleeve, but looked otherwise fine. "Have you seen any other survivors?" Gemma asked her. "Yes. However, I'm afraid I first had to deal with several intruders." Agatha looked over her shoulder. Gemma snapped her gaze behind her. On the floor beside a massive hole in the wall, sat 5 men. 2 of them were passed out on the wall. One was staring openly at the ceiling, laid on the floor with a blank look on his face. The last 2 were openly weeping, one of them in the fetal position. "They apparently wanted to kill those here while we were weakened," Agatha scoffed. Gemma sealed the cut on the man's chest with some bandages, glancing up at Agatha. "What did you do to them?" "Sent them into a mirror world. One where men confront the truth within themselves, the horrors they brought on others magnified and turned in on themselves, hunted by their own desires, fears, and rage as they scream for eternity in a mere moment." Agatha smirked. "The last time I did it was while I went abroad and had to teach someone a lesson. I think he used it as inspiration for one of those newfangled video games. He was far braver than I assumed at first." "Really?" Gemma rose to her feet, Agatha helping her. The 2 women began walking, trying to get to the next problem. "Oh yes. I believe it was called Silent Hill." Gemma blanched, flickering her gaze back to the men, one of which was screaming silently now. Before she could ask any more questions, she was interrupted by a sound from their earpieces. "This is Melody Kuzuma. I have a man with a broken back here. I need help." Gemma touched a finger to her earpiece. "This is Gemma with Agatha Harkness. We're on our way. Put up a beacon so all teams can join up on you." "Oh, on it," Melody said. "That's an order." All survivors link up on Melody's beacon. "This fight isn't over yet." Agatha gave Gemma a smile, then continued to help her along. They found their way to a clearing, where dozens of people were gathered. Several soldiers ringed the area, guarding the patients and doctors. "Dr. Simmons," one doctor said, rushing over. "Are you okay? "Yes, now help people who need it." Gemma shoved the man aside and rushed to a computer at a hobbling pace. She quickly tapped at it, bringing up the holoscreen displaying the behemoth's status. She ignored the large amount of red spots indicating damage, as well as the alerts that the ship's weapons were firing at high speed, and instead focused on the running tally of available supplies. "Gemma," she looked up to see Melody, who was wrapping bandages around a man's head. "Otto needs you. I'll be right there to help him with the patient." "He is the patient," Melody said. Gemma stared at her, only now realizing Melody was covered in blood in places where her clothes had been shredded. Signs of immense healing. "What happened?" Gemma asked. "His back is broken," Melody half snarled. "I don't have any more of my serum, and I need extra supplies to work on him." "Let's do it then." Gemma snapped a hand to the side, grabbed a laptop, and nodded to Melody, who finished bandaging. "Come on." The Komodo woman and British doctor walked as one to their next patient. Clint Barton/Hawkeye. Allies, targets, enemies, inconsequential. Barton kept those in mind as he flitted across the battlefield. It was something a Japanese assassin with a Thompson contender once taught him. He tried not to think of things in such absolutes. But then and there, in a battlefield covered in powerful soldiers, he was unintentionally following that adage. Allies were the people actively helping his cause. The Avengers fell into that. Hawkeye sped past Nomad and Mockingbird at one point, the 2 fighters back to back as they battled. Nomad broke the neck of one of the blue aliens that had joined the battle, only to stagger when another one punched him in the face. Mockingbird hit the offending blue alien with an electric baton, forcing him back enough for Bucky to fill his stomach with bullets. They weren't losing, but numbers were against them. Hawkeye, sitting in the shadows of a pine tree's branches, pulled out his bow and sighted on the aliens surrounding his friends. Initially, they had been enemies. Tougher, capable of taking arrow after arrow without dying. Not as invulnerable as the Hydra Hulks running around, but tough. Hawkeye was holding 3 arrows in his hand, 2 of them in the palm and one that he placed to his bow. He pulled back, fired, pulled back, fired, pulled back, fired. The process took less than a second, the arrows hitting 3 aliens at once. The ends of them were covered in a chemical derived from Goop's chemical makeup, making sure that they were attached to each alien's neck. Then, as the aliens staggered in surprise, the breaching charges within the arrows exploded, carving out gaping holes in their necks. The difference between enemies and targets was simply how easy it was to take them out. A few other aliens spun around to shoot at his position, but Hawkeye was already leaping into the air, his cloak snapping out behind him to allow him to glide along the wind. He fired 4 more arrows this time, all flashbangs. The blinded and deafened aliens would prove to be far easier for Nomad and Mockingbird to deal with, but Hawkeye wasn't focused on that. He kept moving, rushing along through the forest, taking out targets of opportunity, aiding allies, and ignoring what was inconsequential or far too powerful for him to take down, though he did sometimes work to inconvenience the latter. He was rarely noticed, but his effects could be seen. When an enemy tank's turret was eaten through by a Kadam arrow, when a commander died from a blow to the heart, when a group was left devastated. Men, women, and monsters on both sides died. For all the Avengers tried to help, for every arrow that Barton fired, nothing could stop that. His heart felt for them. But his goal was not the battle. As Clint Barton wreaked havoc, his thoughts remained on his main objective. He needed to get there soon. And at the right moment, when they least expected him, he would fire his shot. Kovas. How far have they gotten? Kovas asked one of his men, watching on a camera as his men rushed through the halls of his ship. They're almost here. One of his men snarled. There were 16 men in the room, all of them working at the controls or preparing for the breach. Kovas narrowed his eyes as he stared at the screen before him, his mind rushing through possibilities. Dial, Creel, and Phantasma were in his ship, causing chaos. Carl Creel was in front, taking the appearance of a man made of metal, taking the claws of Remorath soldiers with barely a scratch before punishing them with insanely powerful blows, his metal fists breaking bones. The foul magic user was using him as a shield while blasting beams of pure violet energy from her palms, eyes alight with dark power and sickening energy. Dial had taken the form of a small red alien, firing blades from a weapon nearly his own size. As a blade sliced into one of his soldiers, Kovas snarled. Our own weapons. He makes a mockery of our traditions. Kovas snapped his head to the side. Tell them to take the odium, and prepare the ship for our final plan. Once, before Strucker, his soldiers might have momentarily hesitated before following his orders. But now, their minds had been awakened to a new purpose by Lord Strucker. Kovas breathed deeply, taking in the sensation of his master in the back of his mind, forever blessing him with strength and wisdom beyond his lowly station. Yes, the 3 Avengers would arrive soon. And when they did, they would realize how futile their rebellion truly was. Maria Hill/Director of Bridge. What the hell is that? Buckler asked, staring at camera footage of a Tesla tank. Maria barely noticed General Greshkov walking over to him. She was instead focused on her conversation with General Lo Qian, though she could still overhear the others. Ah, that would be one of our Tesla tanks, Greshkov said proudly. The general had a gruff smile on his face. Created by Crimson Dynamo? More advanced than any tank ever made. As if to prove his point, one of the tanks fired a blast of pure lightning at one of the Hydra Hulks. The female Gamma monster screeched in agony, reeling back under the assault before another massive green figure, this one the real Hulk, dropped out of the sky to knock her out with a punch. Packs a wallop, Buckler said reluctantly. Still, give me a regular bullet any day. Oh really? Greshkov pointed at a different screen. There, an M1 Abrams could be seen blasting laser fire at a small group of aliens, trading fire with yellow blasts of energy. Buckler grumbled a bit. Then he looked at the other screens while Maria and Lo Qian joined him. We're losing? That was true. Despite all they were doing to Hydra's forces, they were taking a pounding. The problem was the alien ships. The gamma mutates running around were an issue, as were the actual aliens and their weaponry. But the ships flying about right then were the real issue. The Enterprise had to focus its full power on firing back at the 3 vessels above while their fighters buzzed about, battling the various heroes and aircraft Bridge had brought to the fight. The Behemoth had taken tremendous damage, the Enterprise's own defenses were taking a pounding, and the missiles and laser blasts hitting the battlefield were causing casualties beyond what they could absorb. Dial's diamond head crystals were working for shelter, but it wouldn't be enough. It's okay, Maria said, narrowing her eyes. The reinforcements have arrived. She raised a hand and a new holoscreen appeared. It displayed the mountains on the sides of the battlefield. She twisted her hand and the screen zoomed in. Greshkov and Buckler gaped at the sight. A tank. But a tank the size of a 2-story building. 3 of them, rolling down the mountains. They dwarfed the soldiers beside them, the treads higher than the jeeps rolling next to them. The turret on top had 2 cannons, one on either side, giving the tanks appearance of an enraged group of animals of steel plowing down the forest. The fuck is that? Buckler asked. The Overlord Mark I, Lo Qian said with a slow smile, eyes alight with a dark glee. The cannons of the frontmost tank fired. 2 barrels bigger than anything Maria had seen not mounted on a battleship swung upwards and roared. The rounds smashed into an alien fighter plane, sending it careening from the sky. It was possible that the alien metal the ship was made of could withstand the shots. But sheer weight and force of the shots put physics in the tank's favor. The ship tore apart before smashing into the forest floor. The tanks were so distracting that one might have not noticed the army that surrounded them at first. Soldiers and vehicles from all across the world, wearing the symbols of their nation, firing as they rushed into the battlefield, challenging aliens and superhumans as an army. Thor and She-Hulk dropped in to join them, while Scarlet Witch floated above. Yeah, put some of our units in to join the reinforcements. Buckler, a soldier to the core, had recovered his surprise, and was now speaking to the commander of the United States tank units. Greshkov speaking into his own comm while Chernobyl flew in to join Thor and She-Hulk. Greshkov met eyes with Lo Qian, who gave him a smug smile that the Russian returned with a reluctant nod of acknowledgement. Form up on those Chinese super tanks. We need them intact to engage the other big enemy flyers and heavy units. Reinforcements aren't enough to guarantee a win, Maria thought to herself with a small smile. But it's a start. Still, Maria's eyes panned upwards as one of the super tanks took down another alien fighter before it was swarmed by more. Beyond them, the alien destroyer vessels loomed like gods over the battlefield. The Enterprise shook beneath her feet as it traded fire, reports flashing across the bridge displaying the damage they were taking. She looked over at Natasha. Have Dial's team and Tony made any progress on taking down the ships? Not yet, Natasha said grimly from the console she was working at. And anyone who can help is going to take a bit. Then we'll keep the ships busy, Maria said. Internally, however, she wasn't sure how long they could survive doing it. Mahmoud Dial. My gun was getting big. I ripped out another section of wall and expertly placed it along my gun, stitching it into the main battery. The hall behind me was already littered in parts of ship, dead bodies of these aliens we were fighting, and small bits of magical energy. I probably should have been more worried about the bodies. I may have gotten more hardened as time passed, but killing still left a disgusting feeling in me. But as jury rig, my mind was naturally inclined to ignore that sort of thing. To see it not as something sad, but as a fact of life that didn't matter as much as the next great invention. I wasn't crueler as jury rig or anything, but it did make it easier to focus on my job. I lifted my gun, now more of a rocket launcher, and pointed it forward, just over Creel's head as he right-crossed an alien. With a pull of the trigger, a large round ball of twisted spikes stuck to my Magnamato 5BIL trademark spat out of the barrel of my weapon. He. I giggled as I watched it bounce behind the group of enemies in front of us. The ball briefly glowed a bright yellow. Then it released a pulse, sending the spikes across it out at lightning speed. I laughed in glee, chills across my red skin, as the spikes sliced through the aliens to ricochet off the walls and bounce right back into them again. Ha 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 ha. Phantasma face-palmed. You are enjoying this too much. Creel smashed another man to the ground, the last of the people in our way. At least we know we're going the right way, he said, his voice reverberating a bit as his words left vibranium lungs. More bad guys is a good thing. Like in video games, Phantasma said with a smile as we started running again. I hopped onto Creel, sitting on his shoulder as we ran. We turned a corner and saw a room at the far end of the hall with a window beyond displaying the battlefield below. The bridge. Creel and Phantasma started running, while I pointed my gun down the hall. Just as we reached the middle of the hall, a side panel opened next to Phantasma. A large arm wrapped around her neck and pulled her into the dark room, the panel sliding shut behind her. Creel slid to a stop as I felt a chill run up my spine. Fuck, Phantasma, I shouted, bouncing to the floor and landing in front of the panel. Beyond the door, I heard her scream. I grabbed onto the wall and began ripping it apart. Come on, disassemble you fucking wall. Hold on. Creel punched the door, ripping into the wall next to me. We heard a sound beyond the door. That sound. It felt like a nightmare. It seemed to call out to the deep instinct in all living things that cry out in fear, smothered all hope. Creel punched the door harder, and I dug deeper, shredding metal and wires apart. We're coming. Then, the sound of masculine screaming. A noise like flesh being ripped asunder. As I ripped through a final inch of metal, a beam of light sliced over my head. A voice I barely recognized as Phantasma roared. In a burst of panic, Creel and I shredded the door apart, and stared at what we found beyond. Phantasma stepped out of the room, shock in her eyes. Her arms were covered in blood up to her elbows, some of it black with that strange liquid the alien soldiers had been using to boost their strength. Her dress had been ripped to near shreds, leaving it near useless. She stared at us. Then she scowled. Come on. Are you okay? What I said. Not now, she shouted, prowling past us. We need to get this done. Creel and I watched her, then looked into the room. After a second, we ran to follow her. But the inside of that room, it looked like hell. The fires that burned in there, the bodies. I pushed it in the back of my mind for later. But for the first time in a while, I was scared for Phantasma. We smashed into the bridge of the ship like an avalanche. The soldiers within started shooting at us, with human guns and alien rifles, which surprised me. Not enough that I didn't start shooting back. Avengers, the clear leader shouted as he turned to look at us. He was tall, with the appearance of black man in a way dope leather coat and a sweet scar on his face just beside one of his eyes. I'd like to say I recognized him as the leader because of his demeanor, charisma, or the badass claws that appeared as he swung his arms out. In truth, it was because I'd seen an actor similar to him appear a bunch of times before. Important people being portrayed by actors in this universe was kind of a rule. What's up, bad guys? I fired a spike grenade round, the projectile exploding against a wall. The leader surprised me by deflecting the projectiles on his claw. Creel stepped forward to punch at Kovas, who blocked the fist on one of his claws. The tall man snarled. I am Kovas, the leader of the Remorath. Follower of Strucker, he spun and swiped at Creel, his claws bouncing off the larger man's skin, leaving small trails of pale silver where Creel's skin shifted a bit to match Kovas' claws. And your destroyer. Creel grabbed his arm on the next claw swipe and kicked Kovas, sending him sliding along the floor. Yeah, I'm Creel, an Avenger. And that's the only title in this room that matters. Show off, I chuckled, rushing to the center of the room. Off to the side, I could see what jury rig recognized as a teleportation device of some sort, but I ignored that to focus on the main console. I began working at it, ignoring my powerful instincts to tear it apart to instead rip apart my gun and attach various ports to it. Phantasma blasted a guy who tried to attack me while I worked. Okay, my gun was made from, what had Kovas called themselves, Remorath? Remorath parts. So they naturally had bits of the ship's code floating in them. So if I combined the pieces the right way, I could turn this ship on its fellow ships. Tony. I shouted into my comm unit as I worked. I'm taking over the controls of the ship we're on. Which one did you hop on? The one with the weird spinning garbage on it, Tony said, the sound of lasers in the background. Tony Stark/Iron Man. Moments earlier, a Kree soldier swung his battle axe at Tony. He parried it off his gauntlet, then fired a repulsor at the guy's chest, sending him flying, before he ducked under a laser blast, rising up to give the guy shooting at him a blast with both palms. Then Tony looked around. What the hell are these things spinning for? He said, eyeing the gigantic wheels poking out of the floors and spinning continuously. Likely for some form of power generation, but they were massively exposed in this large room. He'd gotten a good handle on the ship by now. Sure, the place was a little out of his depth at first. Smart as Tony was, he still had a bit before he could catch up to alien tech. Give him a couple weeks. But the main thing that worked against him was the culture. The ship wasn't designed by humans, so it didn't have any of the sort of aesthetics that could have given Tony easy clues for where everything was. Still, he had gotten a good crash course. Enough to know. This thing looks like a shitty Dracula castle. Tony floated off the ground, speeding through the halls. Seriously, all black hallways? You guys really leaned into the evil empire shit. As he mused that, his eyes traced along the walls. He found an opening in the floor and floated down, soon hovering in a new area of the ship. Okay, so, these power lines lead over to this room, of weird spikes coming down from the ceiling. It was true. There was a walkway going along the room right down the middle. On either side of the walkway, dozens of long round spikes came down. Tony walked up to one, noting the line around the bottom, and pulled it. It opened up and lowered, a cylinder sliding out from the main pylon to reveal a series of wires and chips held in a glass canister surrounded by green energy. Huh. Looks important. Tony thought about that for a long moment. Then he raised his fist and punched the green glass. The material shattered, spilling green energy and circuits everywhere. Without any software running on his armor, Tony had no way to read energy readings, so he had no real proof to prove what he'd done had an effect except the loud warning alarm. Still, that was enough for him. Let's make some fireworks. Tony raised his arms and started shooting. Repulsor blasts smashed apart the spikes, destroying them in bunches. He smirked within his suit as he heard the ship beginning to scream, alarms ringing throughout. How about that? Now, if these things were attached to this section of the ship, then up above must have been. He raised his hands up and shot the ceiling, flying up into the hole he'd created. Dozens of Kree, several of them pressing frantically at consoles that were no longer working, stared at him. How's it going, guys? Tony said, landing on the ground with a grin under his helmet. Mind showing me Papa Smurf? Kill him, one of the Kree shouted, an older one with black makeup around his eyes. Tony shot that guy. Lasers started firing soon after. Tony fired back as he flew upwards, taking the high ground. He took a few blasts, scarring his armor further, but kept shooting back, grunting. As he fought, Dial's voice filled his ears. Tony, I'm taking over the controls of the ship we're on. Which one did you hop on? The one with the weird spinning garbage on it, Tony said over the sound of lasers. I'm about to take it out. How about you? I'm going to redirect the weapons on this thing on every bad guy in the sky I can, Dial said in that weird caffeinated voice he had whenever he was jury rig. Nice. Tony took down another Kree soldier, then was hit by a big beam of energy. He cursed in pain at the rise in heat. Ever since he'd fought against the Chitauri, those extremist guys and the Melter, all his suits had been more and more hardened against laser weapons and high heat attacks, but enough hits would still mess with his suit. Tony grit his teeth however, and dropped down to punch a soldier in the face, taking a battle axe attack that skittered across his shoulders with a loud screeching noise. He spun to kick the battle axe guy, grabbed his axe as the blue man went flying back, and tossed the axe at another man before enough fire started hitting him that he had to take cover behind a console. Well, I'm gonna be a bit, Tony said with an odd sense of calm. So let me know when you're about to bring the heat. Okay, Gremlins 3. Mahmoud Shaft/dial. I grinned at that. Don't worry, we got this. Kovas and Creel smashed into a wall together. The tall black man had that black liquid running through him now, his lips soaked in it. His version must have had an extra kick, because he was giving Creel a way better fight than he should have been. Phantasma had erected a wall of fire in front of the door, firing blast after blast of weird magic powers. Meanwhile, I had my own fight. The system was raging against me. I dragged the teleporter over and tore it apart to smash together with the central console, wires, metal, and clear material mashed into a makeshift computer just for me. A computer that was fighting what had to be about 100 crazy AI at once. What the hell did they do to this thing? Torture a bunch of normal AI until they all broke. I winced. That might be what they did. Fuck. That had to be it. I could see it in the code as I fought the AI, sending a wide stream of cat videos, DuckTales episodes, and porn in to distract and fight back while trying to take control. There was a desperation to their antics. The kind you didn't tend to see outside of victims of abuse. Hydra just. Whatever. I pushed my anger aside to focus. I was about to get full control of the ship. Once done, I'd be able to shoot down the fighter ships that were out. Heed my words, you are 025 Abomi, heed my words. I stopped my thought process when the computer I was at started screaming through the speakers. What the hell? What is it? Phantasma asked me, looking at me with eyes of pure violet power. The AI in the system have stopped fighting me, but they're starting to shift the controls for the reactor. Await my sentence. I'm not awaiting shit, what are you doing? I said to the computer. Bringing your final judgment. Kovas said as he struggled with Creel, more black spit leaving his mouth. What does that mean? Creel asked me. Phew. I stared at the screen before me. The AI. They were messing with the reactor for the ship all right. They were trying to make it. It's a self-destruct sequence. I shouted back at Creel, who let go of Kovas to give him a jab, then leapt up and Superman punched him across the chin. They want to take us out with them? Creel asked. Not us, Kovas laughed, eyes glowing that bright blue all people mind controlled by the scepter displayed. Strucker's bunker will survive. And in the ashes of our sacrifice, a new age will dash. Creel picked him up and spun around, tossing him through the windows of the bridge. They cracked at the impact, Kovas letting out a gasp of agony. Creel walked up to him and punched him across the face, knocking him out. Can you stop it? Phantasma asked me. Not in the next minute. I grabbed a set of wires and shoved them into another part of the console, trying to redirect the AI. Come on you daft bastards, you can't be so far gone dash. A bunch of sparks exploded from the console, and the lights began to flicker. I felt my heart sink. I would survive the explosion. Phantasma and Creel might. Hulk, Thor, Jen, they could survive. But so many more would die. If this ship went off, it would be an explosion that would dwarf the Tsar Bomba. At least 120 megatons of TNT worth. And I couldn't stop it. Not in time. I could absorb a portion of the explosion as NRG or feedback, but not enough to keep people from dying. I had to take out the ship in its entirety, all at once. If I could destroy the whole thing before the AI could set off a controlled reactor explosion, I could turn a super nuke into a normal explosion. But it had to be physical in nature. Based on the readings, an energy attack might set it off. I grabbed the Omnitrix symbol, taking a deep breath. I needed a form that could destroy the entire ship in one solid physical blow. Maybe Diamond Head could do it. Make a crystal big enough to smash the whole thing at once. Long shot, but I had to try something. How can we stop this? Creel asked me, as red lights snapped on. The reactor began to go critical. One big hit. The entire ship at once. I pressed the Omnitrix, praying. Not for myself, but for the soldiers below that we were trying to save. There was a green flash. Crystals grew over my back, coming from my own body. My eyes and red skin shifted colors as my blood was replaced with a silicone carbon fluid. I felt my organs become thousands of times more durable. I took a deep breath. And then, I started to grow. It all happened in less than a second, but to me it felt like it was happening in slow motion. I felt a long tail sprout from my spine. My hands become long and savage claws. I wrapped Phantasma and Creel in my hands as I continued to grow. What the foo dash? Creel shouted before I grew too large for the bridge, smashing up through the ceiling. The entire ship shuddered, the front beginning to lean down as it fought against my ever-growing weight. Dial. Phantasma shouted up at me. I didn't answer. I was trying to understand what I was becoming. My mouth opened, and a noise left my body. Scree, I reared back, sonic waves visibly shaking the air. The ship tore apart before my roar, metal shattering and flying off in hurricane force winds, the mountain behind it shaking as the sonic waves blasted it. I felt more power enter the roar, my entire body on fire, the crystals on my back resonating and increasing my power. The ship shattered like glass, tearing apart. Hallways flew apart. Remorath soldiers went flying. Explosions went off only to be smothered out. And we fell to the forest below. I landed just a second later. The ground shattered under my bulk. cratering underneath me, trees splintering under my clawed feet, dust, ice, and shattered stone rising into the air as I gazed upon the land around us as pieces of the destroyed Remorath ship fell around us, a rain of fire that flickered light across my violet crystalline form. The forest was up to my ankles. I towered over the hills around me. I opened one of my palms. Creel and Phantasma stared at me. I could barely make out their faces, they looked like moving D&D statuettes in my palm. But I could hear Phantasma as she called up to me. Vhat, her Russian accent got a bit stronger as she stared up at me. Ruuyuyu, I rumbled, my voice echoing and blowing her hair back. Can't talk in this form. Not human language at least. But then, I didn't need to. I looked up at the ships that were left. Tony had said he went into that one with the spinning sections. The other one, more of a traditional warship, turned slowly to face me, missiles coming off of it to shoot towards me. I opened my mouth. Scree-u-er-n-k. In front of me, the trees and stones below were blown apart. The missiles shattered. The sound of my voice struck the ship with crippling force, cracking the side of it. I released another blast, turning the air into a weapon, and ripped the ship in front of me apart. As the ship fell apart, as my voice's echo began to fade and the battlefield gazed up at me, I felt like a titan. I stared down at myself, still holding Creel and Phantasma gently in my hand. My eyes widened, a sound like stones tumbling down a mountain as I inspected myself. Good lord. I was kaiju-sized. No, more than that. I looked, well, with crystals, yeah, but... My tail waved back and forth, sending gusts of wind up. My mouth opened, teeth as large as Hulk grinding. I wanted to laugh. Instead, well, yeah, I knew what I had to do. I took a step to widen my stance. My tail snapped behind me. I reared my head back and released a cry I'd heard thousands of times before, the clouds above blowing away and allowing the sun to shine down on me. My rage, my joy at this new power, echoed across the landscape. Maria Hill/Director of Bridge. When were you going to tell us we had fucking Godzilla on our team? Buckler shouted in shock. Maria took in the sight of Dial. The Omnitrix symbol glowing in the center of his chest made that clear. But the rest of him was just. He was enormous. Bigger than the ships around him. Except for the ones he'd taken out without a single problem. If I'd known he could do that, Maria said slowly, we'd have opened up with that? Baron Wolfgang von Strucker/leader of Hydra. In the middle of his base, standing in a large amphitheater, Strucker stared at the 8-foot screen in front of him. Around him, scientists and soldiers were staring at the same screen. He cocked his head to the side as he watched Dial stretch his head back. The sound that came from the crystal giant echoed in the base, shaking the concrete beneath his feet. Holy shit, Strucker chuckled, shaking his head. He looked to his right. Laura looked back at him, still as dull as ever. It seems your father still has many surprises. He chuckled again, turning and walking away. Begin plans for when they invade the base. No need for subtlety now, clearly. I want Zola's creations released, and we dash. His voice faded away. He never saw Laura look back at the screen. She stared at it as the ground continued to shake. The echoing voice of a monster reverberated through her body, her blood, right into her crystal bones. Tony Stark/Iron Man. Tony fired another repulsor shot, ducking around a laser blast, then flying upwards to zoom around a pillar, firing another pair of blasts. Now I know guys, you come to Earth, see what we've done with politics, food, and porn, and you get convinced we're gonna be easy to beat, right? He got hit by 2 blasts of energy, sending him back. He winced at the scars that left in his armor, but kept moving, shooting another repulsor blast. But the thing is about us Avengers, we're all dumb. Even a genius like me. We're just too stupid to quit when we should know better. He punctuated that comment by blasting one more Kree soldier, then crouching under an errant blade coming for his head. While fighting the Blue Man Group, Tony heard a sound like thunder in the distance. An explosion followed that immense sound, shaking the ship around them. But he was way more interested in the sight of his HUD suddenly coming to life. Mr. Stark, you are back online. Tony smirked. How about that? His suit came alive. And he clenched his fists as the software connected to it read his intent and fired. A massive blast left his chest, smashing into the ceiling. He clenched his teeth and directed the unibeam as best as he could, forcing it to come down. The ship shook. Someone screamed. He ignored them, forcing more and more power out until his chest began to heat. Warning signs began to shout inside his suit as the unibeam ripped through the alien ship. Jarvis. Ready when you are, sir. The back of his suit opened. Tony leaped out of it, spinning and rushing for the window, leaping into the open air. Behind him, the Iron Man suit began to glow as it continued to fire its chest repulsor. The suit exploded into a small supernova when it finally overloaded, the Kree ship tearing itself apart as the combination of all the damage it had sustained finally caught up to it. Tony continued to drop towards the forest below, wind blowing in his ears. Hey, Tony, the voice of Rhodey came to his ears. Need some help? No, I'm good. Tony watched as a suit came flying from the Enterprise. The red and gold flash was followed by the suit zooming over to him. Tony slipped into the suit, the familiar feeling of powerful robotics surrounding him once more. So, what did I miss while I was killing the giant ship? Godzilla, Rhodey said with a hint of exasperation in his voice. Is that like a euphemism, or dash? Scree-o-unk. Tony spun in the air, hovering on his boots. Then he gaped at the sight before him. A giant monster stood over the battlefield, sending out a blast of sound towards an uber tank, turning it to scrap metal. It glared across the battlefield. A contingent of fighter ships went buzzing towards it, hitting his crystalline spines with laser blasts, releasing bombs that exploded around his feet. Tony didn't know what to call it, a gemzilla? It released a short blast of sound that destroyed one of the fighters, his claws snapping out to smash another. Quinjets flew in to support him. That was when Tony saw the giant glowing symbol of the Omnitrix on the front of his chest. Fuck me, the toy division is going to love this. You're thinking of merchandise now, Rhodey said, flying over to join his fellow powersuit user. They pay your bills, mister, Tony joked. The pair zoomed towards Dial, who was making his way towards the Hydra base. The rest of Bridge and their allies converged on him, using the giant kaiju as a figurehead to rally on. Tony flew over to Dial's head, the monster giving him some side-eye. Dial, I don't know how to tell you this, but if you put on any more weight you are going to have your own gravitational pull. Growling, the sound of his growl echoed through Tony's suit, vibrating in his chest. Oh, this ain't one of the talkative ones. Tony chuckled. Then again, looks like you have your own way to win conversations. Hydra gathered before the base, rushing towards them. Alien fighters, tanks, soldiers, gamma hydras, flying soldiers in Chidori armor, all rushing towards them. Tony and Rhodey took up positions alongside Dial. Quinjets dropped in alongside them. A trio of building-sized tanks with Chinese flags on them took point, M1 Abrams with laser weapons and Russian tanks with Tesla coils strapped to them joining their large counterparts, while jeeps followed behind. Sam Wilson came swooping in. Hulk and She-Hulk landed on the shoulders of Dial, while Thor zoomed past. Tony took stock of the two armies and those who were a part of it, noting the sight of Shinobug laughing while running next to Captain America. He turned on a private line. This is turning into World War Weird, huh, Steve? Tony snarked. In an amused tone, Steve replied, I don't know. Seems like all the others when you get down to it. As though by some unknown signal, both armies started firing en masse. Thor released a blast of lightning that crackled across the front line. Tony let loose with his repulsors while Rhodey joined in with the addition of bullets. As the armies met in war the center, the sound of a monster roaring overshadowed everything. T'Challa/Black Panther. In a Royal Talon fighter, swooping in over the battlefield, T'Challa stared at the sight of a giant monster made of crystals roaring as it ripped a tank in half with his claws. When you told me we would be helping Bridge with a war, this is not what I expected, Okoye, the leader of the Dora Mileage and one of his oldest friends, mumbled. What did you expect? T'Challa asked, noting the giant tanks that were destroying large portions of the battlefield. Well, Nothies, she said weakly. You think you're surprised? Ares, the Greek god of war, leaned his head in between them. I'm trying to decide what sort of training would work with a Titan. Okoye gave T'Challa a pointed look that made him smile. In her defense, the day had been full of surprises. Natasha Romanoff and Maria Hill had reached out to his father requesting a small portion of Wakanda's forces to aid them, with hopes that their advanced technology and resources could come in during the battle and turn the tide if need be. As part of that, Okoye and T'Challa had picked up a group of reserve Avengers. So T'Challa was surprised when one of those was a giant of a man who greeted him as Bast's new chosen. How is that sexy goddess? There, Ares pointed at a point just to the left of where the armies were clashing. We can flank the Hydra there, my prince. Okoye asked him. Heist god of war, T'Challa said with an easy smile. Do as he says. Have the other fighters join the battle in the sky. And me? Okoye asked. I need you to act as my eyes in the sky, T'Challa told her. She didn't seem happy with that, but only let out a small tsh sound to show her displeasure. T'Challa rose to his feet, holding the helmet of his armor under his arm. Ares moved aside to let him pass, joining him in the back. There, two more people were waiting. Luna Snow, someone T'Challa had been surprised to see was joining them. He knew her of course, but only as a musician whose loud pop beats were often playing in his sister's laboratory when he would visit. Not as a warrior, but a quick search showed she had some renown as a superheroine. She didn't look it. While Ares was carrying himself with simple confidence, she was biting her lip as she stared at a hologram displaying the battle below. The black and white-haired pop idol was wearing her battle suit, but looked as though she was controlling her breathing. Nervous? T'Challa asked her. No, I'm scared, Luna smiled up at him briefly. I've been nervous before concerts. I know I can fight. I'm just scared someone will kill me. Then you are smarter than I am. They looked at the last person. He was an 8-foot-tall man with red scaled skin, kind golden eyes, dressed in the armor of a knight from medieval times. It was still stranger to meet a pop idol. My first battle, I went in believing I was invincible, he said with amusement. Until Lancelot sent me flying back with a single thrust of his spear. Heh, Ares said with a chuckle. I remember that. Fear is okay, Sir Benedict rose to his feet. But use it to fuel you. To sharpen your resolve and senses. Bolster it with drive. And with the knowledge of a righteous cause. Such a thing is a rare wonder in today's world. We are lucky to be fighting with the side of good. T'Challa and Luna smiled, nodding. Ares only grunted, looking a bit dismissive but not disagreeing. I suppose we'll drop now, T'Challa said after a moment. Okoye, I will see you after the battle. You better, she looked back at him from the pilot seat. Your sister would be an insufferable Black Panther. He grinned as he placed his helmet on. Then, holes appeared under their feet. T'Challa, Luna, Ares, and Benedict fell for several feet. T'Challa landed with ease, his enhanced power and vibranium suit allowing him a panther's grace. Luna created an ice pillar that she went sliding down. Ares and Benedict landed with twin boom soft noise, rising up with weapons raised. A group of Hydra soldiers noticed them. T'Challa flashed his claws, while Ares grinned. Come then, Ares laughed. It has been too long since I've killed men and women like this. A Gamma Hydra, misshapen and ugly, roared and charged him. Ares ducked under his clumsy punch, slicing into the giant green woman's Achilles heel by treating a table-sized sword like a baton, then cutting her throat when her lack of balance put her into position for the dagger. Benedict charged in alongside him, flames belching from the Dragon Knight's throat as he smashed into a contingent of soldiers. T'Challa spun into the general, backflipping into the air to claw through the heart of a Chitauri armored soldier, spinning around to dodge a blast of lasers, landing on the shoulders of a man, gripping his head with his feet and snapping the Hydra goon's neck in a spinning leap, jumping forward with claws out once more. Then, Luna struck. And as impressive as the others were, they didn't compare. A wave of cold was followed by a wave of icicles the size of a man snapping forward, turning the soldiers near them into frozen statues. Luna leaped up, arms forward, and 3 icicles smashed into the center of more soldiers, flash freezing them. When Benedict ran through them, she grit her teeth, horrified, but still fighting. That was when allies joined them in battle. Luna, a red and white shield flew past her, smashing into a soldier. Steve, she called back happily as Captain America got to her side, blocking a laser blast on his shield. Panther, Bucky Barnes landed next to T'Challa, who clawed out the face of a Hydra soldier. Barnes, the 2 black armored men ran side by side, Barnes shooting wildly while T'Challa used his invulnerable armor to act as cover. Ares, the god of war froze, still holding a soldier by the neck. He slowly looked down at the ground. Oh no. Benedict looked over at him. Are you okay? He asked while stabbing through a Gamma Hydra. No. My old drinking buddy is here. Ares, buddy. A shadow fell into the crowd of enemies, slicing apart 3 soldiers, while a tank exploded. From it came a giant shadow man. Good to see you. I hear you have a kid now. Chernobog, Ares sighed, looking over at Benedict. This is Benedict. Now, can we go kill things? Grecian. Chernobog turned, joining Benedict and Ares. That's all you had to say. Then, before they could move, a shadow passed over their heads. They looked up to see Dial, in that giant monster form, pass by. T'Challa stopped by them. This war is very strange, T'Challa said to the trio. Actually, this makes me feel nostalgic, Ares said idly. Same/indeed, Chernobog and Benedict said in unison. T'Challa thought about that for just a moment. That wars like this, with monsters of such size, had once been commonplace. And were returning. That was worrying. Very worrying. He turned his focus to the battle, but the thought remained. Sam Wilson/the Falcon. Sam surveyed the battlefield below him as he cartwheeled through the air, firing his submachine gun with his right hand and his repulsor beam with his other. A fighter zoomed past, which he ducked around to shoot in the engines in back. Goddamn, this is crazy, he shouted, dropping down and snapping his wings open to shoot back up, ducking under a giant armas he did. Someone tell Dial to warn us next time stuff like this happens. The giant monster in question let out a growl of annoyance that Sam felt vibrating in his bones. He grinned, then twisted to survey the battle again. That was when he saw a group of 3 alien fighters flying down towards a clear section of the battlefield. He looked in the direction they were flying towards. In that battlefield, a group of Chinese and American troopers were fighting Hydra and Kree soldiers on foot. They were outgunned but sticking to their guns, ducking behind boulders for cover. And they didn't see the fighters coming for them in an airstrike. Sam moved without thinking, twisting in the air to fly down towards the trio of fighters. He clenched his teeth, pulling in his wings and letting loose with his jets. Come on, he roared. As he flew down towards the trio, a port opened up on his shoulder armor, unleashing a single drone. The red bird-like drone flew ahead of him, attaching to the backmost fighter before exploding. The fighter shuddered, a hole now in its main engine. Sam grabbed a grenade off his belt, dropping it into that hole as he flew past, the ship blowing apart. The 2 fighters left noticed that. One twisted, moving towards him, while the other kept flying towards the soldiers. Fuck. Sam twisted out of the way of a green beam of energy but forced himself to keep moving forward, aiming for the frontmost fighter now. Come on. The fighter shooting at him followed. Sam felt the hairs on his body shrivel whenever those immensely hot beams flew past him. He screamed when one of them got close enough to his left arm to burn his skin, the smell of cooked flesh following. But he ignored it. The lead fighter was getting close enough that it had begun to fire on the soldiers. Sam saw one Chinese woman get torn in half. He screamed in rage. Sam raised his hands, forcing them to aim correctly. He fired a repulsor and bullets in tandem. The hardened shells hit wherever the repulsors did, the beams of power tearing through the metal shell of the ship before the bullets pierced into those weakened sections. Ray-a-a-ic. Sam screamed as the wet snow falling down stung across his face. He felt another beam fly past. The ground below was a blur. He kept firing at the engine of the ship. Another soldier died, and the engine for that ship exploded. Sam had a moment to feel glee at the sight of the ship tearing apart in midair. Then, a piece of the engine was blown away. Sam tried to dodge. He felt something thump into his right leg, followed by immense pain. He gasped, the agony so strong he could barely breathe. He snapped his wings out, forcing himself to spin around and aim behind himself at the last enemy fighter. His right wing was ripped into by a bolt of energy, melting a hole through it. He focused, firing at the windshield of the fighter. The repulsor blast shattered the glass. The bullets shattered the alien's face. Then he was falling. Pain was still filling him, throbbing in his leg. He spun around and pressed a button on his chest. A parachute snapped out, sending him upwards, the fighter flying underneath him to crash into the forest. Then he crashed to the floor. When had he gotten so close? Why was everything going black, then clear? What was happening? He was lying down, but he could hear voices. He struggled upwards, arms pushing on the ground. Then he fell. Ugh. Sam tried to stand, but his right leg wasn't working. He felt sweat. The enemy soldiers. They had to be stopped. He turned over, ready to fight. A red and white shield flew over him. The sound of metal hitting something filled the air. And Sam relaxed. They were here. Sam. Steve was there, looking down at him. Sam, can you hear me? I killed the ships, Sam whispered. Are they okay? Yes they are. Steve was staring over him, pausing. God, Sam dash. The sounds of lasers were followed by Steve snapping to his feet to block blasts of light on his shield. Captain, a thin and reedy voice said softly. Steve glanced over at the speaker. Then he staggered. Jesus, what are dash? Maria spoke. Ah, Maria. She was so pretty. Sam coughed, listening. She was screaming for some reason. He's an ally, Steve, let him help Sam. Maria, Steve mumbled, then grimaced. Fine. My thanks, Captain America. That thin voice was followed by two arms coming into Sam's view. One was holding a scalpel, while the other hand was cleaning with some sort of solution. Then, two more arms stretched out. Sam's eyes stared in horror as he began to black out. Now, let us prepare my latest patient for surgery. For my tonic. The last thing Sam saw before passing out was a single glowing eye set into a horrific face. Mahmoud Shaft/dial. I roared. And things were destroyed. I walked. And the earth trembled. I felt my lungs breathing out, and saw gusts of wind buffet the snow falling from above. Was this how Godzilla always felt? Like he was walking in a world of fragility? In terms of scale, if this form had been as big as, say, 4 arms, then the Tetramand would be stronger. But it wasn't that small. I was much more than that. Hulk landed on my claw and used it as a platform to jump upwards and smash into a fighter ship. I raised a claw and slashed outwards, crystal blades slicing through a tank with ease. Phantasma and Scarlet Witch zoomed past, throwing bolts of purple and red magic at a group of Chidori soldiers before joining arms and spinning together as they flew forward, becoming a purple and red swirl of colors that smashed into their enemies. We were almost at the base. I glared at it. Hey honey, Jen landed on my head. Bye honey, she leaped off, landing feet first into a jeep. Grow, I couldn't help a pleased noise before returning my focus. Dial, Natasha's voice filled my head. We need to take down that shield. Hulk gave it his best shot, but we need a lot more force to take it out. Can you dash? I roared. The waves of sound smashed into the base's shield. It flickered, but after a moment returned to normal. Good enough. I had a plan. I looked around for the Hulk. After a moment, I saw Bruce's other throwing a tree at something nearby. I reached out, my claw approaching him. He spun at the shadow that approached, frowning in confusion when he saw my paw. What Dial doing? I didn't have a way to tell him. Instead, I held my palm out. Confused, he hopped into it. I lifted him up, wincing when a bunch of lasers smacked into my head before Tony shot the offending soldier down. I gently pulled my hand back. Then, I raised my other claw. Slowly, I pointed at the base. Ha. He ha 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 ha. Hulk roared loudly. Yes, do it. I reared back. My mouth opened. I roared, long and hard. The sound waves smashed into the shield around the Hydra base. Then I snapped forward. Okay. The green man zipped through the air like a bullet. Or a cannonball. His fists were clenched and his arms were thrust outwards into a Superman pose, a laugh following his path. Smayayosh. He hit with a booming explosion of sound, dust, then fire and electricity. The shield exploded in turn, the combination of hits finally overtaxing it, the sight of blue force fields cracking apart making me feel as giddy as a schoolchild. Well, that works, Natasha mumbled as I moved to the Hulk. Once I'd gotten close enough, I tapped the Omnitrix, shrinking down into my human form. Being a Godzilla was probably going to be my opening move from now on, but only when it wouldn't crush people. And as bad as Hydra was, they had hostages we wanted to help. I landed near the crater he'd smashed into the building. On the inside was what looked like a hangar of sorts, empty except for a big pile of rubble. Hulk, buddy, you in there? A green head of hair poked out of the rubble. Hulk grinned at me. Hulk flew. Hell yeah, you did. I said, walking over the rubble and looking around, pulling my sword out of its sheath as I walked. Okay, you ready for the next part of the plan? The Hulk nodded, coming out of the rubble and walking over to rub my head gently. Hulk, be back. Dial, be careful. Don't worry bud, I looked behind me. Our friends will have our backs. Always, Steve said, smiling under his helmet. He was at the front of the crowd, his shield resting on his arm. He had blood on his blue and white armor but looked healthy. Though he also looked like, I don't know, like something bad had happened. But then, this was a war. Bucky and the Punisher heft their guns, Black Panther crouched between them on a piece of rubble, the three black armor-clad men looking dangerous as fuck. Iron Man floated above, wearing his iconic red and gold. This version looked more advanced than the one he'd come in with though, with silver highlights across the arms and legs. Warrior walked over to me, her helmet open to reveal her smile, looking more like Xena than ever before, while Mockingbird twirled her batons nearby. Time to bring down the castle. I turned to look into the base, gritting my teeth. Time to beat the shit out of Hydra. Maria Hill / Director of Bridge. Maria watched as the infiltration team slipped in, the main army beginning to circle the base. As she did, a message came in on another screen. She looked over at it. Strucker. She scowled at the little Hydra symbol he sent her, a mockery in every way. She turned it on, ignoring Buckler walking over as well. The man in question was smiling when the video call started. Hill. Dial is a ridiculous bastard. Is he? I haven't noticed, Maria said blandly. Strucker smirked. In point of fact, well, Olive Bridge is becoming quite over the top. You all have begun to represent a madness that has begun to take over the world. Is there a point to this, or are you just trying to banter for the sake of it? Maria snarked. Because I'll be honest. I just don't care about your opinion. Oh, these are not opinions. Strucker slowly leaned into the camera. Bridge. Everything it stands for? It is the beginning of something terrible. A world I will not allow. Hard to prevent things from a deathbed. It depends on how desperate one is, Strucker said with a smile. The video call shut off. Maria stared at the black screen. At the end there, Strucker's confidence had become something fragile, broken. That could be good. But it was also worrying. Maria. Natasha shouted behind her. She turned to look in her direction. Natasha had a panicked look to her. Pepper Potts is sending us a distress call. Avengers Tower is being invaded. Avengers Tower, New York. They appeared in flashes of light. In the main lobby, through the various floors, around 40 people. They were covered in heavy black armor, sparks flashing across them as they showed up, screaming in agony. They bled in sections. Under their armor, metal had become fused to flesh. 3 died as they arrived. But the rest forced themselves on, the Hydra symbol on their chest shining. Before leaving, Tony and Jury Rig had worked together to develop a shield that could prevent anyone from teleporting in, creating a series of cruel ways to punish those who would try. They had not expected that those who would try would be so far gone mentally they would force themselves to go anyways. The fishhook device pushed them through. The armor was calibrated to defend them. And when both those things failed to protect them entirely from the effects of forcing the teleportation, Strucker's scepter gave them a horrific conviction. When they appeared, the tower immediately began to sound out the alarms. Security officers with pistols fired on them while people tried to run. Their bullets bounced off the Hydra teleunit's armor. A receptionist tried to run before a bullet drilled into her throat. Outside, fans of the Avengers gathered around the base of the building for a chance to see their heroes ran for their lives. A black-booted foot stepped into the blood of a young woman as she cried in a corner. She looked up. Her face was reflected in a helmet. A rifle raised and fired. The soldier moved on. There were more targets waiting. Pepper Potts / rescue. Get them into the panic rooms. Pepper shouted as she ran towards her office, clenching a hand to her ear. Jarvis is opening the main armories. Happy will distribute weapons. I want everyone to move to the higher floors, use the emergency elevators. I want every suit on and fighting. Send the call out to our assets in the city. Already done, Miss Potts. 3 of our allies are making their way at speed. Pepper entered the office, a wall opening as she walked up to it. How about Fitz? He has a side project he is planning to use. It was supposed to be for a Comic-Con he and a few of the others would go to. Comic-Con. Pepper spun around. Is it even combat capable? Very. As I said, it was a side project. While it was made for fun, Mr. Stark and he worked to make it a true weapon of war. Confused, but taking his word for it, Pepper entered the wall that had opened, turning around. Behind her, the rescue armor came forward. Piece by piece wrapped around her, until she was wearing her full armor. Miss Potts, you have no need to fight yourself, Jarvis said, a hint of worry in his voice. I can have a security unit arrive at your office. And the office itself has a panic room. You will be safe. Tony isn't here, Jarvis, she said grimly. And when he isn't, New York still needs someone to help. Today, a violet helm wrapped around her head, her eyes coming alight, the face of the helm matching the grim resolve on her own face. That's me. She stepped out and headed for the window, Jarvis opening it up. Jarvis, guide me to them. Yes, Miss Potts. Pepper flew out of the office and went spinning through the air. Her HUD guided her to a lower floor. Inside, 3 men were highlighted, standing outside of a panic room. Based on how one was standing, it looked like he was placing an explosive on the door. Pepper aimed for the windows of the floor, flying for them. She fired at the glass as she came in, a repulsor blast shattering the windows. She flew in, flipping over to land on her feet, sliding across the marble floor. The room beyond was one of their offices, set up with cubicles all across the area. At the end, 3 Hydra soldiers were gathered around one of the Stark panic rooms. She didn't know if the strange explosive they were using could blow off the door with its blue highlights and strange green liquid. She didn't take the chance. She fired a blast at one man, the repulsor blast sending him spinning into a wall behind him. To her surprise, the other men spun around and fired at her. They were so fast. They didn't even seem scared. To her worst surprise, the bullets that hit her were surrounded in some kind of energy. They smashed into her with more force than any of the gangsters or thugs of New York had been capable of. She staggered back from then, wincing. Armor integrity down 3.4%, her HUD said helpfully. Pepper fired a desperate blast at another soldier. He ducked under it, rolled, then tossed a grenade at her. The explosion deafened and blinded her. She staggered back, wincing. More bullets struck her as she staggered. Her HUD continued to count down her armor's integrity. Pepper grit her teeth. She wasn't used to this. She wasn't a fighter, not really. One of the soldiers attacked her, rushing out of the smoke to hit her in the side of her head with a fist carrying what looked like electric bracers. There was a buzzing sound as the electricity surrounded her head, sending spurts of energy crackling along her armor. Gah! Pepper spit out in pain as the blow somehow got through her armor, agony snapping across her cheek. She came back around and instinctually snapped her fist out the way Happy taught her. Her fist smashed through his helmet, sending him tumbling through the air like a spinning top. She fired another blast as he spun, hitting him in the gut with it. The sight of him crumbling invigorated her. She charged into the final man, ignoring the bullets bouncing off her armor. He tried to dodge. She grabbed him by the arm and spun around before tossing the man towards a cubicle, the man going through it in a cacophony of sound. Pepper looked around. For just a moment, she felt a surge of excitement at the sight of the knocked-out bodies. She forced it back by reminding herself that more people needed help. Jarvis, what's next? She asked the AI as she floated up before angling towards the windows. Our assets have met up and are on one of the lower floors, where most of the civilians retreated to. They need assistance against superhuman opponents. Hydra is attempting to break into Mr. Fitz's labs on that floor. Pepper followed the highlighted route and flew out of the tower. She went twisting around the building, noting the police gathered around the bottom, the helicopters floating around it. The Violet Avenger spun around to aim for the windows, and front flipped to slam her booted feet into the windows, the repulsors on her feet shattering them. Inside, chaos reigned. The room was covered in destruction. What had once been a clean and well-designed laboratory was now a room of broken glass, destroyed computers, tables, and desks destroyed by the chaos. A red-suited figure flipped over a set of glass windows, tossing the baton in his hand at an opponent across from him. He landed, the red lenses in his eyes flashing in the light, spun around to catch the baton as it bounced back to him, then ducked next to desk, dodging a stream of bullets before rising up to smash his fist into a Hydra man that Pepper's armor registered as a centipede soldier. The soldier barely responded to the punch, returning it with a superhumanly fast strike. The red-suited man took the blow across his face. Pepper almost gasped at the sight of blood spurting from his mouth. Then the man grinned through blood-stained teeth. The next 3 seconds was a flurry of blows, the centipede soldier unable to respond. It was like he was suddenly fighting someone inhuman. A demon. The soldier fell. And Daredevil moved on to the next person. At the forefront, 2 men and 1 woman were battling it out. The woman had green skin and misshapen limbs, her face twisted like a Picasso painting. She was smaller than She-Hulk, weaker clearly, but still powerful. The green woman slammed a fist into her opponent's stomach, the man grunting in pain. Her ally, a large centipede soldier, punched the man on the face. The large black man in the yellow shirt grit his teeth, clenched his fists. Then he rushed in. The green woman tried to punch him, but he parried it aside, hit her with a blow to the stomach that lifted her off the floor, then followed with an elbow to the nose that shook the entire room, sending her flying back 30 feet. Then he ducked around another punch from the centipede soldier, then hit him with a 1-2 combo, the pairs of blows knocking the super soldier out. Luke Cage spat out a bit of blood and raised his fists. The final person was hiding in cover, a brunette woman about Pepper's height, looked so much like a civilian in her scarf, shirt, and leather jacket, that Pepper was about to pick her up and get her out of there, especially when another soldier came around the cover. Until the pissed-off-looking woman grabbed the soldier's gun, ripped it out of his hands, and shattered it with a single twist. Then she grabbed him by his armor and tossed him upwards, the man slamming into the ceiling with bone-crushing force. Then Jessica Jones grabbed him on the way down, spinning around to toss the soldier at his friends. Pepper went in, firing her repulsor quickly. The blue blasts sent Hydra soldiers tumbling. Jessica and Daredevil followed in her wake, using her as a distraction to begin ripping through the soldiers, while Luke acted as his own distraction. "So you're Stark's fucktoy?" Jessica asked Pepper as they fought together. Pepper stalled, looking down at Jessica. "No, I'm his girlfriend." "Same thing." Jessica grabbed a paperweight and tossed it, the heavy metal object sending a soldier flying. Pepper grit her teeth. "Jarvis, remind me to do something terrible to this woman after this." Following up that statement, Pepper aimed her unibeam towards Jessica. The brunette's eyes widened when the circle in her chest began to glow. Jessica ducked, and Pepper fired a powerful blast of energy into the green-skinned man behind her, sending the massive man flying back into the wall behind him. "What the fuck?" Jessica said, flustered. Pepper hid her amusement easily. "He was sneaking up on you." Jessica gave her a glare, then a small smile of acknowledgement. Together, the 4 superhuman fighters ended up in front of the panic room the Hydra soldiers had been trying to fight their way into. Luke cracked a man's helmet apart with a punch. Pepper blocked bullets on her chest before blasting a wave of energy outwards. Daredevil flipped over to smash down on top of a man before laying into him with dozens of vicious punches. Jessica tossed a computer like a bullet, sending a centipede soldier to unconsciousness. But there were a lot. Pepper's suit began to get scars. Daredevil was beginning to pant in exhaustion, his armor scored in the chest. Jessica's cheek gained a bruise, her eye blacking from when a centipede soldier got her with a punch. Luke was unharmed on the surface, but he clutched his ribs when he could. Just when they were about to be overwhelmed, the doors behind them slid open. Pepper looked back in panic. Had Hydra somehow opened the doors? There was a sound. A clank, clank, clank. The sound echoed, and an armored giant stepped out, as large as the Hulk in size. The helmet he was wearing had yellow eyes glowing with an ethereal light, set in a face with a grill of sorts where the mouth should have been. On one massive shoulder pauldron was the silhouette of a white dragon on black. On the other, a blazing flame. On a green-painted chest, a skull with wings glimmered in the light. The massive armored man set his stance. Then he lifted the cannon in his arms. The main body of the gun was as large as his chest. The barrel was the size of his fist. It looked like it should have been used by a tank, not a man. A loud whine, piercing and painful, filled the air. Pepper and Luke pulled Daredevil and Jessica to the ground, and the gun began to fire. The bullets that came out were analyzed by Pepper's HUD the moment they came out, her suit's AI analyzing them. No, not bullets. Explosive shells the size of 1.00 caliber bullets. They fired towards the Hydra soldiers around them, and most of them clearly missed. Whoever was in the suit, they had terrible aim. The bullets hit the walls, the floor, tore through desks, shot apart computers. But with them surrounded as they were, and the amount of bullets coming out of that car engine-sized gun, they didn't need good aim. The bullets hit a centipede soldier in the chest and exploded inside him. A gamma hydra took dozens of bullets, the sheer shower of them exploding across his skin sending him to the floor. A man in black armor screamed as his legs were taken out. Pepper watched in horror as the formidable army of soldiers tried to run away. That was when Jarvis struck. The sound of repulsors was followed by dozens of suits flying in through the window. The familiar visage of Iron Man on each of the suits, they began shooting at the retreating Hydra soldiers. The armored green man with the gun accidentally shot two of the suits, destroying one and blowing the arms off another before he stopped. It was over with that. Pepper rose to her feet, staring at the sea of destruction before her. Dead bodies, holes in the concrete around them, blood covering the floor and walls. She swallowed, disgusted. Well, thanks for the help, but I wish you had been more subtle, and didn't turn my floors and wall into a cratered mess. She looked behind her. The armored man, once so intimidating, was now on his knees, the large gun he'd been carrying in Luke's very confused arms. His helmet was tossed aside, and he was vomiting relentlessly. He glanced up at Pepper, revealing Fitz's all too small and human face inside the armor made for a giant. He stared at the bodies before him, sweat across his face, eyes shaking. Turned them into chunky salsa. Jessica said. Fitz spun around and vomited again. Luke elbowed Jessica, who winced. Fitz, Pepper walked over, kneeling next to him. She awkwardly rubbed his back, only to realize the massive armor he was wearing was making it so that she was just scratching metal on metal. It's okay. Miss Potts, a suit walked over to her, speaking in Jarvis' voice. I hate to intrude, but there are more invaders. He's right. Daredevil lifted his baton, looking around in an odd manner. I can hear them running through the halls. Pepper held in a curse. Fine. Fitz, you going to be okay? The pale-faced scientist swallowed awkwardly, breathing like he'd just run a marathon. No, but it doesn't matter. He got to his feet in a whir of sound, walking over to Luke and grabbing his gun. In the panic room, several scientists and civilians poked their scared heads out. I'll protect them, he stuttered. You go save everyone else. You sure? Luke asked kindly, the large man meeting Fitz's eyes. I can stay. Fitz swallowed. You know, Mr. Stark and I made this thing for fun. Just to see if we could make something crazy for Comic-Con. And this gun, he hefted in demonstration, was only for realism. We wanted to use it on a shooting range. But I'm glad I had it. Now, he seemed too firm. Asteroids may not be heroes, but they do protect people. We have to go, Daredevil said, cutting them off. Yay, let's go. Jessica glanced at Fitz. See, Iron Hulk. Salamander, actually, Fitz said, though he sounded more nervous than anything. Pepper rested a hand on his shoulder. They shared a look. After a moment, he nodded. Pepper smiled, then turned to follow the others, Jarvis suits following. I will remain with you, Mr. Fitz, one suit said to Fitz. Thanks, the scientist swallowed. You won't mind if I throw up again? The smell is just dash. I would not blame you, Jarvis said kindly. Fitz sighed in relief. As he did, Jarvis sent a portion of his mind outwards. To another battlefield, halfway across the world. Mahmoud Sheikh/Dial. We ran through the hall of the Hydra base as a group. The corridors of it were big enough for an Uber tank, giving us plenty of room to run. So of course, someone complained about it. This is too easy, Bucky said to all of us over the comms. You think they're funneling us? Punisher asked. No they are, he snarled. Well, this was literally the only way in that we found Manchurian Candidate, Tony said as he flew above us. And you think that's a coincidence? Bucky pointed out. I can always dig a different way in. I asked the group. That was when the floor opened under me. I felt my stomach drop as I fell in. I heard someone above shout. The second I was down low enough, the floor closed above me. Thinking fast, I pulled a knife from my hip and tried to stab it into the walls as I fell, only for my knife to bounce off. I reached for the Omnitrix, only to land on a slide, wincing at the impact before I landed on the floor of a room with fluorescent lights. I rolled to my feet and looked around. Just a big and empty room. I grabbed the Omnitrix, twisting the dial as I walked forward. Okay, so what exactly is about to attack me in here? Dial, you okay? Steve's voice came from my earpiece. Yeah, I got dropped into a room. Other than that though, I'm not sure what the plan was for Hydra. Just give me 1 second, Tony confidently said. I'll break that door open and, wait, there's a lot more going on. Fuck. Tony, Steve shouted. Bucky, duck. What is happening? I reached for my watch. That was when a door to my left that I had thought was a wall slid open. I spun to face it. And I froze. She was standing there. Long brown hair. Golden eyes I'd seen before. A build similar to Ruby's or Natasha's, with a black tank top and leather pants on. Just like in the video I'd seen. Laura, I whispered. She stared at me. I stared back. She had a blank look on her face, but her eyes were. I can't explain how I felt then. God, she was so small. Just a kid. A voice that sounded like Ares and Nat in tandem roared in my head. Snap out of it. I reached for the Omnitrix. Her eyes hardened. Twin blades left both her knuckles, diamonds glittering in the fluorescent light. She was moving in an instant, lunging for me with enhanced speed. I instinctively pressed down on the dial. Green light shone across her face, lighting across her golden eyes. Eyes that matched my own now. Her claws sliced outwards. I raised my arm, her diamond blade slicing into my outer skin by about an inch. I punched her in the stomach, my diamond fist sending her flying back. She rolled on the ground, then snapped back to her feet, glaring at me. Then her eyes widened. I was in diamond head form. It was my favorite form after all. The one best able to handle almost everything that would come my way. But I wasn't ready to fight. Because I could feel her. In a fundamental way. Like a stream of warm water running down my chest. It wasn't just her bones, the crystals that were inside her, I had no idea how or why, but there was a connection to her that went beyond the one I felt when I was controlling my crystals. It had to be how she had been created. Some combination of her own genetics, the machine that had pushed the crystals into her, or the fact that it was my own DNA swimming inside her. I'd never heard of anything like that in the show, when Ben had met other Petrosapiens in diamond head form. Before I could contemplate that, she jumped towards the wall, then at me, slashing out at me. I snapped my right hand out into a long blade, parrying one set of claws, then wincing when her other hand stabbed into my wrist. As her crystal claws hit me, a loud humming sound filled the air, vibrations echoing in my body. Gah! I reared back and smashed my head into hers, the clacking sound of crystals smashing together filling the air. She backed up, a cut on her forehead where I had hit her, revealing the blue-green bones underneath. A cut that began to heal at super speed, leaving nothing but skin covered in blood. I don't suppose saying snap out of it would do anything. I asked her fruitlessly. She snarled. She came at me, slicing her claws at me. I raised my arms, shifting both into swords. A cut towards my heart, neck, and stomach. I blocked, parried, then spun aside, a loud humming sound filling the air with each clash. I swung at her chest with one blade. She front flipped over the attack, landing on my chest and stabbing me. I reverted one sword into a hand and grabbed her by the neck, pulling her off of me. She grew a katana-like blade from her right foot as I held her up in the air, Laura kicking me in my armpit. The blade stabbed through. I roared, raising my other hand and stabbing her in the stomach. We glared at each other as I spun around and fired the blade I'd stabbed her with, her blade breaking off in my armpit. She was impaled into the wall behind her, while I staggered, grabbing the diamond katana in my armpit. With a savage pull I dragged it out of me, tossing it aside. Fuck. That hurt. I looked up at Laura. She pulled herself forward off the blade that impaled her, landing on the floor. We glared at each other. This wasn't what I wanted. It was a waste of time. I needed to knock her out. She was brainwashed, not evil. But the fact she could heal so fast was going to work against me. Her stomach wound was gone now. My own wounds healed, if slower. Then the walls around us began to make loud grinding sounds. For a moment, I thought the ceiling was about collapse. Then the wall behind me opened up, sliding apart. The wall behind Laura began to push forward. The ceiling above me rose. Yo, what the hell? I said, startled. Laura jumped towards the moving ceiling, springing off it to come at me from above. I snapped a sword arm out to parry the slice, that loud ringing hum filling the air as she passed me, bounced off a new wall behind me, and tried to impale me in the back. I grew a shield of crystal from my back, taking the stab. She front flipped over that tried to drop kick me with another long sword from her foot. I sliced up at that blade, sending her flying back, and ran after her, firing crystal shards from one hand like a machine gun. She bounced off a wall, parrying my diamond fire on her claws before meeting me in the middle as the floor below us began to move. We began to duel in that shifting space, the sounds of crystals clashing followed by echoing vibrating hums through the air. What the hell was happening? Tony Stark/Iron Man. When Dial had fallen into the floor, Tony hadn't been too worried about him. After all, they'd all survived worse. He did a quick scan of the floor, trying to figure out the mechanism beneath. Two things happened then. First, he registered air currents. from the floor, obviously from the opening dial had fallen into, but more were all around him. Small currents, not noticeable unless you were looking for something odd. He was about to tell everyone that. The second thing that happened was that a wall opened to his left, followed by a long gooey arm wrapping around his waist and pulling him in, cutting him off mid-speech. Fuck. Tony was thrown into a concrete wall, the entrance he'd been pulled through shutting. Another long arm smashed into his chest, then his head, sending him cartwheeling through the air. He stopped himself from crashing into another wall with a burst of his repulsors, spinning around in the air to dodge another punch. The arm that tried to punch him somehow twisted in midair, hand opening to reach for his foot. Tony twisted to face it, blasting it apart with a repulsor attack with both palms. The arm exploded apart into piles of white-gray goop. Tony landed on the ground, staring as the goop splattered on the floor. Then it moved. Rolling along the floor, the goop headed towards pizza dough, Tony said. His armor scanned it as he eyed the big pile of what looked like a giant chef's beginning to making a delicious lunch. It was around the size of a couch. Then, a pair of round blank eyes opened in it. A large cavernous mouth opened in the doughy pile, with big blocky pieces of itself in place of teeth. The eyes narrowed at Tony. Gua. Jarvis, save this under nightmares I never thought I'd have before this job, Tony said in a horrified fascination. Already done. Duck. Tony dived under the long arm that snapped out at him, firing a blast at the main creature. It flexed its body and jumped upwards, the repulsor only slicing through a small portion of it, the creature snapping another arm at him. Okay, what the hell is this thing? Tony asked himself, flying upwards and shooting at the creature as he spun around it, dodging various arms. Analyzing now, Jarvis said through his suit. That was when the walls began moving, one moving forward to smack into Tony in mid-flight. He bounced off the ground, only to get grabbed by an arm around his ankle and get pulled backwards. Tony stared in wide-eyed horror as the creature's mouth opened wide. Oh god, no, it's gonna vor me dash. He was swallowed by the gaping maw. The creature shut its mouth. For a moment, things were quiet, the room moving the glaring monster. Then its belly began to glow a bright blue. Its eyes widened before an explosion of blue light tore it apart. Tony coughed, covered in bits of goop as he staggered. Ah, my god, that was so gross. My new nightmare is going to have sequels. Then he froze, staring at the piles of goop laid across the floor. They began to move. One big pile at his feet shifted, before a face appeared. It grinned up at him. The Iron Man glared down. Jarvis, prepare the goop countermeasures dash. The walls of the room began to move. Tony immediately flew upwards to avoid the tentacle of goop that shot at him, then dived aside when the wall to his left pushed inwards. As the room began to shift around him and a swarm of tentacles reached for him, Tony put all of his mental power to what did best. Working the problem. Steve Rogers / Captain America. Tony. Steve tossed his shield, trying to get it in between the gaps in the wall before they closed, but was just a hair too slow. The vibranium disc bounced off the walls, coming back to Steve. They just took our two heavy hitters, Punisher said, Frank's voice sounding nearly demonic through his helmet. That was true. They were a formidable team. Isabel Hartley, Bobby Morse, Frank Castle, Buck, and Prince T'Challa. All trained warriors, all either super soldiers or wearing armor equivalent. But Tony and Dial were able to take down buildings with only a modicum of effort. Strucker knew that. He must have been trying to separate them for good reason. Which meant no time to waste. We got to get them out, Steve declared, looking from the floor to the wall. Anyone got explosives? I can get them out. Black Panther strode forward, lowering to a knee. He flared one hand. Long claws popped out his fingers. With a small grunt of exertion, he slammed those claws into the floor. He began twisting his wrist, ripping through the section Dial had fallen through. Huh, Kitty really does have claws, Isabel joked. Steve stared at the walls around him. If the floor and wall open up like that, then what are the chances more of this place can move? There was a moment where everyone froze. Then the ceiling above them opened, and 3 people fell amongst them. As they landed, Steve recognized them from the mission briefings. Winter soldiers. The ones created by Hydra, left frozen in a base until Strucker woke them up. They attacked the instant they landed. One, a massive mountain of a man, kicked at Isabel, sending her back into the wall as her helmet snapped around her head. The big soldier punched at her face. She pulled her head out of the way, his fist cracking the concrete, then pulled out a handle that formed a short blade, slashing out at him. The soldier slipped past it, pulling out a knife of his own to try to stab her, only for Bobby to block it on one of her eskrima sticks, Isabel kicking him back before Warrior and Mockingbird moved forward to confront the super soldier. The second rushed for Black Panther, who pulled his claws out of the floor to block a kick, flipping over to try and smash the female super soldier attacking him with a kick of his own. She took the kick on a raised arm, stumbling back, then dodged a punch from Bucky before he shot at her with his assault rifle. She ducked under the bullets and backflipped, shattering the gun with a single kick, before Black Panther grabbed her by her ponytail and pulled her back into a roundhouse. The Punisher shot at the last one before he could make a move, shooting him in the kneecap. The soldier screamed, but still grabbed Frank by the arm. Steve tossed his shield, hitting the man in the head. Disorientated, the Winter Soldier couldn't block the vicious punch to the throat Frank gave him. He tried to grab him again despite that attack, only for Frank to pull a knife from his hip and stab it into the Winter Soldier's throat. That was when the walls began to move. Steve stumbled just a bit, and someone came down from the ceiling, followed by 2 others. The first one rushed Steve. Steve caught his shield in time to block the tackle, only for the man to lift up and push, bringing them into a room that had opened up. Steve. Bucky followed just before the room closed. He kicked the man atop Steve in the gut, sending him flying before a blonde woman came spinning forward to smash Bucky with a double kick in the chest, the nomad landing and rolling. Steve and Bucky got to their feet, facing their attackers. And Steve froze. Trip. Sharon. The 2 brainwashed SHIELD agents only stared back blankly at him, though there was a twitch in their eyes that told him they heard him. Don't suppose you 2 are going to break out of the brainwashing and just come with us, Bucky said dryly. Trip raised a pistol and fired, the bullets bouncing off Steve's shield. He rushed for Steve as he fired, tossing the gun when it ran empty. Steve blocked each bullet, caught the gun when it was tossed, and threw his shield. Trip leaped over it, flipping forward in the air to land and punch at Steve. A lightning-fast series of blows was traded, a dance of parrying, blocking, and punching, kicks to the lower body being dodged or blocked. A full MMA match in the span of seconds. Sharon rushed for Bucky, pulling out a pair of twin eskrima sticks. Bucky and Steve shared a momentary look. Steve knew what Bucky was saying, that they might have no choice but to kill them. Not happening. Steve had made a promise to a girl, and he'd keep it, just like he had the last one. He caught his shield out of the air as Trip dodged it again, and stepped forward with his heartbeat roaring in his ears. Mahmood /dial. The floor began to slant, turning into a wall. I created spikes on the bottom of my feet, allowing me to stick the wall. Laura did the same thing, a horn coming from her forehead that she slammed into my chest. I grabbed her by the waist and ripped her from the wall, tossing her bodily towards a room that had opened up across from us. She fired some crystals at the floor she was about to land on, creating a crystal bowl that she flew up out of to land on the ceiling. I clutched at the hole she'd stabbed into my chest as it healed, looking around. Yo, why the fuck is this happening? I shouted angrily, smashing a hand into the wall I was against as it shifted into a ceiling. Did aperture science make this place? Laura jumped towards me. I pulled on the spikes in my feet to fall towards her in a spin, firing a blade from one hand that she swiped out the air. That little interference worked though, since it slowed her in the air enough for me to punch her in the face, sending her hurtling to the ground. I landed as well and fired more crystals at high speed around her, creating a makeshift cage in the shape of a tent, gaps between the crystals to let me see her. She screamed, rolling to her feet and slashing outwards, that dull humming sound filling the air as she began trying to claw her way out. More crystals grew from her shoulders, elbows, and knees, blood dripping just a bit before she healed around them. Damn it, will you come down for a sec? I shouted, looking around the shifted room. Why is this place inceptioning? She didn't answer, instead raising her claws and slashing down into the floor, creating a hole that she then dropped down into, disappearing into darkness. Fuck. I slapped the Omnitrix. Hulking crystals were replaced by the fluid form of a green single-celled organism. Goop. I flowed forwards, my grav disc helping me move through the gaps of my makeshift cage. I flowed into the hole Laura had cut through the hole. My plan was simple. Diamond Head could fight Laura, maybe beat her, but Goop could surround her in adhesive, trap her in place, and was immune to all her blades, if freezing a bit at what was beyond. Okay, I said in Goop's strange voice. This is ridiculous. I was in a space between dozens of moving platforms, walls, and ceilings. They moved on rails, were lifted on arms, making new configurations. Through a gap, I could see Black Panther pouncing from wall to wall as he battled a super soldier. You like it? An echoing voice filled the space. Strucker. I must admit, when I paid for it originally, I was skeptical. But the crazy ginger bastard I hired really did impossibly good work. Arcade. I said immediately. He'd shown up in comics a lot. I had trouble remembering all his appearances, my head hurting when I tried, but the redhead was a constant problem. He was famous for making places he called Murder World, massive and complex death traps. It had only worked once, when he'd killed a bunch of teenage heroes. Yeah, I could see that asshole making a place like this. Strucker chuckled. See, things like that, Dial? Those things make you my worst problem. Everything else, I can account for. Tony Stark's intelligence. The gods like Thor and Ares. Steve Rogers and his idiotic idealism. Black Widow, on a good day. Even the Hulk is something I can plan for. But you? How could you have known, based on a single clue, that a man who has somehow hidden his existence even from S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, had made this place? I have a vivid imagination, I snarked. Then, a diamond blade stabbed into my chest. I ignored it to spin around, spraying adhesive from my arm as the blade sliced through me. Laura raised a diamond shield, blocking the adhesive, and slashed at me again. I let her slash through me and surrounded her body in a moment, trapping in my body. She screamed, bubbles rising through my gelatinous body, before she exploded into crystal shrapnel, firing it all about her. The force of it tore me apart, sending pieces splattering across the moving wall around us. My anti-grav disc zoomed past Laura as she took gasping breaths, scooping up the pieces of my body back together. When she noticed the grav disc collecting portions of me, she leapt forward, stabbing at the anti-grav disc. It dodged her stab, diving around a robotic arm moving a wall out of the way. The Omnitrix, a device with an alien for every possible scenario. Knowledge that you shouldn't have. Chaos that follows you wherever you go. And of course, the relationships you've established. Of all the Avengers, I want to kill you the most. You know how to make someone feel special. I snapped out a stretchy arm of goop towards Laura as my body finished coming together. The long arm wrapped around her ankle, then pulled back towards me. I spun as she approached, throwing her into a wall, then sprayed her with a blast of adhesive goop, trapping her against it. Yeah, she screamed, struggling to escape. I was about to tell her to calm down, but stopped myself. Not much point in talking down a brainwashed person. Better to take out Strucker. Crystals snapped out of her skin again, ripping through Laura's clothes. She screamed as it grew into a sheet of armor around her body, turning her into a blood-soaked miniature version of Diamond Head. The blood mixed with the adhesive goop, clouds of red inside green, before she fired off dozens of shards from herself, slashing through the adhesive. She dropped dozens of feet, a glittering crystal in the darkness. I followed, dropping down with her into the shadows as the walls closed in around us. I shifted and flowed through every crevice I could, following her down. Suddenly, the darkness opened up into a light-filled room. Laura smashed into the center of the room, cratering the concrete before rolling to the edges of the room. I splashed onto the ground next to her, then flowed up into a bipedal shape again, raising my hands in a fighting stance while looking around. We were surrounded. Dozens of men in lab coats, all facing us. The room was in the shape of a dome with lights pointed at the circle in the center that I stood in. And Strucker was standing just outside that circle, next to what looked like a speaker, the scepter of Loki dangling from an armored hand. Laura stood beside him, the diamond armor she'd created sinking back into her skin, the massive cuts on her body healing in moments. I spun to aim my hands at Strucker. Laura raised a blade to her throat. I froze, staring at her. "Thank you, Laura," Strucker said, smirking. He met my eyes. "Dial. Let me make this clear, shall I? If you make a move on me, Laura will kill herself. If I die, she kills herself. If you attempt to escape, I will watch as she surrounds her own throat in a ring of razor-sharp crystal, and removes her own head." "You fucking bastard," I snarled, hate filling me like acid in my veins. "Oh, believe me, I take no pleasure in it," Strucker said grimly. "This young woman, as dangerous as she is not an asset I wish to lose. But you give me no choice. I need a hostage you will care to defend. And your actions make me think she is it. See, that shit, right there? Calling her an asset to lose, rather than an innocent girl that you took over? That is what makes me want to kill you," I said softly. "But you won't," Strucker said casually. "In fact, I think you won't do anything of the sort. Not if it threatens her life." I didn't say anything. He took that as confirmation. "Dial. I'd like to offer you a deal. Transform into your diamond head form, and simply stand in this circle." I stared at the speakers around me. About 10, spaced evenly out, each the size of a fridge. Oh god. I could figure out what was happening. "Yes. I see that you've realized it," Strucker smirked, his monocle jostled by the motion. "My deal is simple. Survive. Survive in this room, without moving. Do that. And I'll let her go." He raised the scepter in his hand. The blue jewel on it was glowing in an odd way. Almost, there was a hint of something there. Like I could feel it, at an extremely low level. "I will release her mind from my control. Oh, I will still attempt my escape of course. But I doubt I will ever get a better chance at attempting to kill you." I thought about that. I knew something Strucker didn't. But even without that, I couldn't let Laura die. She didn't deserve that. After months under his control, years caged by Hydra, her family killed by them, and that connection I felt earlier. What kind of hero could I be, if I didn't do what I could to save her? If I didn't sacrifice myself for her? The blade at her throat trembled. Just a fraction. Barely noticeable. She was staring at me, even without her face showing a single movement, her eyes never wavering. I wanted to kill Strucker, but I wanted to save Laura more. My blight form, the symbiote form, might have been an option to try and manipulate her mind. But I wasn't sure. I knew I could combine my mind with others, but I'd never tried to cure brainwashing with it. And if it didn't work, she was dead. I had a plan, of sorts. As I said, I knew something he didn't. But even without that, I knew I still would have done what I had to. Her yellow eyes opened a fraction when I reached for the Omnitrix. I pressed a solemn hand to the symbol. In a flash of green, my body shifted back to my favorite form. I kept my eyes on Laura's as, for the first time, she showed something other than blank emotion or fury. Her eyes, instead, were filled with shock and horror. I think, internally, she really thought I was going to let her kill herself. "Do it," Strucker said, not wasting time. I braced myself. The speakers lit up, a song I couldn't understand playing. Waves of sound ran across my body, and I screamed. I tried to hold it in, but it was like nothing I'd ever felt. The closest I can compare it to is dozens of spiked mauls slicing into my skin with brutal swings, smashing into my crystal form. Gaya. My diamond skin began to crack, then splinter apart. I fell to my knees, screaming. Laura looked over at Strucker. The monocled asshole was smiling. I felt my right eye shatter, spilling yellow fluid across the floor. I couldn't hear anything, feel anything. But I'd been trained for this. Ares wasn't the type to let a weakness remain permanent if he could help it. I focused myself, forcing my regeneration to go into overtime. I pushed it to specific parts of my body. As the sound waves cracked my body, crystals grew to replace them. The process wasn't neat. The crystals that grew in my wounds were like using knives to stitch together gaping wounds. They grew from cuts across my body, filling the gaps and rising out of my face, chest, back, and arms. The sound suddenly stopped. I gasped in pain, snapping my head up towards Strucker. Now that is interesting, Strucker said, staring at me. I had assumed that you would be destroyed much faster than this. Sorry to disappoint. I coughed up some blue-green liquid, shards of crystal shoving itself out of my throat as I coughed. Again. The speakers turned on again. I grabbed the ground, trying to focus as the shattering began again. Then, under the horrific sound, something else began to happen. The Omnitrix on my chest glowed. By the way, Strucker said over that horrible sound, his smile positively radiant. The moment you transform into anything else, Laura kills herself? Fair warning. I screamed, grabbing the Omnitrix on my chest as it whined. No, Omnitrix, lifeform lock, code 0910. Warning, current lifeform in critical condition, my own voice said from the Omnitrix. Failsafe must be activa dash. No, damn it. I kept my hand on the Omnitrix, fighting the pain and trying to keep the transformation from coming through. My right index finger exploded apart. I felt like my mind was splitting apart. I could feel something under the pain. The Omnitrix, the part of it that was connected to my thoughts, trying to force my transformation. I held it off, staring at Laura. The sonic attack breaking my body, fighting the Omnitrix trying to protect me, forcing my body to continue haphazardly growing crystals to pull me apart. I felt the right side of my chest split apart. The Omnitrix began to glow. Diamond head, diamond head, diamond head. I slammed my other hand into the ground as I shouted out. Really? You're so desperate to save her. Strucker sighed, lowering into a squat to meet my eyes. I admit. My thought was that either you would die, or allow her to. I hadn't expected this level of suicidal idiocy. What is the point of allowing this level of pain? He said as a long crystal blade slowly grew in the place of my popped eye. For a girl you don't know? A woman who tried to kill you. Tried to kill your friend. Guh, I swallowed. Asshole. You realize the point of brainwashing is you didn't blame the person being forced into it. Strucker chuckled. Yes, I suppose. Still, I believe a reasonable person would have given up when their fingers began to explode. Heroes aren't reasonable, I growled out. That's the point of heroes. Always meddling in things that aren't our business. Helping everyone who needs it. I'll take the pain. I'll break. If it'll make sure she doesn't die. Laura looked between Strucker and I. He didn't notice. Instead he scowled. How positively. I'm not sure I have a word for how much that level of foolishness sickens me. The power of gods, riches beyond imagining, all of it. Belonging to a man who would give it up for an enemy. Strucker rose from his squat and waved a dismissive hand. Turn it up. It goes up. I mumbled to myself. Then I grit my teeth as the sounds somehow got worse. My other eye shattered moments later, blinding me. My left arm blew apart, a long spike of haphazard crystal shoving itself outward to replace it before that began to crack as well. Laura fell to her own knees, still clutching a blade to her throat even as she cried silent tears of pain. The Omnitrix fought me desperately, trying to change me. I whispered to it over and over, trying to use a voice command to override it. Please, please. I had to hold on. Until someone could stop this. Basta. Laura screamed, still on her knees as she stared at me. I felt my forehead crack apart, my chest falling into chunks. Strucker looked down at her, then dismissively looking back at me. God, you really don't have the decency to just die, do you? Strucker began to say casually. There was a sound. It could barely be heard over the noises shattering my body. My right eye reformed enough to see where it came from. A single arrow, stabbed into a speaker to my left. Strucker's eyes widened. No. 9 other arrows, each stabbing into the exact center of the speakers. Then, boom. Shrapnel and smoke filled the room, the speakers falling apart. I gasped, sweet relief filling me. And he arrived. Hawkeye dropped down from the ceiling on a cloak of purple, bow held high. He fired with the speed of a machine gun, firing 2-3 arrows at a time. The blades of his arrows stabbed into the throats, chests, and foreheads of the scientists and guards around us. He landed beside me. Hey Dial. You're looking spiky. Thank God for Clint Barton. It had been the plan from the start. Steve, Tony, me, even the Hulk. All distractions. Drawing Strucker's eyes, plans, to us. And letting Hawkeye move in for the finale. Kill him. Strucker shouted at Laura while ducking behind cover. He tried to run for a doorway behind him, only for an explosive arrow to explode the roof of the place, sending debris down to block it. She spun to face him, dropping her blade from her throat. Then, an arrow hit her in the chest, opening up into a gripping claw. Pale green electricity flowed from the claw and into her chest, the poor kid's eyes rolling into the back of her head as she fell to the ground. The arrow, made just for her, continued to pour electricity into her, keeping her from killing herself or anyone else as it paralyzed her. Strucker snapped to his feet, raising the scepter and firing it at Clint. The archer ducked aside, firing another shaft at Strucker, running across the room and leaping upwards to avoid another blast from the Hydra leader. I ignored them. Instead, I grabbed the ground. God. I felt like I was dying. My entire body was falling apart. Hot and cold seemed to ebb and flow throughout me. Heat that seared me alive, then cold that burned. My right hand, missing 2 fingers, pulled at the ground, slowly dragging me forward. My left arm, now an insane spiked blade, stabbed the concrete and then angled to bring me closer to my goal. Finally, after dragging myself for a few feet, I rolled over to my back. I looked to my left. Laura, lying on the floor, convulsing, stared in my eyes, face to face with me. I'm sorry, I mumbled. But you'll be okay. We'll get you out. I promise. Her mouth gaped open, pain in her eyes. Come on, Strucker, you know you can't beat me, Clint said, diving behind a destroyed speaker as he fired another arrow into the eye of Hydra scientist that tried to shoot him. Tell you what, if you stand still, I'll make it quick. 2 arrows in the head, nice and easy. I turned my head over. My body was healing, slowly. I could see Strucker now. The bald man was hiding behind a pillar of stone, clenching the scepter tightly in one hand. He was panting, staring around. I could see it then. The moment when he lost all hope. His jaw clenched. He lifted the scepter up. The blue jewel reflected in his eyes. He grabbed his monocle, ripping it off and tossing it aside, the glass shattering as it landed. He grabbed the jewel in that gauntlet hand of his. I suppose I can't beat you, Barton, Strucker shouted. Not as I am. He clenched his fist. The metal of the scepter bent and tore. The jewel cracked apart like glass, and something yellow shone out from the scepter. Then he was in our minds. Clint froze, falling to his knees and gasping in horror. The surviving scientists did the same. I could feel him. A mind pressing against my own. Laura tried to scream, but her mouth only opened and closed wordlessly. Months of work, Strucker whispered. In our minds, in my ears. Studying the scepter. Training myself. Creating a gauntlet that could channel its power. And yet, I underestimated its strength. He stepped over me, heading over to Barton. I thought I understood it. But now, I wonder if even Loki understood what he held. Strucker's gauntlet. It held, oh god. I felt him reach out to Barton. My friend screamed as yellow energy flowed around his head. My own mind began to tear. So, I let go. The Omnitrix began to spark, then exploded into green light. Yay! I exploded into light. Clint Barton/Hawkeye. Clint felt his mind break. Strucker was in his head, pulling him apart. Now that is interesting, a smug voice said. No, thought. Clint's wife floated before him, her image hazy. His children ran up to her. What a secret to hide, Barton. I wonder, will your children show the aptitude you do for this kind of work? I should take a hold of them after this. Once you're dead, they will need a father figure after all. He almost lost his grip at that. Clint tried to raise his hand, to grab at Strucker, only for his mind to be battered down. Now, don't be too mad. Once you and your wife die, I will take good care of them. I promise. Clint wanted to scream, to rage, but all he could do was gasp in horror. I can feel the other minds around me. A sea of souls extending around us. A battlefield of powerful minds. Strucker laughed. This stone, it isn't just a limited bauble. This is a weapon of gods. Strucker came to a stop before Clint, leaning down. He spoke, both aloud and in Clint's mind. With this, I no longer need to fear the Avengers. They will be mine. My soldiers. Hydra will survive. Yay! The room exploded in green light, then a shockwave hit them all. Clint was buffeted aside, sent rolling. Strucker somehow created a force field of yellow light around him, weathering the shockwaves. It surprised him so much he almost didn't notice that he was no longer paralyzed. When he finally realized, he spun to his feet, lifting his bow and staring in the direction the explosion had come from. Smoke was gathered around that area, a green glow shining amongst the clouds. Laura, who had been rolled away by the explosion, staggered to her feet. Strucker stared into the smoke, his lips tight. Clint slowly raised his bow. A sudden pressure began to mount. It felt like the one Strucker had done. Gentler, less oppressive. But still, a mental presence within Clint's mind. A single long, thin arm reached out of the clouds of smoke. It had long winnowy fingers and slightly long claws. Still, it was well-muscled, healthy, despite the silvery skin tones. The arm waved outwards, and the smoke acted as though a gigantic fan had been waved. A telekinetic wave of power, Clint thought to himself. With the smoke gone, the green light within faded as well, revealing the figure within. Hawkeye slowly lowered his bow. He was tall as Thor, maybe a little taller. His body was worryingly thin and a bit too lanky and spindly, but at the same time fit and with not an ounce of body fat on him. His muscles taut and chiseled like those of a martial artist across his arms. All 4 of them. He wore thin white robes that seemed to float over his body, a black strip going up the front of it before turning into a V across his shoulders. His chest was glowing with a red, orange, and yellow set of hues pulsing. The same pulse of light was coming from his eyes, those warm colors gazing upon them. He didn't seem to have a mouth, his face a smooth dark gray, his head elongated with a crest of sorts on the top, that pulsing glow coming from the back of his skull. And on a sash around his waist, rested the symbol of the Omnitrix. Do it, Strucker said to Laura. Her face paled. She snapped her hands to the sides, creating a pair of long crystal blades, before reaching for her own throat. Clint raised his bow. The new form of dial raised a hand. Laura was suddenly surrounded in violet energy. She struggled to slash her own throat, held in the grip of psychic power. He looked at her as she struggled, eyes briefly glowing violet. The energy flowed up her body and into her head. Her eyes glowed the same violet. Laura's eyes rolled into the back of her head. She fell backwards, only to be carried on violet waves of energy. Dial waved his top right hand. Laura gently carried on those waves of energy until she was in front of Clint. Take her, Dial said softly. His voice was soft, but it echoed gently in Clint's mind. Clint quickly reached out and held her in a cradle. As he took a hold of her, a man rose up in the back of the room. A scientist, carrying a gun. He lifted it up and shot at Dial. The bullets bounced off a violet field. Dial waved his lower left arm, sending the man crumbling to the ground screaming, violets surrounding his body, but his eyes never left Strucker's. Clint, leave. Now. Clint tucked Laura close to his chest and ran for the hills. Just as he left the room, the explosions began, and two minds pressed against his own. What the fuck was going on? Ben Tennyson. Another universe away, Azimuth sat atop Ben's shoulder, watching a screen with him. Depicted there was Rogue, the blue catman interrogating someone in a small room within the plumber base they were sitting in. Psychic power, you say? Azimuth asked Ben. Yay, like Xylene could do, Ben said, referencing the Uxorite his grandpa Max used to, Shudder, have a thing with. They were mind-controlling people too. It made them real tough to fight when they kept making everyone go evil. I think that's how they were controlling their army too. All in the name of finding a race that could combine physical strength and mental fortitude to their liking. Azimuth scoffed. Idiots. Their genetics are a complete mess as well. Amateurs testing and manipulating their own DNA until they became a sterile and useless version of themselves. Kind of remind me of the way that the hybrid used to be, Ben said casually. Anyway, the mutants, sectoids, chrysalids, all those other idiots, are still causing trouble. I'm going to head out and help the opticoids with fighting them off. Do you need anything? If I do, I will let you know. Azimuth hopped off Ben's shoulder, landing on the desk in front of him. As Ben turned and walked out, he heard Azimuth muse to himself. Still, I wonder how Paradox's boy will deal with the new forms, Mahmoud Shaykh/Dial. An ethereal. From XCOM. That's who I'd become. I could tell based on the way I looked. I could see it through Clint's eyes, through Laura's eyes. I had the same type robes and build, the same psychic powers. What the hell? Okay, maybe it wasn't the exact form. For one thing, I was buff. Well, more buff than those skinny bastards were. Then again, the Omnitrix always made its forms as healthy as possible. So I wasn't just an ethereal. I was a healthy ethereal. All of the power, none of the weakness. Damn dude. I didn't know how it happened. How the Omnitrix had given me a form I didn't recognize from Marvel or Ben 10. But it couldn't have come at a better time. I looked down at my hands. All four of them. Then I looked up at Strucker. All the power I had, and the Mindstone still outstripped me by a wide degree. I could feel it there. A presence pressing against my mind. It was just daunting. Like standing at the foot of a cliff, ready to climb it. Facing a lion across sandy terrain. Watching a hurricane approach from a distant horizon. No matter how ready you are, how geared, you still know you're fighting something that isn't meant to be fought. Strucker was staring at the stone in his gauntlet's palm. His look was almost rapturous. Worshipful. Falling in love, Strucker, I said snarkily. Despite not having vocal cords, I was able to speak with telepathy, sending my mental presence outward to stimulate sound. He spoke in a sort of dual voice in turn, using his voice and his own telepathy. 'Cause that's what I needed, a Hydra asshole with telepathy. I suppose I am. This stone. I can feel your mind now. You know what it is. Well, the jig was up. No need to keep it a secret anyways. The Mindstone. Or Mind Gem, depending on who you're asking. A fundamental part of the universe and a device that can turn any random idiot into a genius telepath. Well, within reason. There it is again. Strucker slowly lowered his hand, staring at me now. You know so much. How is that, exactly? His mind pressed against mine. He raised the stone, and I felt like icy fingers were digging into my skull. I raised my own right hands and blasted out a psychic lance of violet power. He raised a golden shield of energy in response. When Violet hit gold, it sent him skidding back several feet until the energy finally dissipated. Even as I attacked on the physical plane however, Strucker scraped against my mind, struggling to enter. I built up wall after wall, using the old trick of using a mental image to create a stronger defense. In my case, huddled my thoughts under the star-spangled shield. Of course, Strucker scoffed. He blocked another psychic lance, only to be forced to duck when the rubble behind him rose up and launched at him like dozens of tiny bullets. He floated up into the air, flying on waves of gold energy. I flew up after him, gathering energy into my palms until they became orbs. That damn shield. It's the best defense I know. I fired another blast at him, then ducked around a returning golden ball of energy that smashed into the ceiling, smashing through it. I brought my hands together in front of me and unleashed the gathered psychic energy within me. Strucker raised the Mind Stone and blasted it back at me. Purple and gold smashed in between us, spinning around each other to create an orb of energy before it exploded apart, ripping the room around us apart. I was sent flying back through what remained of the wall, and found myself in the guts of those shifting rooms Laura and I had been fighting in. While I was winded, Strucker dived down at me. His monocle reflected my alien features just before I rolled aside, dodging the blade of psychic energy he attacked with. I raised a shield as he slashed at me, the energy bouncing off, then felt his mental claws dig into my mind once more. I snapped the image of the most invincible shield I knew upwards in my mind, while firing blast after blast at him. I must say, you are standing up well to my power, Strucker said smugly, blocking another blast from me. This new form of yours is quite the counter to the Mind Stone. But I wonder if the other Avengers have the same defenses. My eyes widened as I felt his presence reach out, searching, looking for a way into the minds of the others. He pressed against Steve, finding no purchase. But I could read him. There were others whose minds he could enter, could corrupt. Clint. Clint was running through the base, carrying Laura in his arms. I think he felt us then. Our mental presences, looking at him. His fear echoed even as Strucker and I smashed into each other with psychic force. Strucker smiled as the Mindstone's glow began to pulse. He reached for Clint's mind. Clint froze. I knew what would happen next. He would take over Clint, use him to kill Laura, then move on to the other Avengers. If they took Clint down, he'd move to the next one, then the next. Maybe he wouldn't kill them all, but he'd kill enough. Even one dead friend was non-negotiable. With no time to think, I lowered my shield. As Strucker gasped in shock, I mentally grabbed onto him and pulled him into my mind. Steve Rogers/Captain America. Steve felt it when it happened. Something at the edge of his senses, pressing against him. He pushed back against it mentally, driving it off with a single blast of willpower. But that single moment of distraction cost him. Trip kicked him in the stomach, sending him sailing back into the wall behind him, air leaving his lungs on impact. Steve recovered in time to dodge the punch that cracked the concrete where his head had been. He blocked a kick by raising his leg to intercept it, returned with an uppercut that was parried aside, then swung his shield outward, forcing Trip back as the vibranium edge sang through the air. Behind Trip, Bucky and Sharon were dueling, her right eskrima stick bouncing off of his robotic arm. The two eyed each other over his arm. Bucky's other arm clenched then snapped upwards, hitting her in the stomach. Sharon didn't flinch as her lower ribs broke. She only brought her stick around to hit him in the face, blood spurting from his nose. Bucky didn't flinch either. Steve grit his teeth. That had been how the fight went the whole time. 4 super soldiers hitting each other at high speeds, trying to bring the others down. They'd traded dance partners a few times. Traded wounds as well. But they needed to finish this. He stared at Trip. The young brainwashed SHIELD agent hadn't moved. He was only staring at him. And Steve took a moment. A moment to have faith in someone he trusted. Trip, I'm going to hit you now, with everything I have. Hard enough to knock you out. All you need to do is stand still. That's it. Stand still. And when you wake up, you'll be back home. Trip raised his hands, stepping forward. Then he froze. His eyes widened. His whole body began to shake, beads of sweat raising across his brow. Veins popped up across his arms and legs as his strain built. Do it dash. Steve was already moving. He crossed the distance between them. Trip tried to dodge, moving a foot to the left. He let out a sound of agony, muscles tensing like armored cables as they simultaneously tried to move and stand still at the same time. He only managed to hold for a moment. Then Steve's shield hit him in the head. Trip fell to a knee, allowing Steve to get behind him and wrap an arm around his neck. He pulled tight, choking the younger man as he struggled despite his concussion. Ugh, Steve squeezed brutally, holding Trip close. I promise. Your family will be there when you wake. We'll free you from this. Just fall asleep. Trip brought his elbow around to hit Steve in the nose. There was an explosion of pain. Blood spilled down onto Steve's lips, his helmet not preventing the breakage of his nose. Steve didn't let go. He choked Trip out, leaving him to finally pass out, a last gasp of air leaving his lungs. Steve didn't have the luxury to gently place him on the ground. Instead he dropped him and ran over to Sharon and Bucky. About time. Bucky shouted as Steve joined him. She lost her mind when she saw you taking down Trip. Sharon's face didn't show it. She still had the same blank face as before. But she struck faster with those batons of hers, her movements had a fierceness they hadn't before. Steve blocked her next strike on his shield, then shoved with all his power, forcing her up into the air. Bucky's boot landed on Steve's shoulder, pushing off to leap into the air. As Sharon twisted, trying to get herself back on the ground, Steve tossed his shield, the red, white, and blue flash hitting Sharon in midair and bouncing upwards. Bucky caught the shield in the air, spinning around to toss it downwards at Sharon. She landed on the floor, barely rolling out of the way before her chest could get hit by the shield. The vibranium disc bounced off the concrete, and landed back in Steve's hands as he was in mid-spin. He tossed it at the apex of his twist, the shield smashing into Sharon's batons with brutal force, shattering them before hitting her in the chest. She stumbled back, gasping in pain. Bucky landed as Steve sprinted past. The 2 World War II veterans ran forward as one. Sharon, currently falling backwards, stared as they approached, fists drawn back. Then, slowly, she smiled. Captain America and Nomad hit her with a right and a left, sending her spinning to the ground. She passed out immediately, whatever durability she had gained from Hydra's experiments incapable of withstanding the calculated blows. As bruises grew across Sharon's face, Steve breathed a brief and small sigh of relief. They weren't out of the woods yet. But, this is Nomad, Bucky said in his radio. Captain America and I have captured Agents Carter and Triplet. We're coming home. All of us. That was when the explosions began. Bucky and Steve shared a look before Steve grabbed Sharon while Bucky ran for Trip, the room falling apart around them as they prepared to run. Tony Stark/Iron Man. When Tony had first met Dial, he'd started designing countermeasures for him. Nothing too crazy, not at first. It had started with some idle thoughts. How to stop feedback from pulling out his energy, fight back against Diamond Head with sonic weapons, keep upgrade from forcibly taking over his suit. He had come up with a few counters, some which worked, others that were kind of shit. 2 aliens he'd come up with some ways to fight though were Goop and Snarrow. They'd been a challenge. Amorphous, shifting, regenerating, beings that could become as fluid as water or tough as stone. But they had their weaknesses. The first step though, was locking down his own weaknesses. Goop and Snarrow could both enter the smallest spaces in machinery, filling up every crevice before exploding outward to destroy it. So Tony locked down his suits, making sure there was no chance anything could enter his suit if he could help it, making them even more airtight without sacrificing flexibility. He was still working on it. It wasn't quite up to par, but as he fought the dough monster, it came in handy. It wrapped around him at one point, the freaky-ass material of the thing trying to slip into the gaps of his armor. Jarvis, fry me some dough, Tony said smugly. Underneath the metal shell, a burst of electricity ran along a carbon lining running through his suit. As the dough came in contact with it, the thousands of bolts running through the Iron Man suit repelled the attacker. Tony's smugness ended when the grimy creature responded by just lifting him up and tossing him through a wall. Gah, piece of dash. Tony ducked around a tentacle arm, then flew upwards to avoid the car-sized mass that tried to crush him. The dough creature splattered on the wall behind him before it gathered into that creepy smiling face again. Seriously, what is the point of giving it a face? Tony fired repulsors at it. It didn't kill the thing, but it turned that stupid smile into a bunch of goop again. Right up until it regenerated. Damn it. Jarvis, what do you got for me? I've almost completed calculations on the architecture of the room. Tony fired an array of mini-rockets from his shoulders. The tiny explosives were blocked by dozens of tentacles floating out of the main mass to intercept each one, the tentacles exploding. What would you like me to do once I compile a complete blueprint? Tony's arm was wrapped by a long tentacle. Tony struggled against its pull, raising his other arm to blast it off. Ping the comms, map out the locations of the other Avengers around us. Send me the map when you're done. Tony ducked around another tentacle, cursing. What about the Ultrafreon? Is it good to go? Ready when you are, sir, Jarvis said calmly. And with that, all the pieces were in place. Tony's lips quirked upwards. Okay then. Let's finish this up. As though it could hear him, the gelatinous creature started spinning, its body turning into dozens and dozens of chunks that it tossed at him. Tony lifted into the air and began flying through the air, dodging chunks. The rooms around them opened up, giving him more room for him to move. As each chunk landed, they formed into miniatures of the creature, with the same wide grinning smile. They began jumping after Tony, chasing him in small groups. Tony began firing at the walls around him. The repulsor blasts pierced through, slicing at seemingly random areas. And the explosions began in the distance. This is Iron Man, I'm tearing this place apart, he shouted, ducking another mini blob. All units in the Hydra facility, Jarvis is going to walk you through our escape. Got it, Tony, we'll move on your command. Steve shouted as the explosions continued. Then get running, Popsicle. Tony raised his arms. On the back of his gauntlets, a bright red light began to glow. He pointed his arms outwards, and a pair of high-intensity lasers shot from each gauntlet. They sliced through the walls, floor, and ceiling, one beam splitting one of the dough creatures. Behind his mask, his face was twisted with concentration as he used the map Jarvis had made for him to guide his attack. The beam sliced through the rooms beyond, cutting through arms that were shifting the whole place like an insane Rubik's Cube. The laser beams worked with mathematical precision. One sliced behind Izzy Hartley as she ran, her cussing echoing in the rooms around them. The entire complex began to shake and rumble. Tony stood at the center of the chaos. Iron Man's eyes glowed golden as crimson fire ripped through the air around him. The dough creatures, eyes wide, rushed for him. The Iron Man watched them approach. On his hands, his gauntlets were beginning to overheat. He clenched his teeth under his emotionless mask, keeping one eye on the monsters, and the other on his laser's readout. At the last second, just before two creatures could leap towards him with teeth outstretched, he triggered his next move. Within his armor, Ultrafreon flowed through to his chest's uni-beam attachment. He stopped firing his lasers, power in his suit activating one of his newest weapons. A blast of supercooled fluid carried on repulsors came out as a bright blue-white beam of energy, or a freeze ray, to explain it simply. The waves of cold washed over the group of attacking dough monsters, his gauntlets cracking at the sudden change from extreme heat to extreme cold. The dough monsters screamed before they froze in place, bodies cracking in place, one shattering in half as its forward momentum carried it into the wall behind Tony. The sudden switch from superheated to supercooled may have damaged Tony's armor, but it had destroyed the cells of the dough creatures. He smiled at the frozen faces before him. Fog rolled through the room. Nailed it. The room fell apart around him. Tony lifted into the air, watching as the corpses of the creatures fell down into the darkness. I'm good. How about the rest of you? Tony said, lifting into the air. We get eyes on Strucker. Dial is fighting him. Clint said, sounding like he was running. Dial? Wait, like one-on-one. Tony blinked. How is Strucker not a stain on a wall? Because he suddenly has psychic powers. Clint said back. In Loki's scepter, there was some sort of, I don't know, some kind of yellow stone, or jewel. It let him read our minds. I could feel him try to take over my thoughts. Tony's blood chilled. A stone. One that could control minds. He thought back to his brainstorming sessions with Dial. How they'd spoken about the various threats that could be on their way. Jarvis. I'm already preparing, sir. Jarvis shouted, sounding worried. Infinity Stone protocols are active, X is on his way. Nat, you hear that? Tony spun in the air, charging for the battlefield. I did. We'll move on Jarvis and X's command. If anyone gets mind-controlled, we'll shut them down. On some level, that gave Tony comfort. But there was a part of him that worried it wouldn't be enough. Mahmoud /dial. We stood in a blank white space within my mind. Strucker and I was in my human form again. We stared at each other. Slowly, Strucker smiled. You let me in. Didn't have much choice, I said back calmly. Outside my mind, Strucker and I smashed into the forest floor. We charged each other, blasting psychic lances of energy at each other, our mist blasts tearing the trees apart, mud and ice lifting into the air. Inside, I grit my teeth. So, you ready? Strucker cracked his neck to the side. Oh yes. I'm quite confident in my mental ability. How about you? I got a vivid imagination. I looked around the space. A white space. A place of infinite possibilities. And guns. Lots of guns. A massive line of shelves came zooming in towards us. Strucker spun out of the way of one. As he did, I ripped an assault rifle off a shelf as it passed, raising it to begin firing. A boring start. But this was a battle of the mind. You don't start with the strongest weapons in there. And I had some ideas. Very vivid ideas. Strucker pulled a shotgun off a shelf, firing it as he ran. I grabbed a knife and tossed it at him. He ducked down under it, firing another shotgun blast. I slid around that, just in time to see him lift a fucking minigun. I ripped a Spartan shield off another wall. As I raised my shield, I focused on an impression in my mind. A Spartan shield. Raised high, blocking armies. A phalanx, defending an ancient path. And a storm of projectiles, landing from on high, only to find an invulnerable shield blocking it. In an instant, I was no longer Dial. I was a Spartan soldier. A king. The form of the most famous Spartan of all time surrounded me as I raised the shield. The white space rippled, becoming a mountain pass, with the ocean to my right. An army rose up. 300 men in all, side by side with me. Strucker's bullets landed on a bronze phalanx. And impossibly, was turned aside. The minigun fire bouncing off our shields made a rhythmic, almost beautiful sound. I shifted the shield in my arms and spun around, tossing it towards Strucker. He dropped his minigun and grabbed the shield in a suddenly robotic arm, the form of Bucky's brainwashed and crazy version flickering around him. In that instant, I knew we'd both figured out a secret to fighting on the mental plane. Your own subconscious beliefs formed the reality of this place. Intellectually, I knew bullets would easily rip through bronze. Subconsciously, the movie 300 had been badass. Not historically accurate in any way, shape, or form, but the impressions it built on me had been formative. Likely, Strucker had the same impression of Bucky. An immortal super soldier, working for Hydra for decades, the greatest weapon they'd had, capable of catching even Cap's shield. The image of Gerard Butler fell from me as I lifted a sword that hadn't been there. Strucker's Bucky form shifted away, replaced with him lifting Loki's scepter. We raced towards each other, meeting in the center. The army I'd formed disappeared, leaving the two of us to duel. I clenched my sword in both hands. It wasn't until mid-swing that I realized I was carrying Excalibur. Doesn't matter what version. Pick one. When it comes to weapons, none scream king of all swords like Excalibur does. The blade smacked against Loki's scepter with a sound like thunder, the dust around us blown away. Strucker whirled the scepter to slash at me with the blade end. I parried it aside, slicing back at him, and scoring a cut across his arm. Strucker snarled, backing away to raise the scepter. A blast of light smacked me in the chest, sending me hurtling back. As I flew through the air, I raised my sword high, the blade flickering with light. Excalibur. I swung the blade downwards. A wave of golden light, pure power, exploded forth from the blade. Strucker screamed as the wave smashed into him, destroying the mountain around him. I smashed into the ocean behind me, gasping in pain at the feeling of smacking against the water. In front of me, the mountain began to slide into water, sending dust billowing into the waves while Excalibur faded from my grip. Strucker came out of the waves, wrapping a hand around my throat. I smashed my hand into his elbow, weakening his grip, then headbutt him, punching him back. We hit the ocean floor together. As our feet were pulled into the mud, I focused my mind. I had to keep this fight going, keep it moving. Build, build, build. Make him dance to my tune, constantly adapt. I couldn't beat the Mindstone, but I could beat Wolfgang von Strucker. The mud at our feet rose up. Strucker, startled, tried to pull away, only to get sucked in. So did I. When the mud was finished pulling us in, we were surrounded in darkness. What are you doing? Strucker asked. He sounded smug. Trying to make me afraid of the darkness? How cute. Darkness isn't what you should fear, I said softly. My mind finished building the image. I needed to make sacrifices in the forming of this new place. I'd have to deal with them. What you should fear are the things the darkness hides. A light flickered to existence. It was a fluorescent light in a cement ceiling. We were now in a place that could have been any military bunker in the world. Cement walls and floor, signs indicating different areas, an office down the way. But on the wall in between Strucker and I, a red light spun, an alarm ringing out. Warning. Full containment breach. All personnel are to follow Code Black Lockdown. I repeat, Code Black Lockdown. This is not a drill. Warning. Full containment breach? All personnel are dash. As that voice continued to echo, Strucker looked around. Blood on the walls. A corpse in the back of the room. He chuckled. Really? Is this the best you have? A scary hallway? I've seen worse than this. Caused worse. He raised a gun, aiming it at my head with a smirk. That says a lot more about you than it does this place. I slowly cracked my neck. This was going to suck. But trust me, there is nothing worse than this place. Strucker fired his gun. I took the hit on my chest, reeling back, but ran instead of confronting him. He was coming. Better run, Strucker. I glanced back and grinned. They're coming. I ran past a sign on the wall. A symbol of a circle, with 3 arrows pointed at the center of it. Around it, 3 words were written. Secure. Contain. Protect. Wolfgang von Strucker. Strucker frowned as he watched Dial run. This fight was not what he would have expected. Currently, on the outside, he and Dial were in flight, trading psychic attacks of pure energy, the Avengers and Hydra staying back. At one point, a Chidori armored soldier had tried to interfere, only for his mind to be erased by pure telepathic power. His body alive, but his mind wiped of all but the most basic functions. Of course, he died when he crashed into the forest below. However, even as they were fighting on the physical plane, Strucker was currently standing in a hallway within Dial's mind. It wasn't what he'd expected at all. If he could have imagined the young man's ability in a mental match, he would have laughed. Dial's mental abilities weren't what he was famous for. This must have been the product of his infuriating new form, Strucker decided. He began to walk forward. The wall to his left. It was beginning to blacken. Pit. As though a corrosive substance had begun secreting through the concrete. Strucker raised his hand, the handgun within it shifting to become Loki's scepter once more, an advanced weapon he knew well how to use. He aimed the end at the wall, staring hard at it. A black hand came forth. It looked rotten, disgusting, as though it belonged to a corpse that had been left out for weeks, though it curled its fingers like it was alive. Strucker almost felt relief fill him. A zombie. Of course, Dial was a known pop culture fanatic. If all Strucker had to deal with was such simple creatures, he could dispatch them in Mome. A head came out of the wall, slipping through like it was a pool of water. The face smiled. A leering, horrific smile. The old man came forth. Strucker fired the scepter, a blast of energy smashing into the man. The man laughed, seeming to delight in Strucker's attack. The Hydra leader stared at it as the decayed man stepped fully out of the wall, decay following its footsteps. Then he spun the scepter around, ready to fight back even as he swallowed his fear. Mahmoud Shaykh/Dial. In the real world, I watched Strucker stumble, and smiled. Yeah, don't fuck with SCPs. He managed to recover, spinning out of the way of one of my silences when I fired it off. We both landed in a forest clearing. I snapped all 4 of my arms out, sprouting more silences. Condensed forms of pure psychic energy, able to attack the mind and body at the same time. Too bad the second I'd started using them, Strucker did too. It must have been a combination of his own intelligence and the Mindstone. He was learning his power's limitations, mimicking me as well as coming up with his own thing. Dial, are you in need of assistance? Natasha said through the Omnitrix. No, anyone who comes close will get their minds wiped at this point in the battle. Thor and Hulk might be able to survive it. I ducked aside from a tossed tank, snapping a hand to catch it in a telekinetic grip and tossing it back at Strucker. Magic and multiple minds to fight against. Same with Steve. But right now, I need everyone to stay back. Just be ready to come when I call. Understood. Good luck, Mahmoud, she added more softly before signing off. Good. I couldn't afford the distraction. Your mind is more flexible than I imagined, Strucker said as he shot at me with a blast of energy. I blocked it on a mental shield, then gripped the ground beneath him, exploding it upwards. It smacked into an orb-shaped shield of his own, dirt and snow bouncing about, then he laughed. But you can't last forever. I've had sex with She-Hulk. I've got stamina you wouldn't believe. With that quip, I fired off more lances. He raised a shield. And that's when I hit him with a big gun. I forced all of the psychic energy I could onto a spot just behind him. Strucker's eyes widened as he snapped his eyes over his shoulder. I could see him thinking. Silence is coming at his front. An unknown buildup of energy behind. He surrounded himself in his shield again, pulling all the energy he could into it, his gauntlet glowing bright. The energy behind him exploded outwards. Purple and sickly looking, it billowed outwards to surround him, becoming a miniature storm with a swirling dark circle in the center where Strucker stood. The silences hit, but the storm had the stage now. A rift in the physical world, where my psychic power swirled. Funny enough, everything within that mass, where a black hole surrounded by violet power lay, that didn't have a mind was entirely fine. Strucker, on the other hand, screamed. I dove into the swirl of power, attacking him directly. He snapped up his shield to full strength, gritting his teeth. And the rift began to shoot through with yellow energy. As we battled in it, trading blows, violet and gold smashed and exploded against each other as we fought for control of a psychic storm. It began to grow, becoming an 80-foot hurricane of pure mental power. I blocked a wave of gold energy, grabbed a tree out of the ground and tossed it. He snapped it in half with a silence, then grabbed a portion of the storm and threw it at me, which I dodged by flying upwards. This battle was getting out of hand. On multiple levels. Because in my head, the sacrifices I'd made to build my scenario was catching up with me. Deep in my mind, I screamed as I ran full sprint down a hallway. Behind me, a tiny teddy bear was chasing after me. Oh sure, laugh. Except the bear was made off rusted metal scraps and was literally dripping blood. It leaped towards me, and only the sound of metal scratching against cement warned me. I dived aside. An adorable death machine brushed against my back, rusted metal slicing my skin in dozens of places. Fuck me. I rolled aside and jumped into the air, smashing through a door at high speed. I regret all this shit. In order to make this place, I had one plan. Force Strucker into the worst place I could, and make it somewhere he wouldn't be able to just overpower. One of the worst places I could imagine was an SCP Foundation base in the middle of a full containment breach. But it had to be a strong illusion. It needed to be as real as I could make it. Every monster needed to have a life of its own. So I guided my own subconscious to pilot it. This place was as real as I could make it. The monsters were everything I had ever imagined. And not one of them was in my control. But since they weren't in my control, they were free to do as they liked. And what they liked was killing humans. Of which only 2 were running around. I made some small addendums. None of them emetic monsters, no reality warpers. Couldn't risk them somehow escaping this mental prison and causing havoc in the real world. But that was pretty much it. I also had sacrificed a lot of power to do it. I could feel it recharging, enough that I could pull out another creature if need be, but I was saving that for a special occasion. The sound of metal scraping disappeared in the distance. I didn't stop running. I could feel, on some level, that Strucker was fighting. He'd fought off SCP-106, didn't kill the fucking thing though, and was currently running from SCP-469. A living ball of wings, fluttering all the while. Strucker had started shooting at it, running as he did. With every loud, echoing shot, the wings would grow, new ones snapping out. After all, whenever a bell rings, an angel gets its wings. I pulled my mind back to my current situation. My goal wasn't just to survive. I needed to maintain this illusion as long as possible. I may be a nerd, but I don't have knowledge of every single SCP. Just the famous ones and some more random types of them. I ran into another room. And froze solid. It was a playroom. A nursery, of sorts. There were colorful drawings on the walls, toys strewn about, some small books on a shelf. It was the home of a small child. My stomach dropped. I saw her on a bed across from me. She was playing with a small doll, making little noises. She looked up at me. Tiny. Only a little bigger than my 2-year-old niece back home. Short brown hair. A cute yellow sundress with flowers on it. Her eyes were bright and clear. She smiled at me. "I'm sorry," I said immediately. I started walking quickly, heading for the door across the room. She watched me, happiness slowly fading. 3 parts of me were active then. On one level, I was thinking she was adorable. Like I said, she was about the age of my niece. Cute little thing. On another level, I was terrified. I knew what she was. What danger I was in. Another level, the smallest one, but growing and growing, hated her. Not too much, but enough to want to kill her eventually, if it kept growing. "Mister," she said sadly, "are you with the other grown UPS? Can you play with Dash?" "I have to go," I said quickly, grabbing the door handle. I froze. For what it's worth. "I'm sorry, kid." I didn't look at her. Eye contact might make the effect worse. She let out a sound. Confusion. I'd made her accurate, after all. Same powers, but also acting like a little kid who just wanted to have fun. Maybe she honestly didn't know her powers. But because my own knowledge on that was ambiguous, this mental projection of her was too. Maybe she was innocent. Maybe she was dangerous. But either way, you don't fuck with SCP-053. I opened the door and exited. She watched me go without a word. In the distance, Strucker had finished off SCP-469. Attacked it with a silent telekinetic attack, shredding it without a single bit of noise to feed it. This place I'd made, this endless labyrinth of monsters. It was a lot worse than I'd thought it would be. God, that's so stupid. A place I'd made surprised me? Then again, that's sort of how humans work. We tend to surprise ourselves pretty often. Which was going to make this place even more horrific. If I fucked around, my own mind would end up killing me before it killed Strucker. And with the Mindstone, he actually had a chance to fight off all but the worst SCPs, and run from the rest. Within reason. I looked around. The hallway I was in was mostly empty except for the corpses. They were really just faceless fake bodies I'd formed as part of the illusion, but they were still creepy. A few down the way were missing body parts. They looked, chewed on? Something I'd mistaken for a couch rose up from the shadows. Blood dripped from his lips. He smiled slowly as he rose up. Basically human in shape, but huge, only a bit shorter than Diamond Head, and malformed in shape, a giant monster in all the ways that were important. He chuckled as he slowly walked towards me. "Hello, mon ami," he said, his voice heavy with a French accent. He raised a human arm to his lips and sucked the meat off, like ripping the flesh off a chicken bone. "I am so glad to find someone else. These false bodies have no flavor. You have dash." "Nope." I spun and booked it for the end of the hallway. He roared something in French, tossing the arm aside with a splattering sound and chasing me. I didn't look back. Not happening. SCP-082 was a cannibal, but honestly even if I hadn't made him I wouldn't have stuck around for his speech. I've seen horror films. Leave the giant monster, don't trip over random bullshit on your way. I went spinning around a corner, ran through a cafeteria where a man in a plague doctor's mask was purchasing something from a vending machine, then pushed further. I was aiming for the center of this construct. There would be one room just before I got there though. SCP-082 was still hot on my heels, but he wasn't a sprinter. I pushed harder and harder, feeling my mental energy slowly refill, even as I battled Strucker outside the construct. Oh, and Strucker himself he was winning. He was beginning to adapt, to learn how to roll with what was coming his way. Well, he was a Hydra scientist. He'd likely trained his whole life for things like this. Maybe not on the level of some SCPs, but the Mindstone let him overcome that. I felt him rip SCP-058 in half with a beam from Loki's scepter, turning the walking heart into 2 chunks of flesh, then burning those as a British voice screamed. SCP-076-2 was the one he had the most trouble with. The 8-foot-tall Semitic demigod summoned blades to his hands to strike with, moving like the best warrior I could imagine. So Strucker found himself desperately having to fight off a being with Ares abilities. If it wasn't for his mental powers, he would have died. But the damn Mindstone just kept stopping me. He managed to crush Abel's heart inside of his chest, forcing him back to his sarcophagus. I kept my focus and moved on as he began to battle another group of SCPs. I ran through a door as Fernand the cannibal shouted at me to stop in the name of the king or something, and slammed it behind me. Oh fuck me. Of course. Subconsciously, I would put this one in the center of the construct. The most important one. A single statue stood there, made of concrete and rebar, painted a white-yellow across its body. Bipedal, with short arms, legs, and a long body. And its face was horrific. A triangle of red paint with a nostril in the center, and 2 green eyes at the top of its false face, 2 black eyes beneath. It didn't move, but I also refused to blink as I stared at it. The rest of the room was made of black concrete, and there were some foul-smelling piles around the place. 2 bodies lay at the feet of the statue wearing orange suits, their necks snapped. This thing. SCP-173. The one that started the whole mythos. A simple statue. Until I blinked. Then, in a second, my neck would be shattered by stone hands. I clenched my fist. I mentally checked on my level of power. I had enough. I just needed to focus. I stared at the creature before me. I was really hoping that Strucker would end up fighting you. But since I drew the short straw, well. And, slowly, as I forced the next creature into existence, I closed my eyes. There was a sound of stone on stone. Then, nothing. Slowly, I opened my eyes. SCP-173 was in front of me, its hands reaching out towards me. I looked behind me. Another statue, but not as abstract as 173. It was an angel, made of gray stone, with flowing robes and short-cut hair. When I'd created it, the statue had been holding its face in its hands, seeming to be weeping. Now, however, its arms were out, clawed fingers stretched out, its teeth revealed to be vampire-style long fangs, eyes wide with predatory rage. I moved from between them and looked between the creatures. A weeping angel from Dr. Wound SCP-173, the inspiration meeting its successor. Both creatures that only moved when they weren't being watched, now staring at each other, locked in the ultimate staring match. But that wasn't enough. I couldn't take the risk that something would interfere and let them start wreaking havoc. They may have had a weakness, but they were also some of the most dangerous creatures in all reality for a reason. I stared between them. Well, fellas, I know how love at first sight is, but wait, am I being snarky towards things made from my own subconscious? I shook my head. Goddamn, I needed to focus. Placing a hand against the floor, I summoned a pair of new creations. I wanted to save the rest of my energy for something big, but I could spare a bit for this. With a pop, 2 creatures appeared. They looked around for a second, then at me, before wiggling in place happily. They looked like a pair of teardrop-shaped robots, with a wheel at the bottom of their bodies, one mustard yellow and one burnt orange. SCP-131, the iPods. Adorable. Bree bree bree, they said in unison as high-pitched babbling. I pet them on their heads with a chuckle. Okay, keep an eye on these 2 for me, will ya? Using the wheel-like protrusions on the bottom of their bodies, they spun around and stared at the weeping angel and 173. I didn't waste time. One final pet on the heads of the iPods as they let out small burbles of joy, then I left. The next room was a control center of sorts. Computer monitors on a wall, and a chair in the center in front of dozens of buttons. I walked over to it and sat, looking over the monitors. I could still feel Strucker, and the monitors represented that as a camera zooming in on him. He was still fucking winning. I sighed. Okay, well, I'd need to pour on the fire then. He was coming towards me now, would eventually come through one of the other doors to the control room. If I had to make a choice, well, I had one last trump card. Or a nuke, considering it was just as dangerous to me. I pressed some buttons on the panel in front of me. They didn't technically do anything, but the mental act of pressing buttons was the important part. The most important button, of course, was large, red, and very foreboding. I pressed it. Then I stood back and watched the show, because if my mental image of things added to their power, then this SCP was one of the strongest I could make without summoning reality warpers. Wolfgang von Strucker. Dial was a madman. That was the only answer. This place. He'd thought it similar to the laboratories he'd once ran. The large concrete bunkers he'd run experiments in. But this was so much worse. The closest he'd ever come to this was the graveyard, with that dem Wendigo creature. What was wrong with this man? Where had he seen such creatures that roamed the hall of his mind? That ancient old man that had broken his arm before he managed to escape it, its touch decaying all it met. That massive bovine heart with stretching tentacles. That ball of wings who seemed to absorb all sound. The warrior who attacked him with impossible strength and skill. And more. So much more. He'd had to fight or escape over a dozen creatures, using the power of the Mindstone, pumped through the mental construct of Loki's scepter, to challenge and push back against the creatures. But barely. Strucker strode through a hallway, his throat raw. Outside the mental plane, Dial, and he crashed into a ship, shattering it on waves of telekinetic force as the psychic storm they created continued to surround them, forcing back those who would interfere. But within Dial's mind, all Strucker found was horror. His arm broken. Scratches and cuts across his chest, face, and arms. Clothes torn. Dial was a madman. He must have been. Only madmen could dream of horrors like these. He walked through a hallway, coming to a door. He could sense him. Dial. In a room beyond. Snarling, Strucker used telekinesis and ripped the door open. In the cell beyond, a creature stood. Again. Strucker was getting real tired of that. He stepped forward, fury in his heart. A giant lizard, Strucker mumbled. He stared at it for a moment. Yes, it was unusual in appearance. Its body was covered in fur on top of scaled skin. The sides of its body were open to reveal blooded muscle and rib cage. Its head had no skin, revealing a bone-white skull, teeth more akin to a predatory whale than a lizard, and haunting red eyes glowing within that skull. Somehow, less impressive in terms of creativity than some of the last, like that creature in the stairwell. Dismissively, Strucker raised his scepter and fired a high-powered beam of energy. The blast ripped into its flesh, scored the bones. He smirked, twirling his scepter. Is this all you can conjure, Dial? Disgusting, the reptile said softly. Strucker stared at the creature as it began to heal. Bone fused back. Flesh regrew. Eyes snapped onto him. Like the Hulk then, an enhanced regeneration ability. Well, he'd simply overwhelm it with damage. Even regeneration had its limits. Strucker fired once more. The blast dissipated against the creature's flesh. His eyes widened. He fired again. The blast might as well have been a drop of water. The creature smiled. Foul bag of tissue. I will rip your flesh apart. With that cold and gleeful-sounding declaration, the creature moved with impossible speed, claws and teeth extended outwards. Strucker snapped a hand outwards and caught its immense mass in a telekinetic grip, tossing it back against the wall behind it, then grabbing rubble to try and crush it. The monster ignored the rubble, smashing through it to rush Strucker again. Strucker tried to lift it in a telekinetic grip, only for the creature to snap down long-clawed tentacles that pulled him forward, their immense strength ignoring Strucker's power. Strucker barely had time to block the creature's jaws on a mental shield. He felt a shot of fear fill him as the creature began to laugh. Dial was truly insane. He pulled at the energy of the Mindstone, pressing its power into the scepter and hit the creature with all he had, only for it to laugh again. Outside the room, a small placard could be seen next to the door, with 3 letters and numbers. SCP-682 SCP-682, the hard-to-destroy reptile. A living engine of destruction and death, impossible to kill except for exceedingly rare circumstances. I watched as Strucker fought the thing desperately off for the mental equivalent of minutes, which was a lot better than the fight might have gone in real life. My impressions of SCPs were fairly strong and recent, but they just didn't have the ties to my memories that other monsters of fiction did. So I couldn't 100% mimic them, which meant they were weaker. But that was good. All part of the plan. See, they were freaky enough to weird out and befuddle Strucker, strong enough to give him trouble, while being weak enough parts of my mind to leave me room for the next phase. As Strucker fought, I also carefully kept one eye on the other cameras. This may have been my mind, but the SCPs would kill me just as happily as they would Strucker. The cameras were also carefully blurred. That was good because SCP-096 was staring at the camera, his face fuzzy and indistinct. On another screen, a teddy bear was building another of itself out of human genitalia. SCP-053 was playing in a room with SCP-999, a cute gelatinous blob. SCP-106 was nowhere to be seen. I tried not to let that bother me, but the main show was Strucker and 682. They were currently in a small auditorium. Strucker was holding the scepter tight, his body covered in scratches and bruises. Okay, just needed him to keep fighting. Waste time, force him to use the Mindstone more and more. In real life, I could see the gauntlet holding the stone beginning to crack even as we fought in the clouds high above the battlefield. I just needed. Enough. My ears rang. I screamed in pain, grabbing my head as a sudden feeling like nails scratching the inside of my skull filled my mind. The wall shook. Strucker, on camera, was beginning to glow. Through blurry eyes, I watched him look at me. Enough of these games, Dial. 682 rushed him. Strucker raised a hand and turned the mental projection of a monster to dust. The pain in my head became a wailing scream as the backlash of that attack struck me. This nightmare ends. He raised his scepter. The Mindstone flared a brilliant gold, then exploded. A sound, like glass shattering. The whole world began to fall apart. The cement ceiling was ripped away by an impossible wind. The rooms, halls, and monsters of the world I'd made were pulled into the storm. I was lifted off my feet and sent into the spinning wind, with Strucker's golden glowing form at its center. And the pain. I'd put so much power into that place. Now, as SCPs and rubble were evaporated, I felt a portion of my mind begin to break. I clutched as hard as I could to my mental impression of myself, keeping my mind alive despite tumbling through a hurricane of lunacy. I wanted more time, but if I let Strucker continue to wreak havoc within my mind, he would turn me into a vegetable. I needed to activate the next part of my plan now. Desperately, I poured all I had into the next construct. Strucker, sensing what I was doing, tried to stop me. I forced the image in my mind, and suddenly, Strucker and I were falling towards New York City. We tumbled on the wind, facing the city below. New York City. But as I saw it, a massive sprawling set of streets, buildings, and memories, with a glittering ocean in the distance and a fuzzy outline to show the cities around it. And the memory thing wasn't a metaphor. I'd avoided making the SCP structure with anything familiar, but I'd done none of that with New York. Echoes of me roamed the streets below. Vague representations of civilians, police officers, and cars flowed through it. Sharper figures glowed in the streets. Steve and I walking together, laughing. Creel, Phantasma, and me hanging out on the top of the Empire State Building, eating food and arguing. Daredevil and me, raiding a building right out of hell. Jen and I. She glittered below us, 100 emerald diamonds below me, even in her human form. And the Avengers Tower. It wasn't exactly in the center of the city, but it had a weight that the rest of the buildings didn't, every inch of it clear, whereas some buildings had a bit of fuzz to them. I twisted in the air to face Strucker as we fell. He glared at me, then, hefting the scepter in one hand, I streamlined my body to shoot forward, my sudden acceleration making him miss a blast from the scepter that scorched my side. His eyes widened as I raised my fist. My punch landed across his nose with brutal force. He reflexively reached out as he shouted in pain, hand wrapping around my wrist and pulling me back in. Strucker and I smashed into each other as we approached a memory of me racing Tony in astrodactyl form. As we passed through, I let the memory consume me. The exhilaration of flight, Tony's joking taunts, the feel of star power in my body. My body shifted in a burst of light. Strucker gasped as the human he'd been facing suddenly became an alien pterodactyl. I easily pulled my hand from his grasp and punched him in the gut, following with a beam of green light from my jaws that sent him flying downwards. He crashed into the street, bouncing off the fuzzy image of a Toyota/Chevy hybrid built from vague memory. When I flew into attack again, he blasted me with his scepter, sending me crashing into an apartment with a spray of false bricks and mortar. I believe I'm beginning to understand. Strucker floated upwards, rushing towards me. A battle like this, with memories and emotions as the tools, he smirked as he came to a stop before me. Can you truly stand in this fight, however? I blitzed towards him, smashing into his body like a cannonball. He laughed. In this realm, where a man's intelligence and will hold precedence. Strucker twisted around and kicked me back, then fired another beam of energy, the painful energy sending me into another building. I twisted in the air and unleashed my blast of power, ripping apart 3 buildings as he dodged it. Here, I have power. What do you have? I grinned. God, what a tool. But hey, when someone feeds you a line like that, I have the power of God and anime on my side. It was a stupid line, but it was also the trigger I'd prepped for something new. Strucker flew towards me. I shifted forms. I think he expected something familiar. Another alien, like Astrodactyl. So when I began to grow and grow, he must have imagined something bigger. Maybe 4 arms. Or even my new Godzilla-esque form. But that wasn't my plan. I picked a form from my childhood. Something I'd grown up with. You stand there wanting to be this big strong tyrant. Claiming you have power. I grew. 10, 15, 20, then finally 38 feet. My orange scales become hardened Cybertronian metal. My feet were still clawed, metal slicing through the stone beneath me as the building shattered. Gray steel shone in the sunlight, highlighted by purple glows across my body as crimson eyes burned. I raised my right hand. The fusion cannon there ignited with a violet flame. The symbol of Decepticons burned on my chest. This form was fed by childhood memories of a monster who killed legends, fueled by the adult experience of becoming an alien over and over, giving me power, real power on this plane. The little Hydra man in front of me gaped upwards, then started shooting at me. Loki's scepter was strong, but I knew it couldn't put a scratch on me. So it didn't. It splashed across my metal shell like a water balloon. You have no idea what that looks like, Strucker. A true tyrant, true power, let me show you. I fired the fusion cannon. Strucker dodged, and the block behind him exploded apart. Let me make you scream. I moved forward, faster than anything my size had a right to, and smashed him out of the sky, sending him flying into the nearest building. I smiled, a slow and sadistic smile as I let my mind be taken in by the role I'd taken. So says Megatron. In the real world, Strucker was silent. All the action was happening in my mind after all. He was fighting me as best he could, but spending brain power on speaking would have been a waste. Which was why I was running. I had to speak after all. Get somewhere safe. I won't do it to anyone who hasn't volunteered, but the second it happens you guys will be vulnerable. I get it, Natasha said, sounding hectic. We've got our people ready. Hydra's forces at this point won't be a problem anyways. Strucker is the only one to worry about. Some of us have been getting headaches and hallucinations. My blood chilled even as I dived through the remains of a tank, the metal ruin exploding with Strucker blew it apart. Anyone hurt? 34 dead since he started using that thing. She didn't mince words. He may be fighting you, but that stone is getting more powerful the longer he holds it. If this continues, he's going to be able to control all of us. Then we need to get it done now, I said firmly. Get ready. 1 minute. Mark. I twisted around and tossed a silence his way. When he prepared to block, it exploded just in front of him instead, turning into a violet fire that surrounded him. He blew it aside with a wave of telekinetic force, just to be forced to block a metal object I threw at him while his vision had been obstructed. Then his eyes widened in horror as the metal object raised a gun. Howdy partner, X said. He fired an M61 Vulcan cannon, the echoing sound of the giant machine gun echoing across the landscape. The bullets were blocked by a psychic shield, only for Strucker to be forced to also block a silence from me. X punched, his immense strength shattering the now weakened shield. Strucker let out a wordless cry, his psychic grip reaching out for X's mind. A mind he didn't have, of course. My next silence struck at the same time as X did, sending him flying back. X, no longer in the grip of Strucker's power, plummeted downwards until I grabbed him, pulling him over to land on the ground next to me. I floated next to him, trying my best to smile despite my lack of a mouth. Good to have you helping, X. Is Jarvis on the way? He'll be doing long-range support, partner, he said in that Matthew McConaughey voice of his eyes still set on where Strucker had gone. Then we're all set, X and Jarvis. Robotic bodies, whose minds couldn't be manipulated by a psychic, who could coordinate at light speed. With the two of them backing up, I could put more focus into the battle of the mind. See you on the other side, I mumbled to X as Strucker came flying towards us. Good luck, X said earnestly. Strucker smashed into us with a wave of telekinetic force, opening a rift at our location. I activated my rift, my storm of violet energy battling his gold, while X heft a massive gun and fired it at Strucker. Then I retreated into my mind. The more important battle would be their Megatron. A massive engine of destruction, one of the scariest beings in the galaxy. Not scary in the sense of the SCPs, most of them anyway. That was more of a horror movie fear. Something kind of abstract, so unbelievable that it couldn't be 100% imagined. Megatron, on the other hand, had a solidity to him. A giant that fired weapons and could become a tank. Simple. And a different kind of terrifying. After all, it's hard to imagine some things. It's horrifically easy to imagine getting ripped in half by a big-ass robot, feeling the tearing of skin and muscle right before bone snaps. Strucker flew through an alleyway. I chased after him, my armored shoulders destroying the buildings on either side of me as they ripped out huge chunks of cement and steel. He twisted in midair, firing shot after shot from Loki's scepter. Damn you, you short-sighted bastard. Strucker landed on the street and lifted two fuzzy memories of Volkswagens into the air, tossing them at me. I blew one apart with my cannon, then swatted the other aside. Do you understand what the Avengers, tried to stop? A world of fascists ruling over humanity and preventing any growth. I scoffed in Frank Welker's voice. Preventing chaos. Madness. He dodged the giant fist that tried to squish him, my clawed hand tearing through the concrete. Strucker raised a hand. I have seen what the future holds. Let me show you. There was a ripple in reality. All around us, my memories of random citizens in the streets, foggy remnants of my past, stilled. Then they turned to face me. One of them transformed, becoming a monster of stone flesh. Another raised hands covered in strange pale white energy. A young woman began to grow in size, her clothes shredding as she growled. They came at me. A bolt of lightning splashed across my chest. I grit my teeth, firing my fusion cannon just before the giant woman punched me in the face. I stumbled back from the superhuman blow, buildings shattering under my bulk. I grabbed her head and pushed her back as I snapped my other hand out, an axe of energy forming in my palm. I almost, for just a moment, hesitated. Something about this woman was so human. Not just some fake being Strucker created, but a memory of a person he'd seen. She looked like she was in pain. Radiated it on a spiritual level, such that it seemed to echo in the world around me. Strucker's memories of this person were of a woman suffering. I embedded the axe in her skull. I fired a blast at the stone man. I stumped on the man who was firing lightning at me. But there were more. More and more. People from all walks of life, attacking in waves. This is the world to come, Strucker said, his voice echoing. I've seen dozens of people, of all races, creeds, and countries, gaining the power of gods. A man with eyes of yellow turned into a small sun and smashed into me, the extreme heat burning against my skin and destroying a city block before I could grab into him and rip his head off. It has different triggers. Strange chemicals. Radiation. Genes within their DNA activating under stress, or even puberty. I've discovered many of them. Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. discovered more. An Asian man landed on a building across from me. He looked familiar. Someone from Coulson's mission reports? My memory of him was a mistake. Fed by Strucker and me, the form of the man sharpened, his eyes coming alive with more intelligence than before. He ignited into flame and blasted me with them, the white-hot plasma turning the asphalt beneath me to liquid. I grit my teeth under the burst of flame as above me, a tornado controlled by a young woman began to circle. This is what I wanted to stop. You call me a tyrant? Is it tyranny to fight for peace? For a world where men, women, and children don't have to worry about monsters among them, killing thousands on a whim. Hydra could have stopped them, contained them, prevented some new despot from destroying the world. A blast of energy sent me flying back. I flew over Grand Central Terminal's green tiles, crashing into a street a moment later. I rolled to my feet and faced Strucker with hard eyes as he flew over to face me. An army of men and women followed in his wake, flying, jumping, and running. You see, Strucker raised his hands. I am not a monster. I am trying to save the world from the superhuman threats among us. The aliens above. I dash. Hey, you recognize this place? I asked, cutting off Strucker. What? He asked, startled. Here. This spot. I rose to my feet. As I did, I shifted slowly. My body shrunk and shrunk until I was back to human form. The street in front of Grand Central Terminal. I turned to face the street. Strucker watched as, in the center of the street, an image formed. The whole world remembers this spot. Aliens pouring out of the sky. A mad god flying about on his chariot. The death toll is listed as 75. A miraculously small number, some people said. But the families don't agree on that. Why are you bringing this up? Strucker landed before me, striding forward confidently. Are you agreeing with me? Because that is my point. His left eye had some popped blood vessels. So did his nose, based on the red dripping there. If Hydra had been able to spread the Iron Man technology amongst our forces, or Hulk powers, if we could have made more super soldiers, no one could have stopped us. We would have saved everyone. Someone did save everyone. An image appeared. The Avengers. This image was oddly clear, as though I'd seen it for years. But I only remembered it from one appearance. Captain America hefting his shield. Black Widow reloading a pistol. Hawkeye pulling back on his bow. Iron Man floating on jets of fire. Thor twirling Mjolnir. And the Hulk, his hands clenched in fury. All in a circle, back to back. Facing a sky of aliens. They didn't notice the random future Avenger and Hydra leader, or the army of superhumans. But I smiled at the sight. It was a clear image. Very clear. The Avengers. Strucker glared at them. Everyone remembers what they did here. How they showed up as a team and saved the world. I grinned as the memory sharpened further. They were breathing evenly. Iron Man's armor seemed to glow a bit brighter. The way that affects history has a sort of weight to it. It carries a concept to it even. This day, right here, this place, here's where, when the world was in danger, when a mad despot carrying a scepter showed up with an army of superhuman monsters under his control, the Avengers formed into a team to save the day. Strucker stared at me, then down at the scepter in his hand. The army around him. His mouth gaped open as the pieces came together. See, in a battle of the mind, symbolism is everything. The Avengers had formed here in New York City. It was an image both Strucker and I had in the depths of our minds. For a specific purpose, in a specific way. And that gave me a way to open the door. In that circle of heroes, Hulk blinked. Then he smiled slowly. Black Widow, Hawkeye, Captain America, and Iron Man suits all flowed with color, shifting and changing to match their recent updates. Thor turned to face Strucker with a smile. Verily, Strucker, you have made a mistake, he said slowly. In the center of that circle, a hole ripped open in time and space. Jen came out of it, her hair waving behind her. Creel cracked vibranium fists together. Quicksilver sped out of the portal. Phantasma and Scarlet Witch flew upwards, while Marion Pouncey smashed into the ground next to Hulk, who smiled at her. The roar of a bear was followed by the Winter Guard flooding in. Black Panther flipped his way into the battlefield, while the Punisher strolled in with a shotgun raised. Symbols have power in here, I said to Strucker, grinning as the minds of Avengers, bridge agents, and our heroic allies across the world entered. That's true. And it's what I was trying to guide you to all along. To make you dense to the right sort of thought. I'm lucky though. This plan wouldn't have worked if you weren't a genius. Strucker snarled. Get them. I lifted my arm and touched my hand to it. Avengers assemble. In a flash, I was in the ethereal form within my mind. Cap tossed his shield, while Tony laughed. Oh, this is gonna be good. We charged as one. I flew upwards, sending out beams of psi energy, the power rippling through the air as it ripped one of Strucker's simulacrum in half. This is familiar, Black Widow said as she landed next to me and Clint, firing her pistol into the head of a man in escaped prisoner garb. I think that's the point, wasn't it? Clint asked me as he fired his bow. Hey kid, Tony dropped next to me, firing both repulsors. I can make anything I want in here, right? As long as you believe it, it's true, I made my voice echo. You hear that? As long as you want it, you can make it. I could feel the emotions that followed that. The way everyone grinned. Tony's armor flowed as it changed again, and became something out of a lunatic future. He laughed like a madman as dozens of ports opened across his armor, then fired out dozens of repulsors across the crowd. War Machine flew forward as a giant tank/armor hybrid. Creel shifted colors in a flash of light, changing over and over as he smashed through the army. Natasha and Punisher started shifting guns so fast it was hard to figure out what they were shooting next. The Winter Guard, Ares, Luna Snow, the Grapplers, everyone started letting loose with their imaginations, ripping apart the New York City we fought in. They tore havoc. Buildings fell. Soldiers died. Strucker screamed as he blasted the Hulk, only for the superhuman to grab him out of the sky and toss him through the Avengers Tower. I gotta say, sweetie, you throw a hell of a party, Jen joked as she wrestled with a man who had grown to match her in height, smashing him into the ground. I aim to please, I said with a grin. This won't be enough. Strucker shouted in the distance. You want to bring in allies? Then I'll bring your worst enemies to life. All around me, the heroes I knew began to glow yellow. Jen stared at herself. What the hell is this? Flashes of gold across the battlefield. Tony was suddenly tackled by an Iron Man suit. For a moment, I thought that Rhodey had smashed into him. Then I realized this suit was so much larger. An armored tank of steel, with a round glowing port in the center. The helmet pulled back to reveal. Jeff Bridges? Hello again, Tony, he said in a smug voice. Obadiah. Tony rose to his feet, glaring. So this is what he meant. A red-headed woman taller than Jen fell out of the sky towards my girlfriend, who met her in the center. Natasha stabbed an older fat man in the stomach with a lot more joy than I would have expected. Hulk and Abomination smashed into each other with explosive force. Thor blocked a blow from the destroyer armor. I grabbed a robotic monkey servitor out of the air with my telekinesis as it attacked Phantasma, ducking under a Chitauri soldier, as in the Alien, not the armored Hydra guys. Seriously, with this shit again. I like it, Ares said as he boxed with Ulik with a wide grin. We'll need to incorporate this into our training sessions. I was thinking the same thing, Nat said behind. God save me from my mentors. It was an insane grouping, powers, and abilities flying about at high speed. All of our oldest enemies, rushing in waves. Creel and Davida punching Wrath in the face made me blink as my tiger alien form fell. They shared an embarrassed look when they saw me staring. You kinda kicked my ass in that form, Creel said with some trepidation. Same, Davida added. Lavant and Quicksilver smashed into waves of dinosaurs from the Rio de Janeiro incident. War Machine destroyed a series of robotic drones shaped like his own suit. Chernobog laughed as he ran past chewing on. Was that SCP-106 shed? Where the hell did he find that? Have you ever had a dream where it felt like you'd lost control? That all you could do was make the best of it? This was like that times 1,000. Heroes used their imagination to become the most powerful versions of themselves. Villains from the past kept attacking us. Hulk and Bruce split into two separate beings to dodge an attack from Abomination, then recombined for an insane haymaker that turned Grand Central Terminal to ash. But in the center of it all was Captain America. He didn't change. He was the same person, down to the smallest detail. But he shone brighter than anyone in there. Red Skull appeared for a moment and tried to attack him. Steve shattered him into pieces. Outside, in the real world, Steve was a super soldier. Powerful, but not invincible. In the stage of the mind, he was unbeatable. We all gravitated towards him. He broke Strucker's mental projections with cold ease. He flipped through the air. He tossed the shield even as his fists landed like small bombs. We were all pretty strong mentally. Thor and Ares turned the Chrysler building into a crater as they smashed it apart. But none of us were Captain America. That helped. I used him as an anchor point. A way to nail this insanity to some form of reality. Then I focused on business. I'm going after Strucker. I wrapped forearms around Jen, pulling her in for a brief kiss. As I pulled away, I smiled. No making fun of me for what you find in my mind. No promises, she said right back, teeth flashing. She spun around and leaped away, an emerald in the smoke and chaos. I flew towards Strucker as my friends and allies continued to wreak havoc. In the Avengers Tower, Strucker was sitting against a wall. His body looked broken, arms and legs bent, groaning in pain. He gazed at me as I approached. They came for you, he whispered. I knew what he was thinking. They always were. But if I wanted to make sure they all showed up in the right spot, you had to use a place that we both had strong memories of. A place we thought of as the appearance of the Avengers. Creating an opening in the construct. Combined with me matching a basic description of Loki, Strucker laughed, raising his scepter in a salute towards me. I thought you were a lot dumber than this. I have my moments. I raised my forearms, each glowing with the full power of an ethereal. Shall we? Strucker nodded slowly. We faced each other. We raised our hands for the final fight. The room shook then. For a moment, I thought Strucker was the cause, but he looked confused. Then I thought it was one of the others. But the room continued to quake. Then I felt like a nail slammed into my forehead. I screamed, falling to my knees. Heat burned into the space between my eyes. Yay! Strucker stared at me as the floor beneath me began to shake. Violet energy blew out from me, Strucker blocking it on a shield of gold. What is this? Dial, what are you doing? I couldn't speak. I could barely think. I just screamed. Outside, the entire city began to shake. Tony stopped while kicking Rasa, the Ten Rings leader that had kidnapped him all those years ago, in the face. Hey this seems bad. Is somebody shaking Dial out there? He flew up on his repulsors and marveled at the speed he could put on. Out in the real world, his crazy ideas could come to life. But slowly. They needed time for tech to catch up. The right materials, a huge amount of testing. But in here, he could make anything he'd ever imagined. His armor was based on a design he was still coming up with. Not Catoms. Not even nanomachines. Instead, dozens of wafer-thin scales that came together in tandem. They could form into structures as thin as a layer of human skin, or become armored plating as thick as concrete. It could create all versions of his weapons, worked off his thoughts alone, and shapeshifted nearly instantaneously. The endpoint of his armor. Armor that was all his armor. An Iron Man suit for all occasions. And completely impossible right now, but way cool. Besides, if a man couldn't dream, what was the point? Even so, as he was flying around in the suit right out of his dreams, couldn't he make it better? Weren't there more advanced versions he could make, more efficient? Even in the suit of his dreams, Tony Stark was always thinking of improvements. His boots shifted into rockets that burst with intense power, sending up high enough to get a good view of the city. Thor flew up to join him, Scarlet Witch coming to his left. In the distance, he saw something begin to crack. The sky. The literal sky was shattering. That can't be good, Tony mumbled. It's not, Scarlet Witch said, her voice soft. Something is coming. You can feel it, young Maximoff. Thor said seriously. Feel what? Tony said, turning from one to the other. This a magic thing. This is no magic, Thor said, his voice harsh. I sense a presence beyond. He's right, Wanda raised her hands, red energy flowing to them. I can feel another presence pressing against Mahmoud's mind. It's trying to break in. No, it's more like, she frowned, eyes flashing. Like it's been pressing against his mind for some time? It's hurting him. Below, the ocean began to glow with white energy. The sky began to dissipate, becoming glowing shards of crystal, as though a diamond was shoving itself into reality. Can you stop it? Tony asked, worry filling him. I don't know, I can try dash. The world shook. Then, Dial's voice filled his mind. I can't stop it. I'm pushing everyone out before it can hurt you guys. Dial, stop, Wanda is going to hell dash. Suddenly, vertigo hit Tony like a tornado. He gasped. And he was awake. He snapped his head around. He was sitting in a chair like many of the others around. It had been part of the plan. They would rest their bodies on the Enterprise as Dial pulled them in. He could see Nat rise to her feet, clutching her head. Thor was already standing, Ares joining him. What was that? He forced us out, Wanda said, walking over with Quicksilver on her arm. She looked haunted. Whatever is attacking him, he's on his own. Tony's stomach dropped. On his own. With Strucker and that, whatever had been cracking his mind. The sound of crunching metal drew his attention to the right. Standing there, She-Hulk ripped a metal wall apart. She glowed with gamma radiation, Tony's suit counting the radiation before Hulk joined her as she raged, calming the superhuman. Fucked up my world was pain. Strucker walked over to me as I lay in my back, bent in agony. The Hydra leader looked confused. Now, what could be causing this? God. I wish I could speak. I could feel it. This pain. It wasn't just familiar. I'd felt it at the corner of my mind for weeks. No, months. Always showing up at the worst times. But now it was building. The ethereal part of me knew what this was. Not just a psychic attack, but one that was built on a mental block that had been put on my mind long ago. Like building a ramp to allow a tank to smash its way into a building. I had to fight it. I had to. Rayak. I spun to my knees and looked out at the city. I could see it in the distance. A massive, 10-mile gash in the sky and see, a hole in the reality I'd made. Beyond that, a kaleidoscope spun. I could feel it there. Someone pressing against my mind. Something so powerful. It wasn't as strong as the Mindstone. But it was stronger than Strucker, by a wide margin. I reached out to the horizon. Strucker watched, curiosity in his eyes, as a storm of violet energy smashed into the ground around me. I focused my mind past the pain. I had to remember one thing. That horizon. The city. They were mine. Parts of my mind. This presence was trying to break me with a block they'd placed. So I needed to find it. The root of it. The Avengers Tower began to shatter. Strucker and I stood on separate platforms of telekinetic power, the multi-story building turning to ash. My room shone out to me, the image of Jen, Thor, Nat, and I talking peacefully shattering apart. Symbols, right? If the Avengers Tower was a place I thought of as home in my mind, the center of my universe, then it was the best place to find the roots of my psyche. And when the Avengers Tower broke down, at the very bottom, where Tony had once shown me the power of an arc reactor flowing into the building, I could see it. A cancerous growth. That's what it reminded me of. A giant glowing set of ugly crystals, pulsing along veins of red flesh. It might have been beautiful once. Just a simple thing. But repeated attacks on my mind had made it grow, fed the cancer until it had become a horrific mass of stone and flesh. I reached for that cancer. And I burned it. The heat wasn't real, but the fire I made felt like a cleansing one. The smell of the smoke was the same as when I'd been young. I'd been with my father, in a campground a million miles away. We'd been the only ones awake, sat side by side as we watched an ocean of stars above us, the rest of our family sleeping peacefully in tents nearby. He'd smiled at me, his salt and pepper beard shifting. The fire smelled good, a pine and cedar smell. That fire scorched the cancer away. New York City turned to ash and dust in turn as I released the construct. I felt like a nail was slowly being pulled from my mind, leaving an empty hole that began to fill with blood. Painful. But somehow, a release. Strucker and I watched the city fade away. And soon, another construct came to life. He looked around curiously. So, what memory is this? He asked. We stood in a white room, a study of some sort. The floors were smooth marble. The piano was painted with some sort of oil that gave it the same pearl sheen as the walls. There was a polar bear rug on the floor. Outside, snow fell behind smooth paned glass. It's not his, a female voice said. Strucker and I faced the direction it came from. She was leaning back against a desk. Ice blue eyes gazed upon us, snapping between us. Sapphire painted lips smiled lazily. She was wearing a white corset that held up her breasts for display, much the same way her leather pants were tight enough to show the form of her legs, all the way to her high-heeled boots. A white furred hood lay across her shoulder, white blonde hair laying across it. Emma Frost. She didn't seem surprised I knew. She only smiled. Well, seems you've fought through that little mental block of yours. Mutants, I said softly. You created a block on my mind. Maybe on dozens of people's minds. To remove all memory of them. In truth, I wanted to be subtle about it at first, she said without a hint of shame. But you kept remembering things. Kept trying to fight it off. Does that include me? Strucker asked. He sounded haunted. Worried. Oh no, you pathetic little man, she said with a laugh. You never fought it a day of your life. In some ways, it's your fault. Her calm faded. The chill in her eyes became a burning cold, dry ice against the skin as she stepped forward. Hydra. S.H.I.E.L.D. was surprised to know you survived. You were not. We knew you were kidnapping us, killing us. She calmed herself, sighing. And now, you two know the truth. I was going to try and wipe your mind. Turn you into a blank state, drooling in a hospital bed somewhere, she said as casually as though she was talking about an errant stain that had discolored a favorite shirt. Especially before any of the others could intrude, the snow outside briefly parted. Beyond, Strucker and I could see them. Shadows in the snow. Other telepaths gazing upon us. Held at bay only by the strength of our minds. It was unnerving, seeing some of the strongest minds on Earth as shadows beyond a snowstorm. But this form of yours is stronger than I would have believed. I suppose, now, that I'll have to face you more openly. The smugness in her voice. That confidence. She walked up to me, placing a finger on my alien chin, looking into my 4 eyes. I stared at her. Emma Frost. Telepath. Supervillainous. Absolute bitch. When this war is over, I'm going to find you, Frost. And you'll learn to fear me. She laughed, shaking her head. I doubt that. That's good. I raised my hands. My 2 right ones. The ethereal power within me flexed, then pushed outwards. Emma had a moment of surprise as her immense psychic presence pressed against mine. But I'd struck her off balance. The room around us blew apart into waves of snow and ice. She seemed ready to fight it, but relaxed after a moment. We met eyes as her boots began to change to flakes of frost, fading in the wind. See you after this, I said softly. Her pale lips quirked, and something a bit warm entered her eyes. If it's any consolation, I hope you kill him. Emma Frost gave Strucker a final hateful gaze. Then she faded into the storm. Strucker stood silently as the snow and ice faded to nothing, to be replaced with a field of stars. We stood on an asteroid that had been smoothed out to become a platform floating in space, looking down upon the Earth. Behind us stood a temple, but we didn't face it. The Earth is a beautiful thing. Call me a romantic. Call me biased. But it really is. Clouds swirling over sapphire gems, with hints of emerald and chocolate. All I wanted was to protect her, Strucker said. The Earth is so small, hanging in all this darkness. I changed from my ethereal form to my human one. For this part, my humanity was my strongest advantage. Outside, in the real world, Strucker and I were ripping the mountain we stood on apart. But within my mind, we stood in peace. Mutant, Strucker said thoughtfully. That word. The context of it. I'd forgotten them. I had some idea that we'd encountered those beings. The threat they pose. And you know Dash. I know a lot, Strucker, I cut him off. Thing is, I agree. Earth. The people on it. They need protecting. But the cost isn't worth it. Not the costs you're willing to pay. Because mutants aren't the threat to worry about. They aren't the worst the universe has to offer. Not by any means. Strucker and I looked up at each other, meeting eyes. Show me? This was the most delicate stage of my plan. Emma had forced me to speed it up. But in some ways, she'd helped me. I'd have to thank her, personally, later. You want to know about what we're really facing as a species? How small mutants, inhumans, super soldiers, aliens, and gods are. I held out a hand. You've got the Mindstone. A repository of all the universe's knowledge. Why don't you and I take a look? He scoffed. You think I'm a fool? To give you access to the power of the stone. I think you're a scientist. Natasha had told me once there was a cadence you could add to your voice. A way to draw people in. To convince them that something was as much their suggestion as yours. A discoverer of the unknown. More than Hydra's leader, you were always at the forefront of their research. And now, all you need is someone with the right questions, and you could learn more than you ever dreamed of. The Mindstone must be telling you that. His eyes were glowing golden as he stared at my hand. So much. More than just mutants. That taste of previously unknown knowledge Strucker had accessed. The confusion he'd been hit by through this whole fight, the way he'd been struck by unknown after unknown. To a scientist like him, that taste was a hit of narcotics to the brain. I could see him thinking it over as the Mindstone whispered to him. So much knowledge. Power. All with just a little push. All you need is for me to ask. You wondered how I knew so much. Don't you want to find out just what else I've been hiding? He swallowed reflexively. With a single movement, he reached out to my hand and took it. Symbolically, sharing his access. I touched against the Mindstone as Strucker touched my powers. And then I asked the questions. Show me the brood. Suddenly they came. We stood in a city on an unknown planet. A species of blue glowing humanoids were screaming, running. A horrific sound echoed. Not just in the air, but on the psychic plane. A slithering sound that scratched on the nerves. HSSSSSSSS. Insects chased after the innocents running through the streets in impossible waves, more of a flood than a horde. Teeth ripped through flesh. Stingers injected poison that either paralyzed or poisoned the victims. Sunlight shone off of carapaces before blue glowing blood marred the shining surface. Eyes of red glowed. The horde was unending. Flying, running, chasing their prey. I'd once seen an army of ants ripping apart a dead dog. This was worse. Insects tearing through buildings. The corpse wasn't a small animal. It was the planet itself. The hive felt us. Their minds pressed against us. Inhuman presences asking what we were. Prey? Enemy? We were different. So of course we must be either. They had no concept of anything else. And then, there were the bodies that they left alone. The blue glowing people who had been left to wander, shell-shocked. Then, their hands formed into hardened brown talons. They knew what was happening. We could feel the panic that set in. Their faces elongated, turning to fanged muzzles. Screams of agony and fear echoed in the air. Strucker watched with cold analysis. But that was fine. We were just getting started. I entreated the Mindstone. Show me the Black Queen. We suddenly stood in a room again. A dungeon of an ancient castle. 2 people were there. A young man. He looked like a college kid, dressed in club wear. Ready to party and get girls. I clenched a fist when I saw what was happening to him. His skin was becoming wrinkled. Youth was fading in mere seconds, the passage of time on fast forward as flowing trails of smoke-like energy left his body, and entered her. She was in many ways Emma Frost's opposite and her reflection. Black leather and hair, but the same incredible beauty with enough difference to tantalize. She was smiling with euphoria, head laid back as the one young man groaned in agony. He turned into ash in her arms. She laughed. Then Selene Gallio looked at us. Her mind pressed against us. The Black Queen of the Hellfire Club smiled. Her power echoed to us. The Mindstone and my ethereal powers barely held her off. If Strucker and I hadn't been prepared, she might have done something. Instead she laughed again, a sensual and deep sound that made the chest tighten, filling me with the thrilled excitement that only comes from the most beautiful predators. I wanted to kill her. For the poor kid now turned to ash. From Strucker, I could feel something else. Whatever else Selene was, she had power. It echoed from her. Like the waves under an ocean. As close to a goddess as could be without being directly related to Ares or Thor. I focused again, focusing on the task at hand. The psychic vampire spoke as she watched us depart. Leaving so soon? Well, come back later. I'm sure I can arrange a wonderful dinner for your next visit. Dial. The Hellfire Club's 2 top women knew my name. A problem for later. We left for our next visit. Thin. In the next place, we entered a dark space, standing in nothingness. Strucker looked over at me and smirked. So far, Dial, you have yet to impress me. Is that so? I asked calmly. An alien species of parasites? A particularly powerful superhuman woman? Dangerous? Yes. But neither is anything out of my plans. I'm beginning to wonder if you've run out of tricks. I thought about that. Tricks. You don't feel it, do you? Feel what? Instead of answering, I waited. Strucker gasped. I could see it in the reflection of his eyes. A shadow passing behind me. He stepped back, gazing behind me. What dash. I didn't look behind me. I just watched that reflection. I got a sense of limbs stretching out around us, tasting us in the air. I felt the hot breath from Jaws pass across my skin. A moist feeling crawled into my lungs, drawing bile into me. The place we were in didn't have a center, but there was an hourglass. Even as I kept still, and Strucker screamed, the hourglass stood. Within, paper fell down one after another as nails tapped against my ears. The writing on the paper writhed and faded. I felt heat in my blood when the demonic script appeared. I felt horror when it became English. The pages seemed to freeze in time, inviting themselves to be read if only I had the courage. The Mindstone pressed against us, importing us to look upon the text, to learn so much. The darkness shifted. It had no eyes, no it had dozens, it was looking, it tasted, invaded bit. Thin was beginning to feel us. A Marvel creation equivalent to Thulhu and similar Lovecraftian monsters. God, that sentence just didn't compare to the reality of it. I could say it was a beast that had made monsters, that it made so many evils. But here, in its home, where it was everything around us, where even the sound off-passing by my chest screamed at me with an oozing sickness like rotted flesh somehow pressing against the pupils and slowly digging in. I ran. I pulled us out as quickly as I could before we could black out under the waves as the moist air clawing up my nostrils and down my throat began to stroke along within me. And a book closed over the horrid place with a gentle flutter of pages with impossible to read words that begged to be understood. On that book was a title. Dark Hold. I pushed the next location into the Mindstone. Strucker's future. Strucker landed in a pile of volcanic ash. He clawed at his throat, gasping as hot air entered. I felt the same relief he did. This air, burning and painful, was like clean water after the horrid moistness of the realm beyond. He stared at me. Blood came from his mouth. His nails had scratched trails against his skull. I don't dash. You wanted me to impress you, I croaked, my own horror almost choking me. Then let me. After all, I'm a man of wealth and taste. I wish I could have laughed at the irony of the last line, but I dismissed it to look around. For now, I wanted to show you something special. I wanted to show you tomorrow. At least, the tomorrow you have to look forward to. Strucker looked around. His monocle had faded away, allowing me to see the look in his eyes. This isn't real. It is. I looked upon the lands before me. When I was young, my mother and father would warn me of this place. They told me I had to be good or I would end up here. He. My chuckle was quiet. A bit manic. Lord save me. When I made this plan I had some idea. No, I didn't know. I didn't know it would be this. Fire blazed in the realm. We could feel it. Not just physical heat, but a burn that pressed against our minds. I knew Strucker could feel it. That if we touched the lava running through the rocky landscape, if a lick of fire touched our skin, if God forbid we were engulfed, it wouldn't matter what we did. We wouldn't die. But when we appeared in the real world, the scars on our souls would never leave. Eternally burned and scorched by the power of our sins. The fire terrified me. Strucker? Well, he had more sins on his soul than could be counted. His mouth opened as he stammered. This place isn't dash. The sight of a confident and powerful man letting out stammering denials made me snap. I grabbed him by his jacket and lifted him up. Isn't what? Real? You can feel it, Strucker. This place doesn't give a shit what you believe in. This isn't about religion or righteousness, it's about one thing. The innocent and the guilty. I twisted him bodily around and pointed him outwards. Look at them burn. At the core of the fire. Soaking through the lava. They screamed. What could have been mistaken for the crackle of flames was seared throats and lungs croaking in eternal pain. Brimstone was mixed with burnt pork sizzling on eternal skillets of stone. There weren't laughing demons cackling as they tortured souls. There didn't need to be, not on this level. Strucker's eyes reflected red-orange as his eyes met his predecessors. Then we noticed him. He was on a platform to our right. He should have been unnoticeable. Just a man in a red suit sitting on a throne of stone. But the realm bowed to him. Those screaming faced him periodically. He would never grant them mercy. They had to know that. Their suffering, eternal and unending, was his pleasure. He lazily kicked his foot as he watched them soak, a small smile like that of a young child looking upon a field of flowers. That was his great cruelty. He would never grant them mercy. And yet, he sat there. Because in this place, any hope, no matter how thin, was an addiction as painful as glass. They saw him, and they hoped. Only for him to shatter that hope again. Over and over, cruel indifference followed by fire. They couldn't help but try. And he loved it. Abandon all hope, Yahoo enter here. Not a threat. A warning. Because it would make the torment easier. Mephisto flickered his eyes towards Strucker and me. I froze. But he didn't look at me. He focused on Strucker. His smile stretched into a horrific face-splitting thing that made me reel back. He waved a hand. And the fires around us separated. Visages grew from the stone, the lava, the pits. Figures barely burned, but suffering in agony as they screamed. This was just one version of their torment. Stuck in hellfire on this plane. Repeating loops of horrific torture in another. Trapped with the images of those they'd hurt in yet another plane. I recognized them. Not their faces, not when they'd become blackened husks. I saw Chidori armor scorched and turned to slag. Massive green flesh sloughing off to become more crisp ash. A patch that had somehow survived the lava, displaying the image of a head with tentacles growing from it. No, Strucker whimpered. Hydra soldiers screamed. I don't think he noticed the others. The ones with a symbol I recognized. Bridge soldiers. American, Russian, Chinese, men, and women who had died on my side. Intellectually I knew that no army was 100% clean of sinners. But it was sobering to see them burning alongside the Hydra soldiers. Much less of them. But a few. Mephisto held a hand up, fingers lazily waving in a wave. He mouthed something to us. Be seeing you. I pulled us out. One last place. One last visit. The Devourer. Strucker and I landed in a field of grass next to a river. He fell to his knees, staring at nothing. I circled him, looking at him. Mephisto isn't something Hydra fights. He's the final home for you. He looked up at me. I didn't know. I didn't dash. Quick lesson in life, no one gives a shit about your justifications for those atrocities. In the end, cool motive, still murder. I let out a breath tinged with that horrific moist flavor and a bit of ash. I breathed deeper. And honestly, even if there weren't some cosmic scale to worry about, the shit you did in Hydra was still a waste of goddamned time. All the crap you did, that great empire you would have made, would have broken the second the right threat came along. The same could be said of the Avengers, Strucker pointed out. That's the point you wanna make? We both might lose? Because we might, but at least we won't go down justifying random bullshit. I sighed. Strucker, you don't understand, even now, how out of your league you were. The stuff I've been preparing the Avengers for. Preparing the world for. So I brought you to the worst place I could think of. Strucker blinked. Then he looked around. It was an alien world. The grass was a shade like water under glass. The wind blew through trees covered in fruit shaped like fuzzy mouths. There were 2 suns in the sky, but it looked like paradise. Strucker rose to his feet. He looked terrified. What is this place? A Grappon B. A lush planet full of life. It's got animals, plants, all that good stuff. One day it could become a civilization. I braced myself. He sensed it. Above, a silver streak crossed the sky. Strucker glanced at it. The blur was gone before he could get a perfect look, but he must have caught something. He frowned. A surfboard. A shadow came over us. It crossed the land in moments, covering us both. Strucker and I looked up. It was impossible. Insanity. Across the sky, stretching from horizon to horizon, blocking out the suns across the continent. Clouds were blown away by its passing, trees becoming blown about by hurricane-force winds. A hand. Fingers that dash. How do you even explain the size of something like that hand? How do you explain the size of a continent? Creases the size of rivers, fingers that hung like asteroids slowly falling towards us. I fell to my knees. The river behind me began to rise as the mere approach of the hand's mass began to pull everything towards it. The hand dominated our attention for a moment before the wrist appeared. Like the glove, it was encased in violet armor that emitted a light that danced across the spectrum of human vision, along with arms with biceps the size of moons, connecting to a chest larger than the planet we stood on, and to a face that gazed upon the planet we stood on. The upper half of his face was covered by a mask, with eyes glowing with white silver energy burned. A head covering purple helmet, rising like a Babylonian crown of old, with two sharp-angled flat horns rising from the temples to almost meet the helmet at the top. Only the burning eyes and uncaring, frowning mouth of its wearer were left visible. But that wasn't his real appearance. The Mindstone, my ethereal powers. They couldn't comprehend him. The greatest repository of knowledge in the universe. Powers that could bend reality and read the thoughts of all living things. Useless. He read us. His mind passed over ours. I could feel him read me at a fundamental level. A mind larger than the form before us. I felt myself breaking under the strain of his existence, both physical and mental. I tried to hide my thoughts, my meager barriers nearly shattering just at his gaze. If he learned what I knew, learned the location of Earth, everything would be over. I'd made a mistake, coming here. I thought only to break Strucker, but in my hubris, I thought the best way was to astral project to the real beings. To show him the truth in action, rather than a false image from half-remembered dreams. And now, we would. He dismissed us. I felt tears fall down my cheeks as he turned his attention away, to the planet he was enveloping with his hands. Of course. Galactus wasn't a villain. He was a trial. A literal force of nature. We couldn't fight him, only endure him. If he'd wanted to kill us, then Strucker and I would be dead. Our bodies, eons away on planet Earth, would have turned to mere ash as our astral projections were destroyed. Instead, he hungered. That deep and impossible hunger. It soaked into the atmosphere around us. I felt it pull at us, looking upon our life force. But when you're hungry, you don't eat a pair of ants. Not when a buffet table is laid out before you. The hands approached. The winds became a hurricane, sending trees flying, turning the water into a storm. The sound was insane. The ground shook. I felt immense cold, then heat. I grabbed Strucker and pulled. We had to get a different perspective. If we stayed there, we were dead. The Herald. In a flash, we were in space. Strucker and I floated in space. We must have been thousands upon thousands of miles away from the planet we had been on. I let out a mental gasp. The weight was gone. No, just lessened. I could still feel it, but compared to before, the planet sat in the distance. And floating before it, he stood. I could barely comprehend his size. A planet the size of Earth, maybe larger, and it was only as large around as his stomach. Galactus dug his hands into the surface of the planet. I could feel the life force of the planet screaming in agony. See the crust shatter like the surface of an orange, releasing the juices within. Galactus' face didn't move, but I could feel the ecstasy in him as he fed. It was the worst feeling in my life. When I'd watched Star Wars as a kid, I remembered the scene of Obi-Wan Kenobi's horror as he felt Aldran die. For the first I really, once and for all, understood how he felt. The planet's place in the galaxy, a spiritual and literal weight, sucked into Galactus like water down a drain. Water turned to steam. Magma spat upwards around his fingers. The lush life of the planet, every animal and plant, dying in moments. The planet exploded. For the first time in my life, I saw a world die. I prayed softly, watching as the remains of it faded into Galactus. Galactus' hunger was barely sated. That was the worst part. That the atrocity I'd seen was nothing to him. Barely any sustenance. Monster, Strucker whispered next to me. His skin was beginning to crack. Shining golden light flickered through those little fissures in his body. I shook my head. No, that's the thing. He's not evil. He's not cruel. One day, he will come to Earth. He'll try to devour us. And unless we fight back, well, he'll have no more care for us than a bulldozer paving over an anthill. It might have been easier if he was evil. Someone floated past us. I looked over at him. The man stood on a surfboard in the depths of space. His skin was beautiful silver from head to toe, his body built like Steve's. He spared a glance our way. Then he turned and leaned over. At the speed of light, he flew off, before easily shattering that limit. Galactus' minds passed over us for one moment longer. I pulled us out. In the real world, Strucker fell to his knees. I floated before him. My bottom right arm had been ripped off at some point. He'd ripped a chunk out of my thigh as well. I could barely feel them. I think he'd also broken my spine at some point. But Strucker, he was far worse off. The Mindstone still rested in his hand. The gauntlet he'd been using had shattered, leaving the stone embedded in his hand. Fading gray skin surrounded it, glowing with the energy of the gem as it tore apart his mortal flesh. He was panting out, steam leaving his lips. His clothes had begun ripping at some point, allowing me to see the striations of golden energy burning his skin like electric wires slowly cooking him alive. I was a god, Strucker whimpered. I had the power to do anything. No, you just had power. More than most. Less than many. Nothing special, I said. I can still save this. His eyes dripped blood. Hydra will survive. Hydra is dead, I said. Maybe some idiot will take up the name again down the road. But this? It's done. You know that. He gasped in pain as he tried to straighten, only to gasp again. So is this it? You kill me? Me? Nah. I promised I'd let someone else have the honor. Someone else. Strucker laughed, coughing up more red and green liquid. Who is worthy of killing me? I was a god. Somehow, he rose to his feet, clutching at the Mindstone. His broken mind continued to shatter in front of me. A god, damn you! I was going to bring this world to a utopia? The unlimited truth of the universe, the code torality, all that horror? I could have stopped it. Hydra could have dash. He stumbled over his words. I think, on some level, despite his insanity, he didn't even believe himself. I was a god. A loud gunshot. Strucker stared at me. The hole in the center of his head leaked, the back of his skull blown out. 3 more shots. 2 struck him in the heart. The last in the wrist, sending the Mindstone bouncing across the ground. Fury walked up beside me, watching as Strucker crumbled to the ground. He was chewing on a cigar, the smoke trailing up into the air. He scoffed. A god. Don't make them like they used to. He took the cigar from his mouth and tapped away some ash. Good riddance. X and Jarvis joined us. X was holding Jarvis up. His head had been blown in half, sparks flickering across the hole there. He'd fought well. So did Jarvis, who had a hole in his chest. The 2 AI joined Fury and I in looking down on Strucker. Is it over, partner? X asked. Not yet, I said softly. I reached out to grip the Mindstone in my telekinetic grip. I felt the Mindstone as I brought it close to me. I gripped it in my remaining right hand. Holy, how had Strucker held onto it as long as he had? The thing was powerful and hurt like hell. Maybe because I was already tired? That was fine though. I only needed it for a moment. The power I felt though, if it wasn't for the bout of humility I'd been recently hit by, I might have lost myself in it. The Mindstone boosting the powers of an ethereal to insane heights, turning my already reality-shifting psychic powers into something beyond that. I felt the psychic plane shift. The minds that had been drawn to Strucker and I fighting. They had looked in on the fight between 2 psychic powers. Some with greed, some with worry. Now, they fell back. Almost all their eyes faded. If they'd stayed, I would have known everything about them. It would have taken no effort. That was the level of power. Effortless. True strength is like that. Where all feats are simple as breathing. I pushed that thought down. I pushed down the thought that I could simply rip apart the minds of every Hydra soldier, Kree, Remorath, and other enemies currently attacking us. I could turn them good, mind control them into allies. Maybe spread my reach further. Turn the world into a utopia. A place whose minds would be under my control. I could turn all humanity into a place where everyone's morals were my own. Instead, I sent one message out to them. Sleep. The wave of psychic power infected the air. It spread outwards, echoing to every enemy soldier. Fighter ships fell out of the sky. They passed out mid-run, while shooting guns, in cover, even as they were shot in the head. Sleep. The command echoed into the world around us. I had to pull back when I noticed even Fury slowly closing his eyes before they snapped open. Sleep. In a single moment, the battlefield was quiet. Now it's over, I said softly. Then, I held out the Mindstone. X took it and placed it in a pouch at his side. What now? X said. Now we count casualties, Fury said, looking tired. Now that I looked at him, he looked horrible, bruised and battered. His shoulder had a bleeding bandage I recognized as a gunshot wound. Then, well, we all have a drink. Mr. Fury. Mr. Shaft, Jarvis said, drawing our attention. We've isolated the broadcast. Broadcast? Oh right. Hydra had been sending out some kind of message we couldn't figure out. What was it? Fury asked. The battle, Jarvis sounded confused. It seems Strucker dedicated a massive amount of computer power to sending out footage of the battlefield. We stared at Jarvis. Why the hell would he do that? I asked, befuddled. Was he trying to get more subscribers on Twitch or something? Fury didn't respond to my sarcasm. Instead, he looked over at Strucker's corpse, his single eye widening. To send a message. Jarvis, what was the broadcast being sent to? One moment, it was broadcast across the world. But now that we can follow it, it looks like it was also sent out into space, sir, Jarvis said. He used the technology of the aliens under his command to send a live stream of the fight. With multiple levels. Oh shit. The whole galaxy. I mumbled. Perhaps, Jarvis said. The broadcast was public. He wanted to make sure the rest of the universe saw the fight, Fury growled. Who knows how many aliens just saw what we're capable of. They know how dangerous we are. And how valuable. Strucker had made sure he would get the last laugh. I had no idea how the footage would be seen across every species out there. But they would know about us now. They saw Earth's warriors. Iron Man, Scarlet Witch, Black Panther, Luna Snow, Thor, Ares. I stared up into the sky. Fuck. Things had gotten complicated again. Peter Quill / Star-Lord. On Caligula Station, in a bar called the Broken Blade, Peter stared at a hologram in front of him, the sexy Aakan woman clutching to his arm almost forgotten, his drink spilling on the floor. An image of a weird alien he never saw turning into a human with a flash of green, with 2 robots and another human standing next to him, blinked away as the broadcast ended. Holy shit. That was Earth. Earth. His home planet. He thought it was boring. Not, whatever that had been. Damn, Quill, some random gunna, a short reptilian guy with a big ass head, shouted with a laugh at the other end of the bar. I ain't ever seen you fight like that. Maybe you'd be half the badass you pretend to be if you did that kind of shit. Quill may have been shocked, but he would be damned before he missed a chance to brag. That's 'cause I never had to fight like that. Maybe if one of you idiots ever gave me a real challenge, I'd pull out some of my real tricks. A few jeers came from the other patrons. Who were those guys, anyway? A Krillorian asked Quill, the red-skinned man looking genuinely curious. The Avengers? What is that? Quill froze. The Aakan woman on his arm looked at him, her gaze burning as the light bounced off her yellow skin. Well they're friends of He-Man. Quill spurted out. I told you guys about that guy, remember? Oh come on, that bullshit someone shouted. Nah, I kinda believe him. Quill nearly fell out of his seat. You see the Asgardian and Olympian there. What, so Quill isn't full of shit, someone else shouted. Quill grinned as the Aakan woman pulled closer to him, crooning in his ear. Tell me more stories about Earth. Well damn. Looks like things would be looking up for Peter Quill. I had never felt more tired in my life. The fight had been the worst I could remember. Not just the constant transforming, the fighting, the killing, but the final moments where I took Strucker on a whirlwind tour of the universe. I was done. All I wanted to do was lie down somewhere dark and sleep. Unfortunately, that wasn't in the cards. First, we had to begin counting casualties, so to speak. Doing some basic cleanup and such. Figuring out what was left, what wasn't. Tony called the Avengers Tower. Luke, Jessica, Pepper, and Matt, with the help of the NYPD and military, had cleaned out the Hydra who attacked it a bit before the end of my fight with Strucker. I want to fly out there, Tony said as we walked side by side, Jen and Steve walking with us through the halls of the behemoth, all in more casual clothes now. Pepper says she's okay, but he didn't make a quip. No sarcastic joke. He just looked worried as hell. Steve placed a consoling hand on his shoulder. She's not perfectly fine, I said, drawing the attention of the others. I did check in on her while I had the Mindstone. She'll be okay for now, but she killed someone for the first time today. Same with Fitz. They'll need someone to talk to. But Pepper is strong, that was understating it. My brief brush with her mind led me to realize she had a lot more willpower to her than even she believed. None of that makes me want to relax, Tony said with a bit of heat. I know, but it's the truth, I sighed. When I stumbled a bit, Jen grabbed my arm, pulling me back into a standing position. You need to rest, she said sternly. So do you. I'm fine, she helped me walk with a scowl on her face. I didn't fight a telepathic battle against a force of nature. Anything that happened to me out there, I can heal from. Fair. Technically, my body was okay, but the mental exhaustion wasn't something a quick transformation could help with. What were you thinking, pushing us out like that? Jen continued, grimacing. We could have helped out against that bitch. Yeah, I told them about Emma. No one was much of a fan of hers. Maybe. But I couldn't risk you guys getting hurt in there. I thought you died. Well, fuck. Steve and Tony shared an awkward look. I'm sorry, I mumbled. I didn't have any options. Jen growled, sounding like her larger cousin. Her hand clutching at me squeezed down just a bit, then relaxed. Next time you pull shit like that, at least Trito let me know you're alive. Okay, I promise. She kissed the top of my head, which led to me blushing. Now, what are we going to do about the mutant thing? The gigantic elephant in the room. Leave it for now, I said. You should at least tell Maria, Tony said, looking almost surprised at his appeal for me to go to an authority figure. No, we leave it to the Avengers for now, I said firmly. The Mindstone is enough of a can of worms. If we add the mutant thing on top of that, without any information beyond existence, we don't know what might happen. And you're sure one of them wants to meet? Steve asked. I looked down the hall. A bald man stood there, watching politely as we approached. He looked a lot like Patrick Stewart. I mentally sent an acknowledgement to him. He nodded back before fading away into smoke. Yeah, he's willing to wait. Okay, Tony winced a bit. Fuck me, that stings. He clutched at his shoulder. You all right? Steve asked, worried. Yeah, just got hit by a laser, he said dismissively. Anyways, fine, we'll leave the mutant thing off the table until we can get a real read on them. But what about the Mindstone? That thing is powerful, to say the least. What do you think we should do with it? Jen asked. Use it as a paperweight. Funny, Tony said with a smirk. Actually, I think we should study it. Study it? Steve frowned. Isn't that dangerous? Maybe, I frowned. I'm mostly worried about keeping it away from Thanos as long as possible. Thanos? Jen asked. Oh right, hadn't gotten to explaining him to her yet. Or had I and we just both forgot about it? I was tired, sue me. Alien psycho in love with death, wants to kill half the universe as a gift for her. Wow, a romantic, huh, she said with all the sarcasm in her soul. Downright Shakespearean, I agreed. Anyways, he needs 6 stones to do it. We now have 1. I wonder where the others dash. I know where they are. We looked up as we entered our destination. The hospital wing of the behemoth was a mess. The ship had lasted pretty well against the alien spaceships, but it had still taken a fucking pounding, and the medbay had collapsed inwards. Thor and Ares stood side by side, both covered in ash and dust from helping lift out chunks of concrete, metal, and other debris. Thor, the one who had spoken, had a very serious look on his face. I have suspicions, at least. You think your father knows something? Ares asked his fellow god. If he doesn't, he'll know who will, Thor said firmly. I'll need to speak to Maria Hill. I believe when this is done, I'll be making my return to Asgard earlier than I'd planned. Steve nodded at that, then continued walking, the rest of us following. Ares tapped me on the arm before I could leave entirely. You get 2 days to rest, he said grimly. Then we reconvene. With all the new forms you've obtained, I will need to update your training. Also, well done. He gave Jen and I something that wasn't quite a smile. I saw you both fight. It was a worthy battle. That may have been the best compliment he had ever given us. Thank you, Ares, I said, touched. Whatever, he waved a dismissive hand. Go visit your friends. I'll want to talk to you afterward. That sobered me up. Right. Not all of us had been completely safe. In the main floor of the medbay, 4 people worked tirelessly. First, Melody. The girl who would become Komodo in other universes was bouncing from patient to patient, bandaging, applying salves, injecting medicine, her tail waving gently as she moved, sometimes shifting to avoid another doctor or nurse passing by her. She didn't even acknowledge us as we entered, instead focusing on her patients. Then, there were 2 surprise guests. Luna Snow looked up as we entered, smiling at Steve. The pop star was looking over a wounded man in a Chinese army uniform, his chest covered in a burn scar from alien plasma. As we passed, she released waves of black ice from her hands, covering the burn slowly. Despite me calling it black, it was closer to a dark-colored gem of sorts, just see-through enough that we could see burnt flesh stitching together. I simply don't understand how you could have such faith in that ability of yours, someone said to Luna. I looked over at him. Then I stared at him. A tentacle monster? In the middle of using multiple arms to do surgery, some with scalpels, some with syringes, more fluttering underneath the dark doctor's uniform he was wearing. Oh wow, my weirdar was still working. I thought it broke after today. I've seen it work before, Luna said, sounding absolutely unfazed. You've seen the appearance of healing, the tentacle man said. Wait, he didn't have a mouth. Just a big diamond of glowing light set into his strange head. Was the light his mouth? I simply for the unseen side effects of your abilities. Using ice magic to heal people. Who knows the potential complications that will arise from it? Leave it alone. Tonic, Simmons, the last of the quartet of people dominating the art of healing, rushed past Tonic and Luna, still speaking. Luna's power works, as do yours. We have too many injured here to quibble about methods, especially when you insist on doing open-heart surgery be yourself without a surgical suite. His loud sniff of disapproval, how could he sniff? He had no nose, went ignored by Simmons, who rushed over to us. Right this way. How is he? Steve asked, following Simmons quickly. He's alive and stable. He hasn't woken yet though. Thankfully we had enough blood on hand. He came close. Flatlined once, but he's okay now. Unfortunately, she brought us to a set of patient divider things, those curtains they were using to separate all the patients. She pulled it open. Maria Hill and Bucky Barnes looked up at us. Maria was sitting next to the bed, hand holding tight to the patients. Bucky was standing awkwardly back, his arms crossed. Maria was crying. Or she had just been. She had a pair of deep bags under her eyes and a bunch of scratches across her face and body. Her right cheek had a horrible bruise on it. I guess even the top commander on the field hadn't been able to avoid battle. She didn't let go of his hand as we filed in. I gave her a small smile. You look how I feel. Sucks to be you, she said snarkily, a tired smile following briefly. Then she looked down at Sam Wilson. The Falcon was heavily injured across his body. Bruises, cuts, and burns across him had been treated. But the worst was his right leg. It was gone. From above the knee down, his leg was gone. The stump was wrapped in clean white bandages. I looked up at Sam. He was awake and staring at his leg. Sam, Steve said softly, patting Bucky on the shoulder before standing at Sam's side. Cap. Sam said. His voice was raw, haunted. We win. You thought we might have lost. Bucky said sarcastically. Sam actually smiled a bit. Weakly, but still a smile. You look like we lost, standin' there all sad. Big crybaby. Bucky glanced at Steve, who was hiding a grin, then smiled to himself. Well, at least you decided to join Team Cyborg. Get a fancy new leg of your own now. I'd rather the arm, Sam snarked. Get those super punches. Tony frowned. Wait, there's a Team Cyborg? Why aren't I invited? You don't have robot parts, Jen pointed out, flipping her green-black hair back. I did for a few years. I had a robot heart. I should be in charge of it. You got rid of it though, Sam said. Well, if I'm not in charge, who is? First off, it's not a real thing, I said, joining the conversation. Second, if anyone was, well, it would be Dash. Deathloke, Jen said. Mike, Steve said at the same time. Peterson, Maria added. Mr. Peterson, of course. Simmons finished up before Tony spoke up. Yeah, figured it out when you all did, Tony said with fake annoyance before getting serious. Seriously, Sam, if you need a new leg, we can repair you. I'll even give you the $6 million discount. Do you take IOUs? Sam said, then winced. Sam, we looked up to see Rhodey enter the curtains. He was wearing his armor, face mask open. When he saw Sam's leg, he immediately snapped his eyes to Tony. Tony Dash. Yeah, I'll make him a new leg. All the bells and whistles, Tony chuckled. Should be fun. I can give you all sorts of cool things. Maybe just start with a working leg, Sam said in the voice of a man whose sanity was being tested. Spoil sport. Fine, no rocket jets or rider kicks. Sam chuckled. Well, at least I have more in common with a few of the other vets. The way he said that spoke volumes. He was joking a bit, joining in. But you don't just lose a limb and be okay with it. We all knew that, but you don't just spit something like that out. Maria clutched his hand. Hey, I got to go, but I'll visit in a bit, okay? Okay, he leaned his head back, eyes closing. Maria looked up at us, going from worried to ice queen in a moment. Dial. Tony. Walk with me. I stepped aside to let her pass, sharing a look with Jen. She nodded for me to go, but looked as worried as I did. Tony and I followed Maria, who walked with a quick pace towards the exit. I've got dozens of analysts working on all of this, but none of us predicted the bucket of worms that Strucker would open. I now have 3 distinct species of aliens knocked out across the battlefield, alien technology left across the battlefield, allied nations with technology and powered humans none of us expected, a massive broadcast telling the whole galaxy we're open for business, and what you once told me was a fundamental portion of the universe sitting in X's pouch. The last was directed towards me. Yeah, the Mindstone, connected to the minds of every living sapient being in existence. Fantastic, she scoffed. She led us to the outside of the ship. Well, it had once been inside, but alien firepower had ripped off the walls until it became a makeshift balcony. We should be good to talk privately. If you're about to hit on us, I have to tell you, I'm dating someone, Tony snarked. Same. And my girlfriend is both super strong and a lawyer, I added. She clearly wasn't in the mood. You two have been creating your own space program, right? Tony and I shared a look. Yeah, I said. You know that thou dash. I need you to accelerate it, Maria snapped. The Enterprise is space-worthy, but it can't be the only defense Earth has. Not with this being our second damn invasion in the last half a decade, this time perpetuated by a traitor to our species. Bridge needs to extend its reach. Start making ships of war, training our forces for battle on other planets if need be. Doesn't the Outer Space Treaty sort of make that illegal? Tony asked. I mean, I'm all for big honking space guns dash. The UN is going to have a meeting about that soon, Maria said. The treaty isn't going to work when the threat comes from above. Ah, Thor, Ares. Tony and I turned to see Thor come over to us, Ares just behind him. Thank you for coming. Have you thought about what I asked? Maria said. Yes, Thor looked grim. I'll send word to my father about your request for an alliance with Asgard. Don't hold your breath on my end, Ares snarked. At most, my brothers or sisters might come along, but the armies of Olympus only move when Zeus is stirred by something other than his loins, Ares said with all the disappointment of a blood knight. As long as you try, Maria turned to look out at the battlefield. Please. With Hydra gone, I can finally focus on the greater threats ahead of us. But we'll need help. Tony looked a bit nonplussed. Damn. You don't know how to take a break, do you? Not when the world is on the line, she continued without missing a beat. I'm going to be fighting on multiple fronts now. This battle simplified things in a lot of ways. Complicated others. I don't plan on sitting on my hands. So please, accelerate your space program. And be ready for anything. I'll deal with the politicians currently screaming at me. Everything else, that's up to the Avengers. No pressure, I joked. Is that what you think? No, we're all going to be under massive amounts of pressure now, she chuckled a bit. Beyond that though, feels damn good to win, she said with a satisfied smile. Then she scowled again. As for the rest, we'll deal with it as it comes. Where the hell is Chernobog? Chernobog? I asked. Last I saw him, he was chewing on one of my mental constructs. You haven't seen him since pulling him into your head. No, he was out here. Everyone stared at me. Tony spoke next. He was in the real world, eating one of your mental constructs. It's Chernobog. I stopped questioning it, I sighed. Seriously, Chernobog was still chewing away at the SCP-106 I'd made. I'd have felt more sorry if it wasn't for the face the old man SCP is a massive piece of shit. Well, Maria said, looking like her head hurt. I wanted him to reach out to Sverog. Good luck with that, Ares said with a shrug. He's even more reluctant to interact with the modern world than my father. It's still worth trying, Maria said simply. With all the shit headed our way, it's time Earth's forces finally started consolidating. Be careful of that, Ares said warningly. Many of Earth's powers would rather rule. You invite too many of them into your household, and some may use that as a way to obtain their former rule. Maria chuckled, shaking her head. Ares, you don't need to tell me that. I may not be a god of war, but I'm trained in it. I know. You are one of my sister's favored after all, he said kindly. She scoffed, but still smiled. We'll handle it. Man, that old bat down in the infirmary is one scary battle axe. We turned to see Chernobog walk up to us. He was grinning, large shadowy face twisted into a macabre structure. She even confiscated my snacks. Sheesh. Reminds me of Baba Yaga actually. The last was said with a fond sigh. I should visit her soon. Miss that crazy bitch. Is that beer? Tony asked, eyes nailing in on the six-pack the god of evil was holding. Because I could use a goddamn beer. Not just beer. Chernobog held it up. A six-pack of the purest Sladybasant, I figured, since we won, we'd celebrate like kings. Don't worry Dial, I brought you something shitty and non-alcoholic. Chernobog. Thor scowled, speaking the same way one would Satan. Or Stark. I will warn you, though you were a valuable ally on the battlefield. Yeah, you weren't so bad yourself, Sparky. Chernobog tossed Thor a can, the metal bouncing off Thor's armor before the god of thunder caught it. Ares caught the next can and looked at it skeptically, while Tony and Maria were handed theirs. To me, Chernobog handed a can of something called Kovas. Been a while since I've been in a war like that? We killed a lot of people. The point of the battle wasn't to kill people, Thor said, annoyed. Maybe not for you, Chernobog said. But fine, be a do-gooder. We won, and I can smell more chaos on the horizon. He laughed. If I knew being a good guy would end in so many full bellies and dead men, I'd have joined you all years ago. Wow, dude really knows how to kill the mood. Fine, Tony cracked open his drink, grinning. I'll drink to a win. To kicking Hydra's collective asses, he said with a salute to the battlefield. To beating a shit ton of aliens as well, I said awkwardly. To a battle well fought, Ares chugged back his beer. To murder, Chernobog added cheerfully. Thor scowled at Chernobog, then took a deep breath. To the heroes who sacrificed their lives to give us a tomorrow. To the fights we'll win during that tomorrow, Maria said decisively. We stood together, 3 mortals and 3 gods, looking out onto a destroyed battlefield while chugging back our drinks. And in the distance, the sun finally set down. Agent Phil Coulson / leader of Team S.H.I.E.L.D. Phil and Skye stood on one side of the small tent. May was on the other. The 3 of them stood in silence. A patient's bed sat in the center of the tent, the beep, 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 of the monitor slowly driving him crazy. I should have been here, Skye mumbled. The young woman had taken off her armor some time ago. It was pitted by laser fire, broken by superhuman fists, but still good enough to repair. Skye herself had a long burn along her leg currently wrapped up in bandages. It was likely the scar from it would last the rest of her life. You were here, Phil said with a sigh. All of us were. But it's war. We fought as best as we could, but we all knew there was no guarantees. Just be glad he's alive. A lot of people aren't. Skye nodded slowly. Phil's heart tightened in his chest at the look on her face. Her eyes were baggy with exhaustion, but it was the haunted look that made him feel, well, horrible. The tent slid open. Phil looked up to see Dial walk in alone. He looked around, nodding to Phil and May, then seeing Skye. The Arabian man didn't speak. He just walked over to her and stood next to her. After a moment, she leaned against him. Phil smiled, seeing the comfort she took in her friend coming to her side. Dial whispered to her, Skye nodding against him. The tent opened again. Melody, her scales glimmering in the light, came in, her lab coat gone. Simmons came in next, her eyes even more blackened by exhaustion than Skye's, a ring around her mouth from hours of wearing a mask. Hey, Skye said, flashing a smile. Hey, Simmons said back, walking over and giving Skye a hug, who returned it gratefully. Is he okay? Dial asked Melody. His spine was shattered to pieces. What do you think? Melody glared at Dial, anger in her reptilian eyes. He met her gaze calmly, not the slightest bit perturbed. Melody growled a bit, but when Dial responded with nothing, she relaxed. Well, he needs a lot of work. My serum did a lot for him, but I didn't want to overuse it. So he was in surgery for a good while. I don't know if It is nice to know, the patient said weakly, that my prognosis is so reassuring. Otto, Phil stepped forward, walking around Simmons, only for her to join him. How are you feeling? Like my spine is shattered. Otto Octavius was looking around blearily, blinking a lot. Simmons. How bad is it? Bad, she said sadly, taking his hand. With everyone on hand, we think you'll walk again. But motor function will likely be heavily impaired. We did what we could, but Otto shut his eyes tight. Simmons stopped talking. He tried to speak, only to freeze up. His eyes squeezed, tears pouring out, and his fingers went wide around Simmons' hand. May took his other hand. He could barely move the fingers of that one. That realization led to fresh tears. We're here for you, May said. As Otto cried in silence, everyone stood with him. I can fix this, he said quietly. I can fix it. I just need help. You have it, Simmons said immediately. All that you need. Dial nodded, a strange look on his face. Yeah, everything we've got. Army Brigadier General Everett Buckler. Buckler watched as an M1 Abrams rolled past. The AIM weaponry he'd been given had done well in the field. He could even, with some deliberation, say it had done great. It had all worked perfectly. Too perfectly for experimental tech. It was suspicious. But worse was the other tech he'd seen. Russian tanks fitted with electricity-throwing weapons, zooming across the battlefield alongside their own version of the Avengers. Chinese super tanks that are more akin to moving fortresses. Alien ships dropping out of the sky to rain hell on humanity's forces. Dial, already an immense threat, turning into a goddamn giant monster. Buckler watched as people piled into the behemoth. He noticed 2 people in particular. Black Panther and Darkstar. A Wakandan in a black cat costume. A Russian girl with power over the strange energy known as the Dark Force. The 2 of them were chatting now, sitting against a jeep as soldiers streamed around them. They should have looked ridiculous. Costumed morons in a room of serious men and women. Darkstar with her black skin-tight outfit highlighted with yellow boots, gloves, and a tiara. Black Panther in his own all-black skin-tight uniform, a pair of small cat ears on his head. They should have looked stupid. Except they didn't. The soldiers around them treated them with a sort of awe. Eyes flickered constantly to them. Buckler couldn't blame them. Black Panther stood with all the regalness of royalty, his stance strong. He spoke with a smooth and relaxed voice, his African accent giving his words an exotic tone. This is my first true war as well. I've only fought in small skirmishes before this. The experience was interesting, to say the least. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Darkstar sounded like a My Little Pony character. She reminded Buckler of his niece. Not in skin color of course, but they were the same sort of cute. But moments before, Buckler had seen her floating overhead. Eyes glowing white, shadows coming alive around her, sending down waves of power that ripped through the ground, turned living men into wet piles of flesh. As she flew up there, Thor had joined her. She'd flown next to the god of thunder. Lightning had joined the shadows she sent down. In that moment, Buckler shut down that thought. She wasn't a goddess. Just a girl, woman really, with power. We should chat sometime, she said shyly, looking like any young girl meeting someone she found attractive. I mean, we're both superheroes, we can, I don't know, partner up or something. Black Panther chuckled. Yes, that would be worth looking into. Let me give you my number. Such a normal conversation. So why did it worry Buckler? Because of the people having it. A Wakandan man with invulnerable armor. A Russian girl with the power of gods. They were a small tip of a massive iceberg. The whole world was becoming insane. And the American military was at risk of being left behind. Buckler turned away from them, pulling out his phone. He called a familiar number on his list phone. After a bit, the person on the other end answered. General Buckler. Getz, Buckler said, walking as he spoke. Your AIM tech worked well. I know, I saw the broadcast. Lyle Getz, the leader of AIM, said excitedly. Fuck you, Strucker. Do you have any idea what that broadcast is doing for us? The amount of information we got from it is going to be perfect for our research. Our weapons were able to take down alien aircraft, cause harm to gamma mutates, even contain them, and Tonic performed better than we'd ever dash. It's not enough, Buckler said simply. Excuse me, Getz said, his enthusiasm shattering. Let me be clear. Your weaponry was good. Very good. And Tonic saved the lives of dozens of people, including an Avenger. But you saw what we're competing against. The aliens. Damn the aliens. Buckler barked loudly enough to scare those around him. He gave them a glare until they all ran for the hills, then focused on his call again. The aliens were always a concern for us. But the damn Russians, Chinese, a Wakandan? Bridge has new weapons and tech, the Avengers have been recruiting. The United States military is being left behind, Dr. Getz. And I won't have it. I'll push for your funding to be raised. But I need goddamn results. I need superhumans and weapons. Getz was silent on the other end for a long moment. There have been some interesting developments on our end. The experiment with Tonic was enough to get the ball rolling. And we did collect some new assets that might help us further do it. Buckler hung up. He took a deep breath, sighing. For just a moment, he felt as though he'd made a deal with the devil. And he knew he had more devils to call before the day was done. Dr. Lyle Getz / Director of AIM. Deep in the bunker of AIM's primary laboratory, Lyle stared at his phone for a moment. He'd been having such a good day as well. Then again, this was all technically still good news. More funding would be perfect for their latest projects into nanotechnology. Their benefactor had shown them something very interesting. Something that might be able to compete with X and Jarvis, the androids the Avengers had working with them, as well as some tech that might be good cheap alternatives to Captain America and Iron Man. In the meantime though, Lyle put his phone away and walked through the halls of his lab. He stopped before a door, taking a deep breath. Then he entered the room. In the aftermath of the Rio timequake, 3 people had appeared in AIM's laboratory. 1, a savage wildman, had escaped. 1, a red-headed woman, was just waking. The last, a thin bald man, had awoken some time ago. That was who Lyle was visiting now. One of the many refugees out of time from AIM's great experiment. But he didn't act like a refugee. More like royalty. Inside, a man stood tall, looking out the window. He was wearing a hospital gown and sweatpants, his bald head shining in the sunlight, peaceful in his stance. He looked over at Lyle, then back out the window. Outside were the loading and unloading docks. Trucks and forklifts moved about, shifting machinery and experiments. Some were sent out to military bases across the country. The bald man standing at the window stared out at the moving trucks and machinery with avid interest. Still watching them, Lyle asked as he walked up. I know, to you, such sights are mundane. But in my own time, such things were the product of wonders. I had thought, at first, that the loss of magic cheapened the world. Now I find it has only deepened your understanding of it, the bald man said softly. He looked over at Lyle. Lyle fought the urge to swallow in fear. That look on the man's face. Under that large beak of a nose, his smile was rapturous. Lyle forced down the illogical emotion to focus. Well, the world has moved on quite a bit. But magic still has a place in it. Oh, undoubtedly, the man chuckled. That is why you're here, isn't it? To ask about the world of me and my companion. Oh yes, Lyle chuckled along with the man. We just have so many questions. If we could have your help, well, we could open entirely new avenues for our research. The door suddenly banged open. Lyle jumped, looking behind him. Standing there was a red-headed woman. She was wearing a hospital gown and nothing else, the usually unflattering white clothes looking very good on her. The shortness of it revealed flashes of muscular legs, the tightness of it flowing close to her large bosom. Her face, framed by crimson locks of hair, was beautiful as well. The look on her face, on the other hand, chilled the blood within Lyle. You bastard, she hissed, stepping towards the man. Almady, he said calmly. I see you have awoken. Awoken, the woman screeched. Behind her Monica came in, the black-haired woman glancing at Lyle. My kingdom is ash. Our world is gone. Replaced by dash. The man stepped forward and slapped her in the face. The blow echoed in the air as she fell to her knees. Lyle gasped in shock at the violence of the move. Monica took out a gun and pointed it at the man. The man didn't even look at her, focusing on the woman on the floor. Have you regained your senses, Almady? She glared up at him. Her right cheek was bruising quickly. You absolute bastard. Bastard, yes. But first and foremost, I am an opportunist. He turned and looked out the window. Almady, look out at this world. A world that has, at last, turned to logic as its answer against the monsters among us. A world where we no longer rule. Almady glared at Lyle. Lyle immediately spoke, seeing where this was going. Look, I'm sorry you appeared here. But we can help you find a good life. A better life. A life with indoor plumbing, Monica said dryly. Indoor what? Almady said, nose scrunching with confusion. Every home of this country has a bath within it. The man turned with a grin. All of them. And that is the bare minimum. Food, shelter, wealth, entertainment, all cheaply available to the poor and rich alike. Luxury isn't luxury anymore. It's a given. You like this world? Almady said, stunned. I love it. And I believe we can do great things here. He turned and held out a hand to Lyle. I accept your proposal, doctor, the man said, mangling the word doctor as he did. I will do everything I can to aid you from here on. My magic is at your command. In turn, I ask that you teach me all your world has to offer. Lyle stared at him. On the surface, he seemed genuine. But underneath that, it was his eyes. Insane eyes. Eyes so deep they seemed to pull the world into them. And yet, never again. Never again would Lyle allow himself into the depths of despair he'd once been in. He didn't care what it took. AIM would become the greatest scientific organization of all time. No matter what deals he had to make. His hand was wrapped around the bald man's. He shook it up and down. The man grinned. Yes, you have a deal. Good. Then, from now on, the man said with a deep rumble of amusement. The magical power of Kulan Gath is yours to command. At the same time, in a forest far away, a large muscular arm twisted a spit. A small rabbit was cooking over a fire, juices sizzling merrily. The owner of the arm looked up into the sky. He sighed just a bit, pulling the rabbit off the fire, the swords at his side glinting in the sunlight. While one was a modern machete, the other was a more traditional-looking broadsword. And yet, both were well cared for, oiled and sharpened carefully. Dressed in nothing but fur around his hips, he seemed uncaring of the chill air, instead focusing on the meat before him. He took a bite into the cooked rabbit, then sighed to himself. By Crom, that's good, he said in the language of his time. Ancient Hyborian. Conan, a barbarian pulled from his time, sat in the forest, devouring a rabbit, unknowing of the storm that would soon follow him. But then, he was a barbarian. His entire life was a storm anyways. All across the world, the aftermath of Hydra's death left echoes. But I didn't focus on that. Too tired. The night after the battle against Hydra, and the death of Strucker, the Avengers returned home. We flew back to New York City in groups. Some of us went in Quinjets, others in the Enterprise and Behemoth. When I got back, I crawled into my apartment, laid down in bed, and passed out. I felt like my head was going to explode. Hell, maybe it was, considering what I'd gone through. I didn't dream. I took that as a blessing. When I woke, someone was in my arms. I looked down at her. Jennifer Walters, her brown hair laying against my chest, snored. It was adorable. I watched the part-time Hulk, current tiny human, for a good while, then reached out for my phone to check the clock. I'd been asleep for 28 hours. Fuck. Groaning, I gently pulled my arm away from Jennifer, rising to my feet and walking over to the wall. I waved my hand at the wall, bringing up a hollow screen. Then I started typing. About 10 minutes in, I heard a groan behind me. Ugh. Why are you awake? Jennifer's voice made me smile. There's work to do. Oh shit, what time is it? Jennifer snapped to her feet. Oh god, I was supposed to be at the office dash. No, you aren't. You fought in a war. We all get a break. Jennifer froze behind me. Oh right. She was silent for a moment. I sent an email off, then took a look at some blueprints. Goddamn, this would have been so much easier to read as jury rig or upgrade, but I needed a human perspective on the blueprints. Thank God Tony constantly ran me through mechanic lessons. You okay? Jennifer walked up. You look like hell. I stopped, turning to look at her. I thought about it for a moment, opened my mouth, then closing it as I tried to figure out what to say. At the end, when I fought Strucker, I don't know if you remember, but I dragged him across the universe. And I ended up taking that mental journey with him. Jennifer curled up on the bed, looking up at me. You saw everything he saw. I felt he. I stood in those places. I was in hell. Mephisto winked. I forced the memory back. I saw a planet die, an impossible mind pressed against mine. Felt, things. Moist air crawling into my lungs. I swallowed, then clenched my fists. I look like hell, but I'm also a superhero. I grit my teeth and turned back to the hollow screen. Superheroes. We don't run from horrors. We shut them down. Natural disasters don't scare us. They're Tuesday. Mahmoud, you can't just ignore what you saw with some kind of macho speech, Jennifer said sternly. I'm not ignoring it. I brought up another screen, the Omnitrix on my arm catching my attention. I'm preparing to fight it. The things I'd seen horrified me. The reveal of mutants and all the monsters that came with those memories was, God. But once the fear was acknowledged, I could get to work. Galactus, the Brood, Apocalypse, Thanos. They were monsters. But they had been driven off, beaten, even killed. If it could happen in other universes, it could happen here. I would win. We'll win. No matter who gets in our way. Another screen popped up to my side. A news article. Proposal for a superhuman registration AC. Let me take that. Jennifer walked over next to me, taking the article and pulling it to a hollow screen of her own. When I glanced at her in surprise, she scoffed. Please. You aren't a lawyer. I'll figure this travesty of the Constitution. You work your angle. I grinned. Thanks. I'll remember you when I need to sue Galactus. She chuckled. Then she scowled at the screen in front of her. Any enhanced individuals who use their powers to break the law, including those who take part in extralegal vigilante activities, or are otherwise deemed to be a threat to the safety of the general public, may be detained indefinitely without trial. Are you kidding me? Jesus fuck man? That's, what, 4 amendments being ignored? Wait, no, 5 now? Who suggested this utter pile of ugh? As my girlfriend raged at something that had been pissing off comic book lawyers real and fictional for decades, I added one more thing to my calendar. Tomorrow. Xavier's. In a mansion at 1407 Graymalkin Lane Salem Center, located in Westchester County, New York, a bald man in a wheelchair stared out his window, a black woman with white hair standing behind him. When will they arrive? She asked him. Tomorrow. Have the children prepare. Ororo, the bald man smiled. I think they'll be unable to keep away. I'm sure they won't, the black woman said with some amusement. She became a bit more serious a moment later. Are you sure about this? It wouldn't matter if I was, he sighed. I'm afraid that Emma took the decision out of our hands. I hate that woman. He smirked, unable to disagree. Deep within his lair, the leader held up a cup of wine. To Strucker, may you burn for eternity, and look upon my works in. Are you toasting to someone by yourself in the dark? The leader jumped in surprise, turning in his seat to see Chloe staring at him skeptically. That is creepy. Turn the lights on at least. The leader scowled at the ruined moment. Damn you, Chloe. Is everything ready? Need a bit more time. But we're on our way, he said. On Chloe's new arm, a silver disc with a glowing diamond antennae sat. Good, then the intelligentsia will have its way with the world. Okay, I just want you to know, I hate when you put it that way. I know, it was on purpose this time, the leader said with a grin. Behind Chloe, 2 more people walked up. Red Ghost, a gorilla standing protectively with him. Next to him, a massive specimen of a man strode forward. He wore a skin-tight black uniform that clung to his muscles, with a red diamond symbol sitting on his chest, and a black feathered cape on his back. His handsome face was a pale white like marble, his head bald, but his ink-black beard neatly groomed, his eyes a crimson color. The leader smiled warmly. Mr. Essex. Thank you again for joining us. Oh, of course leader. The man smiled. I'm sure we will do great things together. Carol Danvers / Captain Marvel. In another part of the galaxy, far from the place of her birth, Carol Danvers stood on a planet on fire. She had no idea of the events taking place on her homeworld. She'd been far from any place that could accept a signal. More importantly, she was extremely busy. A fist smashed her in the face, adding another bruise to the many spotted across her skin, and sending her smashing through a skyscraper behind her. She landed on a spaceship that had been idling in a parking lot, the metal crumbling beneath her. She groaned in pain, stumbling to her feet with a gasp. Carol wiped some blood from her lips, a broken finger bouncing off her nose. Her Kree battle armor was torn across the abdomen, her left boot gone. Her helmet was ripped off long ago, leaving her hair burnt almost to the. That hurt, she mumbled, looking around. Midden had once been a garden world, a place full of millions of people. The Middenians had been a normal civilization. Not entirely peaceful. Not entirely warlike. Just a planet like any other. Now it was crumbling. Carol watched the skyscraper she'd been punched through fall to the ground. As it fell, the sky behind it could be seen. Far in the horizon, a large swirling portal could be seen in the night. It glowed an eerie magenta. Inside, a universe of strange planets could be seen. Every once in a while, another piece of Midden ripped off and was pulled into the portal. Carol swallowed. The planet was dying, bit by bit. And she couldn't stop it. Beautiful, isn't it? Something crashed into the ground in front of Carol. She watched the dust fall, allowing the man who had landed to be seen. He was hairy. Extremely hairy, with a large beard, fur across most of his body, all of it a deep gray, almost silver in color, the flames around them sending red light flickering across him. His armor was navy blue, covering his torso, groin, and feet. One of his hands glowed with orange energy. His body was stocky and powerful, thick with muscle. The man looked down at Carol with a wide smile. He was bruised in some place, cut in others, but he stood proud all the same. The Genesis portal. Soon, this place will come home with me. My cerulean army will enslave these people and create a throne. A new throne in the negative zone, all dedicated to the wonder that is Blastar. As he laughed, Carol mentally sighed. Marvel, her old mentor, had once commented on how many bad guys they fought seemed to love their dramatics. And the names: Genesis Portal, Negative Zone, Cerulean Army, Blastar, for crying out loud. Marvel wasn't right about everything, but on this, he definitely had a very good point. Bad guys were way pretentious. How about you shut your mouth and fight? Carol spat out. She staggered upwards, grabbing her broken index finger and painfully readjusting it. The glow of cosmic energy surrounded her. I've got things to do, so come here and sign on the dotted line. I'm here to hand you your ass, delivered express. Wow, she must have been more concussed than she'd thought. Blastar smiled, fangs flashing. Yes. When the Midnians toil under me, enslaved in my great empire, they will remember your defeat as the beginning of the NOOF. Carol shot him in the stomach. He stumbled back, then fired back at her. She was already flying around the blast, moving in on him. In terms of power, they were fairly equal. Super strength, energy blasts, durability. But in terms of experience, he had her beat. Carol had been at this since the 90s. Blastar had hundreds of years of battle experience. She didn't stand a chance. She felt her fist crunch across his chin, then his knee smashed her in the stomach. Carol ignored the blood dripping from her lips to dig her heels into the cement, pushing him back, then hitting him with 2 punches enveloped in energy. He brought one fist down onto her head in a hammer blow. She gasped in pain, the ground cratering beneath her, then forced herself to uppercut him. As he stumbled back, laughing, she brought both hands up and let loose. A blast of golden blue energy hit him like a truck. Blastar fell back a step. Then he raised his own hands. He blasted his own energy at her, and she blocked it with her arms, pulling her feet up. The energy licked across her frame, biting at her skin. She grinned, a fatalistic grin. God, this hurt so fucking much. But it was working. Blastar blinked in surprise at the sight of his attack, sending Carol tumbling through the air. At the apex of her flight, she twisted out of the path of the energy beam, then blasted upwards into the air, shooting up into the atmosphere. Blastar fired again, the blonde superhuman dodging the attack by diving aside, but continuing to run. He stared at her, confused. In their battle, the blonde had shown many things. Confidence, then, as he had beaten her to pieces, tenacity, an unwillingness to give any ground if she could help it, but not cowardice. So why was she? Blastar's eyes widened. He looked around. The people, the Midnians, where were they? He ran towards a nearby building, kicking the doors open. Empty. Another door. Empty. He charged through the buildings now, smashing through walls, desperate. No. Where were they? Blastar roared, energy circling him like fire, then exploded upwards, shooting towards where Carol had gone. He could see her in the distance. A tiny blonde dot against the atmosphere. And, a ship? A damn ship? She'd tricked him. He'd been so focused on her, and all the while his army had been defeated somehow? How had they been beaten? Subterfuge? The Midnians had been gathered by his army, to prevent their escape. So how were they getting away? Blastar snarled, clenching his fist as he rocketed towards. Carol twisted in mid-flight. Blastar raised his hands to attack. A beam the size of a ship smacked him like a swatter hitting a fly. Blastar gasped, physics working against him. In the moment he'd stopped blasting energy to fly, he'd become an easy target. He tried to reorient himself, but every blast he fired sent him spinning more chaotically. He might have been able to figure it out with enough time, but he didn't have that luxury. He was sent tumbling through the vacuum of space, entering the Genesis portal as he screamed in furious rage. Carol floated in space, energy pooling around her, flickering in her exhaustion. She didn't gasp, not in the vacuum, but she was tired. She watched as Midden was finally pulled into the Genesis portal, sent to the negative zone, as an empty planet. Blastar gained his throne. An empty rock, with none of the people he'd planned to enslave. Carol felt the last of her energy flicker out. Blood from her nose floated off her face, freezing in the vacuum of space. She smiled. I got them out. I got them out. At least they'll be Oka. Floating in space, she passed out, blood swirling about her like beautiful maroon trails, the blood vaporizing, then freezing as it left her. Then a spotlight landed on her body. A ship floated towards her, a port opening in the side. She was pulled into it, landing on a metal floor. A man ran towards her the moment the port closed. He started with pink skin with red feathers. Then, as he ran over to her, with worry on his face, he began to shift. Pink skin became green scales. Red feathers pulled into his body, and his flat muscular chest flowed, growing breasts and showing new curves. By the time he got to her, a female Skrull replaced him. Carol, she got down next to her, looking her over. Damn, the woman looked over her shoulder. Someone call Talos? Tell him Carol's injured. The woman turned back to Carol, her eyes wide, pointed ears wiggling. She smiled shakily while pulling out bandages from a pouch at her side, hurriedly beginning work on putting the superhuman in her arms back together. Damn it, Carol. Talos is going to lose his mind when he finds out you got hurt like this again. A green hand wrapped around Pink as the Skrull woman waited for help, and Carol began to breath slowly. Around them, Midnians came from the shadows, surrounding them. Staring down at the woman who had broken herself, saving them as a Skrull wrapped bandages around her, the medical wraps quickly soaking through. One Midnian man moved forward, creating a splint for her broken arm, trying to help save her. Beaten to hell, but still triumphant, surrounded by those she'd fought desperately to save. Just another day in the life of Carol Danvers. Even as one hero lay passed out on the floor, other important figures worked tirelessly. They all made their plans. Heroes and villains alike, preparing for the future. Gideon Malik stood before a stone portal, awaiting the arrival of his god. Black Agar Boltagon sat in his throne room, watching as the armies of man fought off an alien invasion. Eric Lenshair sat in silent contemplation within a room of steel. And on an asteroid deep in space, a man stood. Dressed in armor of gold, he stared out at space, the purple skin of his face twisted as he thought of the footage he'd seen. Thanos, the Mad Titan, watched the stars. And all the while, he smiled. And yet, of those conquerors, heroes, kings, and madmen, none were as important in the now as the event happening in a small laboratory within AIM. Lyle Getz hadn't known about the lab. His underlings only followed orders. They set up the equipment as their instructions said, installed the programs, put the technology together, and left it as asked. While the battle against Hydra had hit its final moment, the machinery activated. A computer came to life. On it, a program activated as well, with the name of the one who had approved the activation of the equipment. Dr. Salazar. There was no Dr. Salazar in AIM's directory. For 3 minutes. Then, in the blink of an eye, he existed. His file was made, with a history, schooling, job experience, and even a psychological profile. All slotted seamlessly into AIM. The machinery began to work. On a slab in the center of the room, metal arms stretched out, picking up small metal pieces from crates about the room and fitting them together. They worked quickly, efficiently. Slowly, the skeleton of the body they were creating began to form. On the computers the name Dr. Salazar shone a bright crimson. Across the universe, many worked. But none as dangerous as this. Dial's story was not over yet.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.